It was I was listening to my stream from last night, and I guess I didn't have my noise gate on the entire stream. How come you guys didn't tell me? My goodness. Hello everybody. Might be a shorter stream tonight, depending on what happens. Just because I want to make sure that I have like #1 priority is like getting videos out, right? So I just want to make sure that I have that on lock. So it might be a shorter stream. So and I plus I don't want to get just like one video done tonight. I want to get like multiple ones. So it would be nice to anyways, how's it going, guys? Hello? Anybody here? Doubtful. Doubtful. Okay, the chat is working. Yeah, how come you guys didn't tell me yesterday that my noise gate wasn't on? I mean, at least that's what it sounds like to me. Maybe I'm wrong. I need to listen again, but it looked like just a second ago also wasn't on, so. We hear it's okay. I'm feeling low energy tonight anyway. Wow, what the fuck? You're about to hang out with me and you feel low energy? So yeah, we did like our little deep dive yesterday, our initial deep dive into the H3 Productions versus Denim's deep dive, right? So God, I don't even know if that sentence made any sense. Sorry. Okay. No, it's okay. It's okay, Degraded Bagel. I appreciate you for being here. Right. So we did our initial first. What? See, that's redundant too. We did our initial deep dive yesterday into the H3H3 Productions versus Denim's lawsuit. And the reason why I'm interested in this is because I think it's very interesting to look at the Snark community and how that is going to play out. I'm actually more interested in that specifically. Because as I said yesterday, I feel like we should be considering these people influencers. We consider people on Twitter influencers. Why wouldn't we consider it the same? Like, Reddit is a social media website. There are Facebook influencers. There are LinkedIn influencers. There are Twitter influencers. There are Reddit influencers. So, and these people certainly have a decent amount of sway. To act like they are just like, oh, random users on a website. Like, no, you're not a random user on a website. You are an influencer. So that's how I view these things, especially now that they've got, they're mixing their mods with influencers too, right? Sorry, I should really wait until I have my camera on and before I talk about all of this, because I'm just going to have to inevitably repeat everything. So I guess it's good practice. Why do we let people just, I don't know. No other community gets away with this. As I said, the girl world community would never get away with this. Stardust, what is your favorite Pokemon? I think Magikarp. Magikarp is my favorite Pokemon because Magikarp is really weak and pathetic, and everybody like makes fun of it. And I feel bad for him, you know? I feel really bad for him. Everybody makes fun of him. And he's just really weak and really pathetic. But then, when he evolves, then he turns into Gyarados, and then everybody regrets the day that they were ever mean to him. That's why I like Magikarp. Everybody regrets it. And, yeah. I feel that. I feel that. I feel like I'm Magikarp right now. Gyarados mid? Wow. Okay, what are your favorites then? Loser? Jeez. Don't, like, shame. I answered you, honestly, what my favorite Pokemon was, okay? And you just shame me immediately. I mean, this is, like, totally proving my point, really. Proving my point. Volteon, Jolteon. Yeah, see, of course, you only like them after they've become badass. All of you guys, you only choose them because they've become badass. You don't enjoy the journey, right? You don't like to see that character growth. I like to see the character growth, okay? I like to see Magikarp is a pathetic weakling, but he's trying his best, and then he fucking evolves, and then he fucking kills everybody. It's not my fault you don't like a character arc. You just want your Pokemon to be perfect immediately from the get-go. I think my answer actually is pretty well thought out. And actually, I will say, I'm being serious when I answer that way. If you asked me like 10 years ago what my favorite Pokemon would be, I would still have been answering Magikarp. Because I have thought about that. Bruh, Eevee is cute as fuck, but then becomes super cool lightning cat / dog. Sure, but like, Magikarp doesn't start out cute. Okay? Magikarp starts out pathetic and goofy looking. You want your you guys just want your Pokemon to be either cute from the get-go or badass from the get-go. You're not willing to choose choose one that displays like full character growth. Crazy. Magikarp might even be ugly to start with. Okay? I enjoy that. I'm sorry. I enjoy a true character arc, a true growing journey. You guys are just so superficial. And this is why. This is why. We live the world that we live in because of people like you guys, okay? What she got against me, Pokemon? Look, I don't have a problem, okay, with anything, all right? I'm just saying, you're gonna criticize my favorite one. I'm gonna criticize yours, okay? You guys are shallow human beings. Are you saying cute and or strong Pokemon can't have strong character development? Not nearly in the same way. There's not a Pokemon that like transforms and undergoes a intense transformation like Magikarp does, okay? Like, literally, he goes from being red to being blue, okay? You want a real character arc? Try evolving Feebas into Milotic. I don't know what those are. Those sound like new Pokemon. I don't know what those are, okay? I like the tree one. What is the tree one? I guess there are multiple tree ones, actually. Never mind. There's so many Pokemon now, I don't know all of their names. I have this song stuck in my head, so I'm gonna play it, okay? What, you guys can't hear the music? Wow. Stop being weird. What, do you guys not hear the music in the background? But, wow. Not me. Okay. Hope the burbs are chilling. Yeah, they're doing fine. Have you been playing Battlefield 6? I don't know what that is. Okay, as I said before, this might be a shorter stream depending on what happens, okay? Because I don't want to get just like one video out today. I want to get like a bunch of videos out, so. Okay. And right now that's like my main priority. I bet on losing dogs. I know they're losing and I pay from my place by the ring. I've had that song stuck in my head for like 3 days. I might have to play it again. I'm sorry, guys. When I was in college, I was in a co-ed fraternity. And one of the years we had like a convention, a national convention. And the drive to this national convention was like 16 hours long. And Carly Rae Jepsen's Call Me Maybe had just come out. And I think we listened I think we listened to that song like 18 times in a row or so. I don't know. We listened to it for a pretty long time. It was a catchy song. We didn't get tired of it. It was actually, oh man, that was a time. And then I remember, man, I feel like I was always kind of a troll. Um, During the national convention, there, like, obviously a bunch of different people are going up and giving talks and all that. And one of the guys goes up, one of the alumni for our fraternity goes up, and he's like crying because some because one of the other alumni has cancer. And while this guy is like crying about this guy who has cancer that we don't know, I like messaging in a group text, like a group chat basically. And like I kept like making jokes about people around us. And like we look like complete assholes because like this dude is up there crying about his friend who has cancer, and like our one chapter of our fraternity we're like all like cracking up in the corner. It was terrible. So it was so bad. I don't know what was wrong with me. But you know what? One of my friends, he was complaining, okay? He was complaining because there was this girl sitting next to him from one of the other chapters, and she was very messily eating a donut. And she was like not like wiping her face, and there was like cream all over her face, and he just like he had complained about it a little bit earlier, and then I started asking him in the group chat like if she still has it and if it's gotten any better and all that. And so I mean, he shouldn't have told us, really. Um Star was a mean girl in college. No, I was not, actually. I was not. I'm pretty like I feel like I'm no, I'm just like I'm just a little bit of a troll, that's all. Um that's actually not surprising. I was not a mean girl, actually. I don't think I've ever been a mean girl in my life. I didn't really start getting mean until I was like online. Uh so you were in a sorority? No, no, it was a co-ed fraternity. Actually, it was a music fraternity, funny enough. Um, I think that might have been one of the few times where I actually was mean in college, because otherwise I was just kind of goofy, that's all. So, yeah. Oh my god, and what was so crazy? What was so crazy? Fuck. Shit, I was a music major, but I only remember the frats that were gendered, unless it was TBS. Uh, no, it wasn't TBS. Don't worry about it. Anyways, uh, right, what was I gonna say? I forgot. Oh yeah, right. So there's this one guy in our fraternity, and he was kind of like he was kind of like that kind of weirdo guy that you kind of he's a very extra guy. And and but you know, he's the guy, you know, he's part of your chapter. So you're still like, you know, you treat him nicely and all that, but like but then also when he's not around, you're like, "Oh my god, I'm so tired," you know? Um and I remember also at that national convention, out of all of us, we were so surprised that he was like the only person who hooked up with anybody at that national convention. The rest of us, like I remember us like we got stoned. Like that's it. Like like he's clearly like he was literally like the dorkiest and also he had the most extra personality as well, you know. It was like exhausting, and somehow he ended up being the only person who hooked up with somebody, and he hooked up with a pretty good looking girl too, and we were all like, whoa. So I think we were kind of like I think we were kind of like maybe the only normal chapter of that fraternity, to be honest. No, there were a couple of other normal chapters, but then there were a bunch of chapters that were like very heavily special, I feel, with their personalities. Or maybe we were just assholes, I don't know. Music frats are just very band kid. Yes, they are very band kid. But like ours, I feel like we're the only ones who were not criminally banned kid, right? Like our chapter felt like it was the only, or one of the only. There were like, yeah, like I said, there were like maybe 3 chapters out of the entire fraternity that were not terminally banned kid, if that makes sense, right? So, like all of us had normal social lives that didn't revolve around, that didn't revolve entirely around the fraternity, right? Oh, yeah. Whereas like the rest of these people, they were like they had such band kid. They were just terminally band kid, very terminally band kid. So oh, the cool band kids sure start. No, no, I'm not saying that. We were dickheads, that's for sure. So I don't know. It felt like they were all very. I hate to use this as a descriptor, but it felt like they were very like. All of them were very socially awkward. Like the people of the other chapters. I was not aware of how socially awkward they were until we went to that convention, and then I was like, wow, we're really fucking normal. Um, I thought you were gonna say autistic, tbh, not as a pejorative. Um, I was gonna say it, but then I decided not to. So, what are your thoughts on Locale Live? I remember it being like Kino content at one point, but then at some point it looked like a lot of it started getting scripted, right? So, I don't know. can you play the happy birthday boogie clip from last year while we wait? Oh my god, that one's so funny. Fuck, I need M60 to send it to me. Stardust, bruh, can you change my name on the Lonerbox Discord? Spider DX109, please. I'm begging right now. I don't want to use my mod power spider, but I think if you just go into the server and if you click on the little gear icon next to your thing, you should be able to like reset your name or something. Like if you go to the gear icon, there's a way to like edit your server profile for everything. So why don't you like a hydropower engineer, actually? That one's pretty funny. If a mod changed your name, you can't change it back? No, you should be able to reset your nickname. I bet on losing dots. I don't have perms? I asked one of the mods, they said that you do have perms. Oh my god. You don't have permission to change your nickname in this server. Go to user settings for Discord, and then go to profiles. And then go to per server profiles, and then you should be able to change it there. It's saying the same thing? Really? Okay. I'll ask one of them about it. Yes, I wasn't here yesterday. Can you provide a quick recap of your findings from the lawsuit? So I'll read off the whole document today for you. Don't worry, I'll give you a summary. Basically, yesterday my goal was to create kind of a timeline, and that's what we did, and then I wrote down some like information that I thought would be most useful to me. So sorry I didn't see an announcement in your Discord. I'll put it up here shortly. Hello, Black Yamato. How's it going? Long time no see. I guess not that long. Because I saw you yesterday. Okay, I don't like being compared to every male content creator that I interact with, okay? So please be mindful of that, all right? I'm not a derivative of anybody else, okay? I'm my own person. I'm doing good. Just wanted to check and see how you were doing since it's been a while since I spoke to you. I'm doing good. If you don't like being compared to male content creators, what do you want to be compared to? Already left that brain dead server? Damn. Why, Spider? If I were you, honestly, and I kept having my name changed, I would just go along with it. I would obviously complain, but I would, like, complain in a joking way. Like how I complain with you guys, you know? Like, yeah, I feel like, I don't know, that's just the way to handle it, I would feel, you know? Like, usually, Spider, if people are bullying you, that means they like you. If it's like people who are friendly to you generally, right? Man. Sorry, just a second. You wish that was a hot take? Oh, you're talking to Zach. Okay. No, I just that's how I would look at it. Like if it's like a amongst like friendly people, I don't even know if Spider is still here actually. Spider, are you still here? You have to look at it like they're bullying you because they like you. Oh, he left? Okay. I don't know. Like if in some friend groups that's what happens, you know? Damn. Okay, I'll message him. Yeah, I would just approach it that way, you know? Like, I feel like... So, when does the stream start? Shortly. Sorry. Let me, take my hair down. I just kept getting notifications. Sorry about that. Hello? This is it. This is the stream. She will change the graphic to ending soon. And we'll sound off for the night. Yes, totally would. Imagine if the entire stream was on starting soon. Oh man, I didn't even realize it had been 40 minutes. I'm so sorry, guys. I really have to get better with like turning the camera on. Okay. Can you imagine? I just leave the stream on starting soon for the entire stream, and then I switch to to ending soon. Women do that on Twitch and turn profit. I don't think I'm good enough to do that yet. One day. You have the voice for it, I'd listen. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe one day, if I'm appreciated enough. Oh no, I don't like this color, actually. Why did I choose that? Okay. Yeah, I think Spider just needs to know that it's like clearly they're doing it because they like him, you know? I don't know. Let me message him in the meantime. I bet on losing, dog. I know they're losing and I'll pay for my place by the ring. That, there we go. Okay. This is our little document that we have here. Why are there two of them? I mean, I guess I can leave that. Okay. All right. Honestly, if you really wanted to make it big, you could rebrand yourself as a VTuber. Why would I do that? Didn't realize H3 hated jeans? Who doesn't hate jeans? I mean, they're so stiff, right? Like, I haven't worn jeans in years. And I'm not wearing jeans again unless they are very stretchy. Anyways, here's the document we made yesterday. Also, hi, Black Yamato. You know what? Let me just message Spider really quick. Okay, I just messaged him. Anyways, it's what's popular. Okay. All right, let's look at this timeline I made. H3H3 Productions versus Denims. And again, as I said, so yesterday what I did was, oh, fuck, I need to, sorry. I'm just like so out of practice with streaming these days. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I'm so sorry. Let me just announce that I'm live, and then we'll get right into it. Okay. Anyways, back to this. Okay. I have announced. Okay. As if that does anything. Anyways. All right. So, hello everybody. We are not doing a follow-up on the Shanny stuff yet. When I get the time, I will. I just want to review this quickly with you guys. Okay. So, yesterday, we did our very first deep dive into the Denims versus H3H3 Productions lawsuit. The reason why I'm interested in it is that I suspect that there will be some developments in the coming weeks regarding this lawsuit. And also I'm interested because it involves the moderators of the H3, the infamous H3 Snark, if I can speak today, subreddit. So I think we're going to be seeing some stuff in the next couple of weeks here. I think it's interesting because clearly the H3 Snark subreddit and the different iterations of it have been a huge factor in regards to like how much harassment Ethan and his staff and his family receive, right? And the staff's family members, right? The amount of harassment that they get from just this community is actually insane. I mean, they've even like called, they've even like tried to get ICE on one of Ethan's employees. That, you know, obviously we've got the whole CPS thing that they just made light of. Yeah, so it's a whole thing. And for the most part, I've interacted with some of them on Twitter. They're as insane as you think they are. God, I should have done my eyebrows. Fuck, that's the one thing I forgot. Okay, well, anyways, on love, yes. So, I figured I would kind of like go into this and see how it goes. So here's the timeline we put together, right? That was my main goal yesterday, is to put together a timeline. This is that's the docket. I'll just pull this aside for myself. Okay. So we've got January 28th, 2025, content new. Hassan Piker was registered with the Library of Congress. Put this in italics. January 30th, 2025, Doe number 3, an H3 Snark mod, and on behalf of the H3 Snark mods, created a pinned post entitled Mega Thread Content Nuke, Where to Watch and Discussion. This is the first inducement post. It was pinned at the top of the community, and in this post, they featured Denims as a place to watch the nuke without showing support for H3, i.e. TEI, which is TED Entertainment Incorporated. And a link was provided to Denim's stream on Twitch. The first inducement post also stated that Denim supported H3 Snark by engaging directly with the H3 Snark mods directly. January 31st, 2025, the H3 Snark mods created and updated a pinned community post entitled Ethan Klein's Content Nuke on Hassan Piker, H3 Snark Mega Thread. And this is the second inducement post. The second inducement post was also pinned at the top of the community. And in it, they again featured Denims as a place to watch reactions to this video, the nuke. Also on January 31st, the H3 Snark mods created a third inducement post, which was also pinned. And in this post, it was titled, Denims is live reacting now to today's H3 podcast episode and the content nuke video Ethan is publishing in about an hour. And this was obviously pinned to maximize visibility and get as many people as possible to divert those views to Denims. At some point after January 31st, the H3 Snark mods deleted all 3 posts to conceal their contributory infringement of the Countdown episode and the nuke. On January 31st, both the Countdown, which is, the podcast, Countdown to Doomsday, and Content Nuke Hassan Piker were released. And then on the same day as well, Denims had her group viewing session of the nuke. February 1st, the next day, Denims stated the following. Later, after streaming, I found out I got signal boosted by Hassan, Hoscord, and the subreddit. What is it called? H3 Snark. And I know all of those people didn't want to give the video, i.e. the nuke, another view, which is why they watched it with me, and probably a lot of people. Because they ended their H3 show immediately before releasing the video. So there was probably a lot of people that came to watch it here because they wanted to see what someone who would disagree with it would say. This is her basically admitting that a bunch of people watched it through her instead of watching the actual content nuke. Okay, March 31st. Countdown to Doomsday H3 Show 104 is registered with the Library of Congress. June 19th, 2025. H3H3 Productions releases the video, I'm Suing These 3 Creators, which was an epic video, I will say. June 19th, 2025, TED Entertainment Incorporated filed copyright infringement lawsuits against Denims, Frogan, and Caseytron. The June 19th complaint officially filed with the courts. The H3 Snark mods are mentioned in this. June 24th, 2025, Denims was served. On July 14th, 2025, notice of appearance, notice of interested parties, and stipulation extending time with the courts is filed on behalf of Denims by her legal team. July 16, 2025, TEI requests to subpoena Reddit and Discord. July 31st, 2025, the subpoena request was granted by the court. August 14th, 2025, answer to complaint filed by defendant, Denims. September 22nd, 2025, motion to quash subpoena, declaration of lawyer, and declaration of does was filed by Reddit mods. Moderators excluded personal information, but noted that if the judge requests it, they can provide it for in-camera review. And we also reviewed what in-camera review is yesterday. Basically, it means that they will give the personal information to the judge. The judge will review it in private before deciding whether to include it with the filings. What's interesting about it is that the response from the Reddit moderators was like 700 pages long. And I think today we'll go through some of it because it looked insane. October 14th, 2025, in-camera review. So basically, the judge read like 2 pages of that motion to quash subpoena, and the judge was like, you have to submit the excluded information for in-camera review. And so now the judge is going to review it. They have until October 28th to submit that information. Um, some details, here's what it is. In their filing, they said some details, including personal and medical details and details which could be used to identify Doe's, have been excluded from these declarations and are not being filed publicly for Doe's privacy and safety, the excluded portions. However, if the court, upon review of the current record, determines it would assist its decision to review the excluded portions of Doe's declarations, does respectfully request permission to submit the excluded portions of their declarations containing potentially identifying sensitive personal, medical, and health information for the court's confidential in-camera review. Judge read the declaration, decided to order moderators to provide the excluded portion to the court for in-camera review. Moderators currently have a deadline of October 28, 2025 to provide the excluded portion. So, motion to quash notes. They claim that Ethan laid a trap. One of their first things, right? That filing with the Library of Congress was setting a trap for them. And this is actually one of Denham's arguments, that it was a trap. This makes no sense because obviously, if you have a security system in your house, I think we all agree that that's not setting a trap for a burglar. You shouldn't be burglarizing people, right? Then they say that Denham's use was fair use. This argument is that her work was transformative enough to cancel out her blatantly saying she was serving as a market replacement, because she quite literally said, if you enjoyed not giving this video any views, or that her reaction was so different that it's okay to replace the original work. Snark mods claim they are scared of harassment and claim Ethan is doing the motion in bad faith. I think that's pretty rich. Reddit admin, then they say that they made this statement in their filing. Reddit admins offered us free subs to privacy software that would help remove our PII from the internet in case we are doxxed and harassed by the outcome of these lawsuits. Reddit offers this privacy software, it's Optery. They offer this privacy software to a variety of moderators, actually, regardless of whether they have a lawsuit pending or not. We don't know if this is true. This statement is true. They'll have to provide evidence of this, right? This seems like a very misleading statement. If this is the case, right? They're claiming that Reddit admins offered them free subs to this software because they viewed Ethan as dangerous, when really it looks like they provide this to a variety of different moderators for a variety of different subreddits. To our knowledge, there's no reason to believe that Reddit did this specifically because of Ethan. So this directly affects the credibility of the moderators. That the fact that they even said that, right? It's misleading. So they are tarnishing their own credibility since they're misleading. And they were using it to kind of imply that Reddit thought Ethan was dangerous. And then this was a good question from Legal Mindset from a video from a couple of weeks ago. Does Ethan Klein have the right to know who willfully and deliberately engaged in copyright infringement against him with intent to cause financial harm? Okay, now we've got fair use. Fair use is codified in Section 107 of the Copyright Act. The statute sets forth 4 non-exclusive factors courts consider to evaluate fair use. The purpose, one is the purpose and character of the use, including whether such use is of a commercial nature or is for nonprofit educational purposes. 2, the nature of the copyrighted work. 3, the amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, and the effect of the use of the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. Hi, Barabas. I hope I'm saying that right. Okay. So the main argument against Denham's is this, and I got this directly from the complaint that they they filed. It is readily apparent that the primary and overriding purpose of Denham's use of the Countdown episode was to commercially exploit a group viewing session of the Countdown episode and have it serve as a substitute for the original. This one specifically talks about the Countdown. Let me see if I can pull up the... But let me read the rest of this about the Countdown episode, actually. Bear a beast. Okay. This is evidenced by... watching long sections of the Countdown episode without any or very little interruption, frequently for several minutes at a time. B, in completely separate instance, Denham's provides an empty chair reaction, i.e. letting the Countdown episode play while Denham's is completely off screen. Bear Abyss. Bear Abyss. Okay, my bad. Okay. Bear Abyss. Okay, I'll try to remember that. Bear Abyss. Okay. In a completely separate instance, Denham's provides an empty chair reaction, i.e. letting the Countdown episode play while Denham's is completely off screen. At a certain point, Denham's informs her audience that she is going to pee. For 2 minutes and 21 seconds, Denham's lets the Countdown episode play while she is off screen, relieving herself. I feel like I don't need to know all these details. I should probably need to note them down, but whatever. C, I think this part is, this part is actually pretty compelling here. In total, Denham's group viewing session of the Countdown episode was 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 56 seconds. During the group viewing session, Denham's provided approximately 4 minutes and 43 seconds of brief and superficial commentary that usually has little critical bearing on the Countdown episode, 43 seconds of partially related commentary on the Countdown episode that meanders into unrelated topics, and 2 minutes and 12 seconds of unrelated or unintelligible comments. In simple terms, out of a total runtime of 1 hour, 3 minutes and 56 seconds, the Countdown episode played uninterrupted for nearly 88% of the total runtime. Denham's also had the Countdown episode take up approximately 3/4 of her screen, while she only occupies approximately 1/4 of the screen that de-emphasizes her presence. Denham's objective was to provide a large and unobstructed view of the Countdown episode to her audience, which further emphasizes her primary purpose was to provide a substitute for the original. Denham's use of the Countdown episode was clearly commercial. Not only did she receive paid subscriptions, donations, and advertising revenue during her group viewing session, she used the Countdown episode to advertise her group viewing session of the Nuke. Denham's made numerous statements explicitly stating her group viewing session was intended to serve as a substitute for the Nuke. That's pretty rough. Sheesh, math is hard to argue, yeah. Damn. So, yeah, and then I've obviously got some notes about some of the H3 Snark mods that are mentioned here, so. Yeah. Yagi Bear X, Paris Hilton. This is... Doe number 2 is what? Roman P, I think. So, I think it would be good for us to take a look at the filing that the moderators submitted. Give me a second here. Because the filing that the moderators submitted is, I've seen is pretty insane. So I've got here. Okay, we've got the Movement Doe defendants' notice of motion and motion to quash plaintiff's subpoenas to Reddit and Discord. Memorandum of Points and Authorities. Then also we've got declaration of their lawyer in support of Move and Stowe defendant's motion to quash plaintiff's subpoenas to Reddit and Discord, which that one's 548 pages long. Good God. And then we've got declaration of Doe defendants in support of motion to quash plaintiff's subpoenas to Reddit Incorporated and Discord Incorporated. So let's see here. The first one is 34 pages. The one written by the lawyer is obviously 548 pages. And then the one, the declaration of Doe defendant in support of motion to quash plaintiff's subpoenas to Reddit is 158 pages. So I think it would be interesting for us to go over that. But give me a second here. Does that make sense so far, guys? Are we following? Okay, so your name... Okay. You say it's Bare Abyss, but it's like one whole world. So, blah. If I can speak today, it's one whole word. Okay. I love redundant explanations. The name you see is a Warhammer character. He's kind of a pretty cool guy. Cool. I just want to check Twitter real quick, because I'm a Twitter addict. Jesus Christ! Okay. Wow, I'm getting likes on some of my stuff before, by people I didn't expect to get likes on my stuff from. That's interesting. Yeah, she used a bunch of his material while she did as little as possible. Wait, what's happening on Twitter? Oh, I'm in a fight with Gato Fumador. We're back and forth calling each other ugly. Basically. I don't know what happened to me. I turned into a very mean person. I think it's the girl world, honestly. I think it's the girl world. Fucking M60. I must have been. He must have thought that that would be good for me. Because the girl world people are very insane, and I feel like I've learned a lot of their language now, and I feel like I've learned at least how to be catty, like some of them are. Still, yeah. Absolute psycho, do we know what this person looks like? Kind of. The internet in general seems to turn nice people mean pretty quick. I feel like I was nice for several years. Twitter especially. Unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. Oh man, Spider doesn't feel good. I feel bad. Everybody be nice to Spider, okay? Oh yes, that's a skill you must master to live in girl world. I didn't know I had it in me, to be honest with you. I didn't know I had it in me. Did Spider get trolled by Discord mods? Yeah, he got trolled. I think he got upset. Poor guy. Right, here it is. So one of these people, I think is a snarker. Oh shit.
In your audio settings, do you have the...
Sorry. One of these snarkers, I'm pretty sure, or there must be a member of the community or something. but they, like... Whom in the actual fuck a spider? Damn, this is so sad, 50-50. He's a clipper. He's a clipper. He's a really good clipper. He's actually very talented. Okay. Let me just, like, briefly... Let me briefly look at Twitter drama, please. Okay? He's Lonerbox's biggest clipper. That's true. He's yeah, Loner Unbox. That's who he is. That's Spider. Oh my god. Spider is so fucking talented when it comes to clipping. I wish I had his skills. He's just amazing. Yeah, I edit for Lonerbox. Which, like, every time he, like, mentions me, I'm like, are you sure? Like, I'm thinking in my head, does he really want to do that? But I guess he's dealt with enough online that he is not bothered by however controversial. Anyways, let me see. Where did I put my window? That's the real question here. Here we go. Okay, so I think one of these, like, Snark community people is obsessed with me now. This Saddam Supergirl, and they changed their name to Saddam Stardust, which is like, okay. She's accusing me of stealing a joke from Denims, and she's accusing me of stealing my name from her, which is crazy. This person was obsessed with me, and I think was, like, sucking my ass, basically. Snark left. Feminism, aquamarine, men need not reply. Okay, very strange. Oh, I saw that? Yeah. This person was, like, literally sucking my ass on Twitter just, like, a couple of weeks ago. And then because I banned them from the Lonerbox Twitter community, they got really fucking mad. And it's like, you're arguing for fucking half an hour. You're being the most bad faith person. You're clearly not a fan of Lonerbox. I'm not going to keep you in the community that's meant for fans of Lonerbox. Sorry. Like, what did you expect? I literally edit for the guy. Did you expect me to, like, not kick you out? Guess what? Yeah, it is, like, there is a common opinion here. And it's a community for people who like Lonerbox. So, like, yeah, I can kick you out. Are you serious? So then ever since then, this person has been fucking obsessed. Like, they hate me. And I'm like, well, like, what do you expect? What did you think? Like, I feel a little, like, did you think I wouldn't feel a little bit obligated? Not obligated, but, like, I feel like it's a little bit of my duty, right? I edit for this person. I'm friends with this person. Of course I'm gonna, like, defend them, and of course I'm gonna fucking keep the Twitter community clean when I can, right? Like, what did you expect? So yeah, this person is just fucking insane, and they're like, now, like, let me look at their... I'm sorry, but if you're, yeah, like, if you're a fucking Reddit influencer, I'm gonna start calling you out, like, you don't get to, let me see here. I don't even know. Oh, they're retweeting Jake Chinatown. Wonderful. I don't even know what this means. They're just like I don't even understand her fucking language here, you know? If you really want to go nuclear, call them a predator. I've never been on Twitter, and every time I see it, I feel that choice is validated. Yeah. Also, who is Jake Chinatown? Just an absolutely insane person who said that Ethan Klein's children should be swung into a tree, basically, violently until they die. So, yeah, they're just crazy, right? And fucking Gato Fumador is still going on and on. I'm just gonna start calling this person fat every day. Because they know that they're fat. They can't handle it. What is this? Like, what? And they have, of course, a thing pinned of Lonerbucks. I would love to talk to one of these people on a voice call. And I will be polite. I will be polite to them. Jake Chinatown must be from Girl World. No, he's not. None of these people could handle Girl World, if we're gonna be honest. Like, Girl World is like filled with like middle-aged women who are all yelling at each other for being fat. But like, I don't think any of these people could handle it. Like, those middle-aged women are a little bit, I don't know, they're just built differently. Like, Shan's Ativan. Hello. Gato is a planetoid. I feel like that's just like the only thing I'm gonna do. Like, I have a couple, I don't know. I feel like I've gone full schizo. And like, what is this? I think it's clear she doesn't. What is this? Oh, it's somebody arguing with me, like, about fucking the Houthi kid, which I'm, like, just completely uninterested in talking to. You guys really taking my jokes and running with them? I'm so proud. Wait, which jokes? People, that thing is not a people. I just feel like I've gone like full schizo, and like I see some of these people and I'm like, I'm just gonna bully these people now, from now on. Let's disregard this, that disgusting loser, Olive. They literally cannot stop eating. And, they hide their identity because they know the whole world would be disgusted with them. They could see them. Literally, horrifically ugly person. So I will say, I don't agree with the language that Olive used here. You all make me so proud. The difference between Gato and Queso is that Queso is actually a likable person. I like Queso. He seems like he's funny. God, why is this in my feed? JD Vance is about to claim this dude is just an innocent little boy. God, I love this. You guys see this? Breaking. New racist Republican group chat has been leaked to Politico featuring text from Paul Ingrassia, Trump's nominee to lead the Office of Special Counsel. Ingrassia's texts include vile pro-Nazi and racist messages targeting Black people, Chinese people, and Indian people. Now, let's play a game, guys. When the Doge employee was outed for being racist to Indian people, what did JD Vance do? He was like, oh, they shouldn't be fired. When racists were targeting JD Vance for having an Indian wife and targeting his wife for not being white, what did JD Vance say? Oh, I know she's not white, but I just love Usha. When the most recent group chat messages were leaked from the Republican, the initial one that was the young Republicans, which none of them are really that young. What did JD Vance say in response to that? That, oh, it's just a college group chat. And they were racist towards Indians too. I mean, I have never seen such a cucked person in my entire life than Usha Vance. I'm so sorry. Leave him. Just literally leave him. He will not protect you. He will not protect your children. He does not give a flying fuck about your family. Like, what? You think, like, does JD Vance think that, like, his kids are not gonna grow up with, like, issues, like, identity issues now? Their own fucking father won't defend them and won't defend their fucking mother? You know, the way that one of your parents treats your other parent, I think it does very much affect the way that you view yourself. And I learned that recently. I learned that very recently. I think I internalized a lot of the way. You know what? I'm not going to get personal, actually. I will just say, as a child, you look at the way that one of your parents treats your other parent, and if you identify with that parent a lot, you will feel your self-image like being demeaned by that, right? You will feel your self-image being demeaned by that. And so, yeah, I just think JD Vance is contributing to the inevitable, terrible self-image issues that his children are going to have as a result from him being a fucking spineless pussy. So, yeah. For fuck's sake, another one? Yeah, seriously. Oh boy, now it's personal. Stardust versus Usha Twitter when? You know, it's not... I'm not against Usha. I just want her to leave him. That's it. I just want her to leave him. He won't protect you. He won't protect your family. He doesn't give a fuck about how your children will grow up and eventually see that and internalize that. Or how your children have probably, like, as much as you try to hide your kids from stuff, they've probably already seen some of it. And they probably have already internalized some of it. So. Fucking disgusting, really. Give me a second here. She's probably just as bad as he is. Ask her about black people, and I bet you see the ugly come out real fast. I don't know about that. From what I've heard, I heard that Usha Vance was a liberal, actually, before all of this. Imagine a world where JD Vance didn't have to constantly behave like an op to his wife and his kids. Ooh, yeah. God, I fucking hate his ass. And he's so fucking insufferable. I've never seen somebody who just comes off as fucking weird before, like, in the way that he does. He has, like, negative charisma. Higher status Indian immigrants in the Bay Area are fucking wild. No, they are. Actually, I agree with you, Abe Simpson, and I had my recent run-ins with some of the tech people. And man, that was a very unpleasant experience, actually. JD was also a lib compared to Trump. JD was also a lib who compared Trump to Hitler back during the 2016 election. Okay. Yeah. No, I know that. And also, he, at some point, was kind of, like, bothered by what happened on January 6th, so I don't know. How did you come up with the name Stardust? I think I had it on, some forum a long time ago. I think when I was making the username, I just really didn't know what to put for it. And, yeah, I just put it. So. I don't know if that makes any sense. I thought of that and I just made it my username. So, let's see. So yeah, I just think Usha Vance is an absolute cuck and she needs to leave JD Vance because imagine being, just imagine that. Paul Ingrassia, President Donald Trump's embattled nominee to lead the Office of Special Counsel, told a group of fellow Republicans in a text chain that the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday should be tossed into the seventh circle of hell, and said he has a Nazi streak, according to a text chat viewed by Politico. Damn, the Trump administration, I have to say, is also very fucking leaky. Like, I think that's really interesting. The fact that the Trump administration is very leaky, and anybody, like I've never seen an administration so leaky before. Let's see here. MLK Jr. was the 1960s George Floyd, and his holiday should be ended and tossed into the seventh circle of hell where it belongs, Ingrassia wrote in January 2024, according to the chat. Jesus Christ, one participant responded. Using an Italian slur for black people, Ingrassia wrote a month earlier in the group chat seen by Politico, I don't know what this word is, and I'm not going to attempt it. No blank holidays, from Kwanzaa to MLK Jr. Day to Black History Month to Juneteenth. Then added, every single one needs to be eviscerated. Dude, Kwanzaa is actually a pretty based holiday. Like, I read up on it, and it seems really base, and I would love to celebrate it. These guys really are just as scummy as their supporters would make you think. Yeah. Politico interviewed 2 people in the chat and granted them anonymity after they expressed concerns about personal and professional repercussions. One retained the messages and showed the text chain in its entirety to Politico, which independently verified that the number listed on the chain belongs to Ingrassia. The person said came forward because he wants the government to be staffed with experienced people who are taken seriously. The second person has since deleted the chain and didn't recall specifics about it, but did confirm the discussions took place. It's people underneath leaking to try and climb up the ladder. No, but it's people who are in the administration leaking as well. Doesn't work this time around because no one cares about optics anymore. I don't know about that. I feel like things have been leaked by like people who are below as well as people who are higher up. As soon as they're falling out, basically, they start leaking. A lawyer for Ingrassia, Andrew Paulsick, initially suggested that some of the texts were intended to be poking fun at liberals, though he didn't confirm they were authentic. Looks like these texts could be manipulated or are being provided with material context omitted. However, arguendo, I don't know what that means, even if the texts are authentic, they clearly read as self-deprecating and satirical humor, making fun of the fact that liberals outlandishly and routinely call MAGA supporters Nazis, he wrote in a statement. In reality, Mr. Ingrassia has incredible support from the Jewish community because Jews know that Mr. Ingrassia is the furthest thing from a Nazi. In a subsequent statement to Politico a few days later, Halsik called out anonymous critics trying to hurt Ingrassia. In this age of AI, oh, okay, is this AI? Authentication of allegedly leaked messages, which could be outright falsehoods, doctored or manipulated or lacking critical context, is extremely difficult, he said. What is certain, though, is that there are individuals who cloak themselves in anonymity while executing their underhanded personal agendas to harm Mr. Ingrassia at all costs. We do not concede the authenticity of any of the purported messages. I def thought Trump was acting without regard to optics for the first few months, but I think the admin is largely shifted to focusing on their most popular issues. I think so. I don't know. Well, we'll have to see. Like, I really, whenever I think about what the Trump administration is doing, I think about that video I saw of Ezra Klein talking about the Steve Bannon tactics, right? Where it's just you put out as much as possible, you throw everything at the wall, and you overwhelm the media. And I just think about that. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Barabas. I just had a sobering thought. If Dems take back the country, there's going to be an incentive to not weaponize the DOJ. There's also going to be so much corruption from the previous administration. Hopefully, like, I think we have to have faith in, like, democracy and stuff. I don't know. But thank you for the $10 super chat. Oh, fuck, I forgot to set the goal, too. Okay. Okay, let's see. Sorry, I got a little distracted. Okay. I do have a Nazi streak in me from time to time, I will admit it. Ingrassi responded, according to the chain, one of the people in the text group said in an interview that Ingrassia's comment was not taken as a joke, and 3 participants pushed back against Ingrassia during the text exchange that day. I'm glad to see that there are people involved in this text, text group that are pushing back on him at least. My point is that the legal system is going to have to respond, and the other side will try to cry foul. Yeah, that's true. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, $5. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Please don't do the dead air thing. I actually do get. Right now, I'm a little bit self-conscious, Panda. Okay, so don't do it, please. Okay. Let's see. Marcello Clarici. I don't even know if I'm saying your name right. Clarici. Thank you for being a sane public voice. I'm not a public voice. I am a very tiny streamer. Thank you for the $2 super chat, though. Oh, Shireen Smith, thank you so much. Long time no see. Sorry, I just got distracted. 1 second. We're not as important. Or no, you're very important. Are we past the court files? No, we're gonna go back to them. I just kind of got distracted by this, so I want to go over it. Sorry. Okay, let's go back to the article. Okay. Referring to white nationalist Nick Fuentes and the Live from America show on the video sharing platform Rumble, a second member of the group replied, "New LFA show coming, starring Nick Fuentes and Paul Adolf Ingracia." Is his middle name really Adolf? It's a little concerning. To which Ingracia wrote Lamau, according to the group chat. Okay. The existence of the messages come as Ingracia's nomination to lead the Office of Special Counsel, an agency that investigates federal employee whistleblower complaints and discrimination claims, among other sensitive work, is already in trouble. Earlier this month, Politico reported that Ingracia, 30, has been the subject of an internal investigation at the Department of Homeland Security, where he works as White House liaison after a sexual harassment complaint was filed against him. Jesus. The woman who filed the complaint later withdrew it and said there was no wrongdoing. Ingracia's attorney denied the allegations. Spokespeople for the White House and DHS did not respond to requests for comment about the text messages. In July, Republican senators delayed Ingracia's nomination hearing, with one airing concerns about some statements about anti-Semitism. Yikes, never trust a Chinaman or Indian, never, from Paul Ingracia. Okay, yeah, we really want this guy to lead the Office of the Special Counsel. I think that would be a great idea, right? I've been touching grass since I left my shitty relationship. Hell yeah, Shireen. Based. I am so proud of you, actually. I know that you were like in a pretty long one, so I think that's great. I'm glad that you've been touching grass. I hope you've been having fun. I've seen some of your Instagram stories. You look very beautiful, so. L grass touchers, wow. Okay. Let's see here. Damn, dude. Never trust a Chinaman or an Indian. Never. Wow. Calling Chinese guys Chinaman is hilarious. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, actually. I apologize if I'm not. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. So that's from Paul Ingracia. Hi, New Flesh. How's it going? Ingracia made other racist remarks, according to the chain. In January 2024, he wrote of former Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy. Yeah, oh, that's what he said about Vivek Ramaswamy. Okay. Yeah, he could have just said, never trust Vivek. Ramaswamy, the son of Indian immigrants, declined to comment. Dude, imagine being Ramaswamy right now. Imagine being Ramaswamy right now. Like, I can't imagine. Like, imagine thinking that you can go and talk to these people, this new, like, type of Republican, and think that they'll, like, ever respect you as an equal, right? Like, MAGA is just absolutely insane. Maybe before MAGA was a thing, you could do that. Like, don't get me wrong, before MAGA was a thing, like, I had plenty of Republican friends, and I still do. But, like, Republicans were not like this before, I feel. Like, this was not acceptable. Whenever I used to go to, like, some of these, like, Republican parties, actually, they would be, like, really nice. They would treat me kind of like royalty at them. But no, they're very, like, they were, like, always very nice. And I don't know, very respectful. But this just feels like, I don't know. maybe I just never saw this side. I mean, there's always like there's always an element of the Republicans that is like there's some of them that are genuinely racist, right? But I don't know. Oh, are you a racist? Oh no. Oh no, this person's a racist. Fuck. Okay. Well. He's made hundreds of millions off MAGA. He doesn't care. It is wild. Oh, you're talking about Vivek? Yeah. It's wild that he has no shame. He's not just a conservative. He runs in the xenophobic populist circles. Yeah, that's true. They've always been there. Yeah, maybe I just wasn't exposed to the racist ones. You know what? There were some Republicans that were very, like, cold to me, I will say, actually. So maybe not, actually. Rush was super popular, and this was his whole thing. Being a racist shithead. Oh, man. What's wrong with Jeet? Because it's, like, literally a slur. Like, what do you mean, what's wrong with a Jeet? Like, nobody's calling you a Jeet when they, like... Nobody's saying Jeet to you if they respect you, I feel, right? It's, like, very clearly meant as a pejorative. I don't know. Okay. Let's see here. Ingracia made other racist remarks. We already read that part. A month later, discussing why some Republicans feel that Democrats make black people into victims, the text show, Ingracia remarked, oh boy, the way that he's saying this. They behave in a way, because that's their natural state. You can't change them. Oh boy, what a star. What a fucking amazing candidate for Office of Special Counsel. This guy will be totally great about dealing with discrimination. What if I don't respect them, but I'm not racist? How does that work, a Cheeto? Fake a Cheeto. We've got another racist in the chat. We love it. Okay. He then added, according to the chat, proof. All of, ooh. Will always be that way. Okay. The May 2024 discussion surrounding the Nazi remark turned serious as Ingracia dug in. Ingracia at first remarked that the Georgia operative should read a book, if she's able to, on George Washington and America's founding, according to the chain. Wait, let me see here. Paul, you are coming across as a white nationalist, which is beneficial to nobody, a third participant in the chat replied. When Ingracia apparently said that defending our founding isn't white nationalist, that participant pushed back, saying Ingracia reflexively went to saying whites built the country. They did, Ingracia said, according to the chat. I would argue that it was a variety of people who built the country, but that comment prompted the same participant to respond, you're going to be in private practice one day. The shit will be around forever, brother. Ingracia posted an image of paintings showing several founding fathers, including Washington, John Adams, and Alexander Hamilton, into the chat. We should celebrate white men and Western civilization, and I will never back down from that, he wrote, according to the chain. Who is saying we shouldn't fucking celebrate, like, historical figures? Like, okay. I don't think you know what slurs are. I think, Mr. Fake a Cheeto, I think you need to go look at Wikipedia, look at what slurs are listed for Indian people. Let's see here. The third participant of the group criticized Ingracia's white nationalist tone and said he was coming across with I misread that. The third participant of the group criticized Ingracia's white nationalist tone, then said he was coming across with a tinge of racism. The second participant then said he sounded like a scumbag, to which Ingracia allegedly replied, "Nah, it's fine." Don't be a boomer. I don't mind being a scumbag from time to time, the text show. Do this. All right. I don't know why I'm bothering, but let me finish reading this and then we'll get to it. In February 2024, Ingracia wrote, okay. I said we're making Kwanzaa illegal in the next Trump administration. That was the gist of my tweet. This, I think, is a slur. Kwanzaa to MLK Jr., to Black History Month, to Juneteenth. Every single one needs to be eviscerated. In February 2024, Ingracia wrote, "We need competent white men in positions of leadership. The founding fathers were wrong that all men are created equal. We need to reject that part of our heritage," according to the text exchange. Oh boy. No, they're not the real Cheeto. They're fake. They're obviously fake. They're here to troll. Ingracia's apparent comments in the text chain echo some of his public statements and associations. Ingracia has had ties to Fuentes and Andrew Tate, a far-right influencer who has been charged in Britain with rape and human trafficking, which he denies. I just will never understand the conservative right who are all about family values propping up a fucking pimp, but okay. We're reading about these texts that came out, another text group chat that came out that was leaked, in which Ingracia is being racist. Ingracia has okay, so I already read that part, sorry. 1 month after he apparently made the Nazi comment in the group chat, Ingracia attended a rally for Fuentes, though he later claimed that he didn't know who had organized the event and soon left. Fuentes did not respond to a request for comment. I mean, Fuentes' whole thing is like, don't show your power level. We need powerful people in positions of power, right? So. After Fuentes was kicked out of a Turning Point USA event in June 2024, Ingracia called it an awful decision. He also called the Israeli-Palestinian conflict a psyop a week after the October 7th, 2023 Hamas attack. Yikes. Wait. Is that real? Where is that? I want to see where you put that. I'm going to look that up later. In March 2023, he said that education should focus on elevating the high IQ section of your demographics. So, you know, basically young men, straight white men. And in December 2023, Ingracia declared on X, exceptional white men are not only the builders of Western civilization, but are the ones most capable of appreciating the fruits of our heritage. Okay. In March 2023, he said that education should focus on elevating the high IQ section of your demographics. So, you know, basically young men, straight white men. And in December 2023, okay, I already read this part. Sorry, guys. Got distracted by chat. The person in the group chat who shared the messages, who has known Ingracia for several years and met him through Republican political circles, said that Ingracia's personality changed in recent years as he went from a young law student interested in conservative politics to an extreme ego-driven Trump loyalist. The person said the shift began after Ingracia, a Cornell Law School graduate, started working as a law clerk for the firm representing Tate and appeared several times on the War Room podcast with Bannon, who did not respond for a request for comment. Do we have any mods right now? No, I'll take care of it. I just want to know where this person came from before. Like, where did you come from, bro? What, like, which community? How did you find me? Can you tell me? Okay. He was too young and too inexperienced to deal with the fame, the person said. It was like giving an 18-year-old $10 million and saying, have at it, kid. Periodically, during the text chain, the group nudged Ingrassia to tone down his rhetoric, especially if he wanted to work in a future Trump administration, according to the person. Very influential people were trying to give him advice on how to be, and he threw that advice right back at them and basically said, fuck you, look at me, I can write a Substack and get it posted by the president, the person said. Who are you to talk to me? Soon after the May 2024 text exchange, the group chat disbanded. People were tired of Ingrassia's rhetoric, according to the chat participant who provided the messages to Politico. I will not be posting on this thread going forward, the first participant said that day. Referring to Ingrassia, the person added, there are enemies in this group. Please take my name out of this thread. A psyop? What? Yeah, I'm sure the CIA engineered a centuries-old feud just to screw with you, young Republican. I don't think this is even the young Republican group chat. This is a second one that was leaked. I can't believe this dude is just 30. He looks like he's 50. I just want to know where these people came from. Like I went live and we have like 2 racists already in the chat. I don't know where the other racist went, actually. I'm gonna see where it is. Yeah, that person. Okay. Just keeping an eye out. Yeah. What's up, Abe? Twitter, maybe? Maybe. I mean, yeah, Twitter is filled with, like, racists. Star, did you know that you're Indian? Yeah, I know. Yes, I'm aware. Hi, Masad. How's it going? But usually, like, okay, usually the racists on Twitter stay to Twitter, right? They usually don't, migrate over here, so. Oh, wow, I was running errands earlier in the stream, so I wasn't paying super close attention. That's okay. Yeah, usually, like, they stick to Twitter. They don't really come into my chat, but I guess, yeah, we'll see. I'm just, now they've stopped typing, right? I just wonder, where they came from. That's all. What is this? JD Vance is about to claim this dude isn't just an innocent little boy. Yeah. Just Usha Vance is gonna get cucked again. Oh boy. Very, okay, interesting. Yeah, it's just a little bit depressing, I feel, you know? Why is this in my feed? Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if JD Vance is gonna say anything, really, because he just loves cucking his wife. So, yeah, I just love Usha. Okay. Well, I don't think, the chick looks kind of like Melina. Oh, the one in The picture of Destiny? I don't know, I'm not paying too much attention, but, like, you know, Destiny very clearly has a type, right? So, are we really surprised? Okay. I'm just gonna ban the 2 racists that were in my chat. Give me a second to find them. This person. Where's my chat? Like, I just don't know how did you find me? I just want to know. Did I get posted somewhere? I don't know. I have to find them again in the normal chat. Excuse me. Ah, here it is. Okay. Right, gonna hide this person. Then where's the other one? Yeah, here's the other one. Asking me how a slur is a slur. Okay. Fun stuff, guys. We're new age of online content. Just love it. Just like how like you have no respect for your wife, really. 3 separate instances of people being racist to Indians, and your response is some of the most weak pussy ass shit ever. It's just like you are contributing. You're contributing to your own children's future image issues. Yes, like the stream. True. Please like the stream. And then this guy, if they make that guy, oh man, that Ingracia guy, if they make him, like whatever, what is it, lead of, what is it that he's nominated for some office of special, oh yeah, he's gonna lead the office of special counsel, and he's saying that about October 7th, like, and he's saying all this, he's saying it about Jewish people, he's saying it about Indian people, about Chinese people, about black people, he's saying all these things about all these different people. He should not be leading the Office of Special Counsel. Mm. This one might be too far for them. I feel like he's not going to pass. Yeah, watch him not say anything about the stuff that needs to be said, though. With how fast Groypers are gaining ground, 2028 is going to be a shit show. I don't even think he's gullible, Mossad. I think he's an opportunist. Jewish people and Indian people being hated by psycho racists and tankies. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I didn't really want to believe, like, how bad it was, I guess. How racist people are, but yeah, you know, you just kind of have, like, a wake-up call. Anyways. Who would have thought the leader of the far right would be a gay Mexican? Didn't see that on my bingo card, of course. Kind of an old joke, but I'll, you know, I'll let it pass. Oh, oh boy. Hash Patel, happy Diwali. Celebrating the Festival of Lights around the world as good triumphs over evil. Steven Crowder quote tweets it and says, could we not? Wow. Okay. Guess Diwali is too much now for people. Crowder's just the worst kind of guy. I mean, yeah, after he was screaming at his wife, I don't really respect him, right? So. It's a Hindu holiday, or now it's considered more of like it's just like, it's a Hindu holiday, but like it's like everybody in India celebrates it, basically. So it's like just like a national holiday in India. So. Festival of Lights. So, yeah. Nice one, John Tism. I gotta wonder if Cash ever thinks about his choices when other Republicans respond to him like that. I don't know. It's just like it's insane to me, right? For the vast majority of Indian people in America vote Democrat, and for good reason, right? Like 70 to 80% of us vote Democrat because we know. We know. But then, you've always got, and Indians are very high achieving people, so you've always got the 30%, 20 to 30% who don't. And then they end up like climbing pretty high, so. Does Cash look like he has a thought in his head? Okay, that's just that's just resting surprise face. I used to have that really bad as well. In fact, I still think sometimes I have it, especially if I try playing video games on stream. Because it's so hard for me. Generally, I just make the surprise face all the time. So, yeah. Very moderate Democrats, though. Yeah, I mean, they're moderate, but like so is like the vast majority of Dems, right? I've never heard that before. Heard what? I don't even remember what I was saying. Like, oh, right, the resting surprise face. Yeah, it's something that I made up, but it's something that I used to struggle with very badly when I first started streaming. Because there's so many screenshots my viewers would make fun of me for looking surprised all the time or looking like alarmed. So. Wow, what bullies. It is what it is. Wait, what? What was that? Tyler the Creator is a prime example of why you should routinely delete your old tweets. Why? What happened with Tyler the Creator? Dude, Tyler the Creator's spicy and I like him for it. Leave him alone. What did Tyler the Creator do? He's always been spicy. Like literally his old songs are spicy. You cannot cancel Tyler the Creator. He's uncancelable. I love Tyler the Creator. But yeah, his old stuff is incredibly edgy. Like one of his songs, he literally talks about like beating up a pregnant woman or something and killing her. Well, I mean, so did Eminem, honestly. I don't know. You can't cancel Tyler. I'm sorry. You just can't. You can't cancel him. It's something stupid. He jokes about R. Kelly getting away with peeing on someone. Oh, okay. Okay, actually going AFK now. Podcast and stream with no ADHD meds. Ah. What podcast are you going to be on, Keldosh? I know this joke is already tired, but I have to say I'm so shocked by Hassan. Nice one. Nice one. Man. I love Tyler, the Creator. They could never make me hate him. They never could. Waftcast? What's that? That sounds weird. Waft? It's a Shanny and Rev lore podcast. Oh, okay. By the way, may I drop random insults on other content creators in your chat, or would that be going too far? It depends on which ones. And it depends on what kind of insults, actually. Okay, so we've done all of this. Right, I wanted to go over... Let me just close this. Okay. Nothing racist, of course, but like what? If it's somebody I like, then I won't be okay with it. She missed my recollection of Tyler's cyberbullying tweet. No, I remember that tweet. It's a funny tweet. Vernon O is a good chatter. Okay. If it's somebody I like, then I'll be like, no, don't be mean to them. Okay. So we've done... So I got completely derailed. That was fun. Let me check the docket. Let's check the docket if there's any other updates. Stipulated protective order. Okay, that's like the most recent thing. Okay. Let me see. I didn't save. Fuck. I didn't say save the docket for specifically the moderators of the H3 Snark Reddit. So let me see if I can find it again. It was in my notifications. Just a second. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. Bear with me. Mentions. How do I sort my mentions? Curious what prompted that now, because the only other creator in here is Keldosh. Oh. I think maybe if Keldosh knows them, then they're probably going to talk shit on Shanny, which I don't mind. That's fine. Okay. Right. Oh, fuck. I need to find that link. Sorry, guys. Give me a second here. I want to find this link. Oh, here it is. Okay. Yeah, here it is. The subpoena dockets or whatever. Hopping like Orville Redenbacher. What are you guys talking about? Completely unrelated, but I just got into Hunter x Hunter and I'm obsessed. Only anime I ever tried was Death Note, and it was decent. Generally, I don't care as long as you're not too mean. Actually, you know what? It should be fine as long as there's like no slurs, you know? And if I don't like it, I'll just delete it and I'll tell you I don't like it, okay? How is that? Okay, so nothing updated in the docket for... Okay, let me just label these. Denims. Word. Yeah. Okay. All right. Never mind, I can't read. Okay. Let's pull up the next thing. And like I said this earlier in the stream, but I just think that, you know, if you're an influencer on Reddit, then, you know, you should expect to get snarked back on because you're an influencer on Reddit. You're not just some random person. And I don't know, I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. So, no, that's not what I was trying to do. Okay. Let's just go over some of this filing. We've got a couple of filings here that were from, because I heard that these are kind of insane and I kind of want to go over them. If the arguments are funny enough, you know, we should take a look at them. So where is it? Oh, okay, we got it. Okay. Just a second. Okay, there's that, and then this one. All right. We should put this on top, actually. And this one. Sorry, guys, it's going to be a little bit boring today. Again. There are Reddit influencers? I mean, I think there are. I don't know why we haven't considered them Reddit influencers for this entire time, so. Okay. Let me pull this up here. Ayala started off as a Reddit influencer? I didn't know that. Interesting. Now she's a Twitter influencer. Okay, so yeah, as I said, we're doing the research into this because I think it's interesting and we suspect there are going to be developments very soon in this, right? So drag this underneath. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. Bear with me while I adjust things. What are you talking about, Abe? Is H3 going to win? We'll see. I'm interested in what's going to happen to these Reddit people, these Reddit influencers, Reddit moderators, whatever you want to call them. Okay, so we've got the entire timeline here. October 15th, order clarifying in-camera review. Okay, let me correct that, actually. October 14th, and then, obviously... you know what? I don't need to... There. Okay. Wondering if Star somehow remembers the lyrics I dropped earlier. Let me see. How long ago did you drop them? You can't man them, then you mop them. You can't stand them, then you drop them. You pop them because we pop them like Orville Redenbacher. Is this a Tyler lyric? If this destroys all Snark subreddits, the lawsuit wins morally. I'm not against necessarily there being a Snark, like being Snark subreddits, but like, you have to act like decent people. You know? Don't act like indecent people. Oh, okay. It's Lil Wayne. Okay, no, I don't know that then. Yes, it didn't sound like Tyler anyways. Have any of the quash motions been ruled on? No, we just have the in-camera review. I think the judge may not like what he did, but I really don't know. I hope he wins. Well, I don't know if it matters if the judge likes what he did, right? Because, like, the way that the copyright stuff works is like he filed his copyright, right? And they violated it. So, and Denims was very blatant about the way that she was very much trying to divert views and revenue from his podcast and from his show, not show, from his video. So there was speculation, I think from Luss earlier today, that Brogan may be reaching a settlement with H3H3. So, okay. So, okay, let's take a look at this. This is like declaration of Doe defendants in support of motion to quash. We've got declaration of the lawyer in support of Movens Doe defendants motion to quash. And then we've got Movens Doe defendants notice of motion and motion to quash. Okay. Casually doing it. Well, look, I don't know what happens. It seems to me as stream goes on. Every time I stream, as stream goes on, it feels like my hair gets weirder. So I actually doubt the judge cares that these idiots walk themselves into an obvious trap, but it's not a trap. It's not a trap. We have to stop calling it that, right? It's not a trap. It's not a trap for you to put an alarm system on your home. It's just you protecting your property. Is Ethan going to get any money out of it, or will it just be making a point? I mean, I think Ethan will probably be able to claim some money from it. I don't know if it'll be worth it. I think he just is doing this to do it, right? As somebody else, it was either Luss or I think it was Luss. Luss was saying that, you know, the main expense in these legal proceedings are the lawyer's expenses. So, I don't think Ethan really cares. Well, I think he cares, but he doesn't care about the money itself, right? He cares about the copyright infringement. Because, I mean, he's the original guy who got sued for it, right? So, and he had to prove it, and yeah. I mean, you say this, Mossad, but Ethan is more extreme than most people when it comes to, like, being pro-Palestine, so. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Movement, motion to quash. Motion to quash. Notes. All right, put this. No, I want it in this update. Wait, how do I update this? Okay. Then we've got move-ins, notice of motion to quash. Notice of motion and motion, introduction, everybody hates a critic. Take a look at 1. Statement of issues, statements of facts. TEI, Ethan Klein, Hassan Piker, and Denims, a web of reactionary content. The H3 Snark subreddit, a safe and anonymous space for criticisms of H3. Yeah, but it's not just for criticisms of H3. It is, like, literally, you have diverted views on purpose. This is not about just being a critic. This is about you literally trying to take away views. Literally trying to take away revenue. Literally getting members-only content. Like going around the members thing, getting members-only content. So, and the arguments, legal standard, quashing a subpoena generally, standard for unmasking anonymous speaker, motion to dismiss analysis, real evidentiary basis, Highfield's test applies here. TEI cannot meet its initial burden. TEI has not stated and cannot substantiate a claim for contributory infringement. TEI cannot show requisite knowledge for contributory infringement. TEI cannot show that DOE's induced, caused, or materially contributed to any direct infringement. DOE's megathreads were fair use. Okay. Interesting. Denim's use was fair use. Denim's use was transformative and does not supersede the original use. TEI's highly factual works support greater dissemination. That's so funny that they're calling them highly factual works. Denim's use did not negatively impact the market. It increased it. I don't think it did. 4, stripping on original elements. TEI's thin copyrights deserve little protection. Even if TEI had met its initial burden, the balance of harms weighs in favor of DOE's. If DOE's motion is not granted, DOE's request a protective order. DOE's reserve their right to seek their attorney's fees. Okay. What's in docket number 7? This is the declaration of the lawyer in support of movements DOE defendant's motion to quash. Hi, Eurylicious. How's it going? Interesting name. This is 548 pages, this declaration. Whoa. Whoa. This is... interesting. How long was the thing about, for comparison, guys, just so you know, the original complaint filed on behalf of TEI is 80 pages. The declaration in support of Movements DOE defendant's motion to quash is 548 pages. Into Claude it goes. Jesus. Gotta go, but have a good stream. Thank you. Whoa, dude. Let's go through each page. Also, everyone be nice or nightmare. Oh, thank you, Keldosh. Hope you're well. Wow. Okay. Yeah, guys, 80 pages to fucking 548? Wow. Okay. I'm not going to insult the lawyer. Lawyer's just doing her job. But this is a lot of pages. Holy shit. Like, wow. And then the declaration of Doe defendants in support of motion to quash is 158 pages. And let's see here. I don't know. Probably would be good for us to kind of get to know who the specific Does are, right? So Doe number 1 is female founder of H3 Snark and one of the mods. Sorry, my lips are dry. Doe number 2, female, resides in Canada, head mod of H3 Snark. Okay, so like Doe number 1, we want to come up with names for these people. Yagi Bear X and screen name Paris Hilton. But I don't know what their username is. Ozempic dealer. Doe number 2 is Roman P or H3 Snark mod team, I think. Interesting. So I think the declaration from like this moderator is supposed to be crazy. One second. We're all just Usha in disguise. That's funny. Sorry, I'm just looking at some other notes I took. Fuck. Where is it? Let me see. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay, I just need to figure out something. Kat, are you still here? Sorry. I was trying to figure out something. Okay. Motion to quash. Okay, introduction. Everybody hates a critic. By the way, guys, if you haven't already, please consider going to my Twitter and doing the Twitter challenge, okay? The way that you do that is you go to twitter.com or x.com, as they call it now, and I will link you the tweet, okay? You go to my tweet where I say I'm live, okay? And you like and you retweet it. Oh, I have 15 likes on this. How surprising. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Zaj, Spider, Zach, Retro Demon, Keldoj. And thank you, Emily, Devious Thoughts, Casey, Keldoj, Retro Demon, Spider, Zaj, Matt Calabrese, Zach, Phil's Holes. Who the fuck named their fucking Twitter account Phil's Holes? Full Custom Hot Dog. Okay, that's an interesting name. Cody Crenshaw, Osteo Ferocious, Dwarven Beard Crafts, and Zach Streams. Thank you. Twitter Challenge Pog. Okay, thank you guys. Very kind of you. I'll link this to you guys. I should really have put that I'm going over the court documents again. Oh, you know what? I'll just rename the stream actually. Okay, here is the tweet. How do I stream settings? Okay. Edit the name. H3H3 versus Denims versus H3 Snark subreddit influencers. Deep dive continued. Just retweeted. Thank you, Acid Lib. Very much appreciated. Thank you. My Twitter has 0 followers. I'm chronically allergic to social media. That's okay. That's okay. You're probably better off that way, to be honest. Okay. I'm almost wondering if I can, just to keep track of like all the different moderators, if I should just like put little pictures to represent them or something. This one is, because it seems like there's very like little information about this, you know? Right Salamander, Cav, H3 Snark, Mod Team 3, Wrong Salamander, Right Salamander, Pure Press. Like, this person is insane. Doe number 2. Introduction. Everybody hates a critic. On its face, the action is about copyright infringement. At its heart, however, the action is about stifling criticism and seeking retribution by unmasking individuals for perceived reputational harms TEI attributes to does unrelated to TEI's intellectual property rights. Jontism, thank you so much for the retweet. And don't worry, I'll delete the tweet later so it doesn't stay on your timeline forever. TEI publishes the H3 podcast, a popular live comedy and commentary podcast hosted primarily by Ethan Klein. This motion arises from TEI's attempt to compel disclosure of Doe's identities in the action, where TEI has sued Denims, a Twitch streamer and Does 1 through 10, who are or were moderators of a subreddit critical of TEI, its owners, and their H3 podcast. TEI purportedly seeks to hold Does accountable for alleged contributory copyright infringement for posting links to Denim's Twitch channel, on which Denim's live reacted to TEI's public content. In reality, TEI has not and cannot allege facts stating a claim for contributory infringement against Does, and the action and subpoenas are a thinly veiled pretext for obtaining Does identities in order to expose, punish, and dox Does for their roles as moderators of the critical subreddit H3 Snark. I don't know. I think that this information, again, guys, keep in mind the big question. Does Ethan Klein have the right to know who willfully and deliberately engaged in copyright infringement against him with intent to cause financial harm? And these, they're saying that this question isn't correct because they did not engage in contributory copyright infringement. Hi, Justin, Retro Stuff TV show channel. How's it going? No, you cannot come up on panel. It's not a panel. This is a research stream. Hey, Star. Hope the research is going well. It is. It is. So we're just about to go through their motion to quash, actually. I've heard that it's interesting. So, yeah. Whoops. Okay. Motion to quash. So, actually, let me copy that question. Good question. Right? In determining this, does Ethan Klein have the right to know who willfully and deliberately engaged in copyright infringement against him with intent to cause financial harm? Ooh, fun. The Declaration of Does is super bonkers. I'm so excited for that one. We're just going to kind of glance over this, okay? All right. So, TEI purportedly seeks to hold Does accountable for alleged contributory copyright infringement for posting links to Denim's Twitch channel, on which Denim's live reacted to TEI's public content. In reality, TEI has not and cannot allege facts stating a claim for contributory infringement against Does. And the action and subpoenas are a thinly veiled pretext for obtaining Does identities in order to expose, punish, and dox Does for their roles as moderators of the critical subreddit H3 Snark. But it's not just, wow. I mean, yeah, if you're engaging in harassment of him, his family, his workers' families, like, yeah, it's insane. Denim's live reacted to TEI's public content. Do they say why TEI has not and cannot allege facts stating a claim for, like, quite literally, they gave some pretty good examples. TEI improperly seeks to use the court's subpoena authority not for legitimate discovery, but to unmask and intimidate anonymous Does, whose only action was hosting lawful critical discussions of H3 and its content. I don't know if those were lawful. Pretty sure that they were intending to basically pirate this stuff, right? The subpoenas broadly demand account information from Reddit and Discord, despite Clear facts that A, none of the does uploaded, distributed, or provided copies of the allegedly infringed works. No, but they provided instructions, right, on how to get those posts, which by itself should be, sorry, not posts, how to get those works, which by itself should be against Reddit's terms of service, right? It should be against Reddit's terms of service. B, the posts that TEI alleges constitute unlawful contributory copyright infringement were created to centralize critical discussion and provided URLs to publicly accessible Twitch and YouTube user channels, which does understood would host only fair use commentary. Okay, but like again, these posts I think have direct like wording in it that say otherwise, right? C, no evidence exists of any coordination between does and denims. Again, one of these posts says the opposite. Or between does and any other Twitch or YouTube streamers. Additionally, denims allegedly infringing Twitch stream itself constituted fair use of an already very thin copyright registration. Why is it thin, though? This matter transcends copyright concerns. It directly implicates whether powerful entities can exploit judicial mechanisms to silence anonymous critics. Directly implicates whether powerful entities can exploit judicial mechanisms to silence anonymous critics. But I don't think so. Potentially finding the evidence is what the subpoena is for, yeah. Like, they can't find this evidence unless they get that information, right? Like, they're claiming this without having provided the information, so yeah, that's a good point. I think I'm like, I've cursed myself into wearing white forever on stream. Anytime I get in front of a camera, I can't wear a shirt other than a white color because I think all the other colors don't look good on me with this background. Isn't that strange? Like, it feels like I can't wear any other color now. I don't know. I tried to wear a pink top yesterday, and it didn't look good on camera. It looked terrible. I don't know what happened. I would like to be able to wear more than just white. So, I don't know if that makes any sense, but... I don't know. Maybe get a black leather jacket. Go for a sort of Brett Hitman Hart pink and black scheme. I don't know what Brett Hitman Hart is. Jake Breaker. Anyways, sorry for the distraction. Okay. No evidence exists of any coordination between the does and denims or between does and any other Twitch or YouTube streamers. Wrestler? The greatest Canadian of all time. Okay. This matter transcends copyright concerns. It directly implicates whether powerful entities can exploit judicial mechanisms to silence anonymous critics. At stake is the fundamental First Amendment right to anonymous speech on public matters. A right the Supreme Court has recognized as essential. Oh boy, they really are trying to make this a big thing. Okay. All right. So, at stake is the fundamental First Amendment right to anonymous speech on public matters, a right the Supreme Court has recognized as essential. Okay, but you can do anonymous free speech or whatever. I don't know. They still need to see all the messages and all that, and then... Allowing TEI's subpoenas would subject does to significant harassment, reputational harm, and professional repercussions solely for engaging in lawful speech. But it's not. It's not. More broadly, allowing the subpoenas will send a chilling message to internet moderators and commenters, criticize wealthy and influential individuals, and risk being unmasked in federal court. Okay. Statement of issues. What legal standard applies when a plaintiff seeks to unmask anonymous speakers engaged in First Amendment protected criticism under the guise of a contributory copyright infringement claim? But it's not just First Amendment protected criticism. It is, you literally posted this link in support of making sure the views for this video only went to a specific creator and not to the creator who made that work, right? The First Amendment only protects you from the federal government. Does it? I don't know all of that. Can't say I'm a law person, so. It's funny, their whole response is basically, we will get harassed because of all the harassment we did, yeah. Okay. Has TEI established a cause of action against those sufficient to warrant unmasking? If another content creator can get sued for this, I don't know why an influencer on Reddit can't get, subpoenaed, right? Like, damn, dude. You're just another content creator. You're not that, wow. Has TEI established a cause of action against those sufficient to warrant unmasking? Even if TEI has established a cause of action against those, do balancing factors, both public and private, weigh in favor of TEI's ability to unmask those? Do balancing factors, both public and private, weigh in favor of TEI's ability to unmask those? I think this has to do with actual fair use, right? The balancing factors. Even if TEI has established a cause of action against those, weigh in favor of TEI's ability to unmask those. Statement of facts. TEI, Ethan Klein, Hassan Piker, and Denims, a web of reactionary content. This feels like First Amendment means freedom of speech, not freedom from consequences situation, yeah. Ethan Klein is an Israeli-American YouTuber and podcaster best known as the host of the H3 podcast and co-creator of the YouTube channel H3H3 Productions, with his wife, Hila Klein. Together, Ethan and Hila own Plaintiff TEI, a production company that broadcasts the H3 podcast. Ethan is frequently in the public eye for his outspoken views, online controversies, and social media presence, maintaining over 5.7 million subscribers on his primary channel. Ethan formerly collaborated with Hassan Piker, another high-profile online content creator, and co-hosts on the Leftovers series on YouTube. Ethan and Piker's partnership drew a large following due to their contrasting backgrounds and lively debates on internet issues, politics, and news. Their relationship soured over deepening political disagreements, especially regarding the Israel-Palestinian conflict and the events following October 7th, 2023. Ethan is Israeli. I thought he's just Jewish. I don't know all the notes about his citizenship, but Hila is Israeli. So. Oh, he has Israeli citizenship? Oh, okay. But again, like, Ethan is like he's like more pro-Palestine than most people, you know? After the podcast end, yeah, I wouldn't call him Israeli-American either, actually. More like American or Israeli, if anything. After the podcast's end, their relationship declined as public criticism and social media jabs escalated into a highly public feud. They have exchanged critical videos, hosted a live debate in May 2025 that drew widespread attention, and discussed each other's platforms and communities, often highlighting and criticizing each other's political views on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Yes, he got citizenship when he lived in Israel with Hila for multiple years before she could get a green card. Oh, okay. American Jewish, maybe. Yeah, I would agree with that. Twitch streamer. I'm not going to read the name. Denims is a online content creator and streamer known for Twitch live streams and commentary, focusing on reaction content and debates on internet culture and politics. Denims is one of many critics of Ethan Gila and H3 and often discusses H3's views and controversies on her live stream. Denims is an associate of Piker. Does Piker even consider her an associate? Does he even consider her an associate? Okay. Okay. Reddit is a website and message board, home to thousands of communities, designed to bring users together in honest conversations, fostered by its users' abilities to speak anonymously. Reddit users communicate and engage through communities called subreddits. Okay, we already know all this. Moderators are unpaid volunteers, whatever. Okay. No, I don't want... No, stop it. I don't want you. Go away. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna skip over that. Subreddit about H3 was created on April 30th, 2023 for fallen fans of H3 to safely criticize H3, Ethan, and related topics. H3 Snark or subreddit. Fans of H3 were systematically banned from the official H3 subreddit of 580,000 members when they made critical comments. I suppose that's true, Chris. Yeah, I don't know all those details, so I don't know if it really matters, you know, all that. Okay. Ethan and Gila are the head mods of this official H3 subreddit. Banned users thus used alternative spaces like H3 Snark. Well, I'm gonna split. Gotta go watch Bloody Muscle Builder in Hell with my WoW guild. Hasta Rastas. Okay. Have fun. It's intentionally trying to bring politics into the complaint, maybe. Like H3 Snark, to freely discuss and critique Ethan's increasingly controversial statements about politics, world events, or popular culture topics, and his feuds with other creators and former co-hosts. Thus, H3 Snark. Emerged as a moderated subreddit with rules designed to foster a safe space for engaging in critical discussions related to H3 without censorship. Those are or were moderators of H3 Snark. This is really tough now that I'm looking at it. Like, just it looks so tough. Man, they had to have been like watching this for years to see all of this and like gather all this. I'm talking about like Ethan and his team, right? Because it looks like before they received a lot of abuse and a lot of harassment from these subreddits prior to even like Hassan and Ethan falling out, right? But it looks like they couldn't really pursue anything because of it. Oh, sorry, I got distracted. Anything because of, you know, just like Section 230, and you know they didn't have a way to, I don't know. I remember Ethan saying that like they would submit copyright claims and they would get turned down by Reddit which is crazy. There has to be a better recourse for people, right? Like, it just sounds impossible. Like, there needs to be a microscope on these people. You're not just a random user on a website. You are an influencer at this point. You are highly influential to a group of tons of people. They could have sued Reddit. I don't think they can. Yeah, the harassment they've had started after the Frenemies breakup, but got insane after October 7th. Yeah. This has been going on for years, so. The mods created rules, set up systems and pages, programmed auto mod code, and configured apps to assist moderation. 230 protects you until you refuse to action things. Interesting. Rules on what could be discussed on H3 Snark were firm and principled on civility. It's fair to say Reddit's lack of moderation is kind of responsible for this. The mods aim to foster a friendly and positive community where people did not harass others based on personal traits. Oh, really? That's funny. I'm going to just highlight that real quick. If Reddit doesn't take down the links, they can absolutely sue Reddit. Reddit is fairly quick to take things down for copyright. Reddit must not have seen it as an issue if they repeatedly disagree. It's interesting. Yeah, yeah, Will would know, actually. Will from Texas would know. If I recall correctly. Instead, discussion centered on actions or statements made on the H3 podcast. The thing is, like, yeah, Reddit kept turning it down, but they were coordinating, calling ICE on Love, contacting some of these workers' family members and their jobs and all of that. Like, that's insane, you know? I wonder, I guess maybe Reddit just took down the links and then just didn't respond. Reddit must not have seen it as an issue they repeatedly disagree. It's an interesting point. I'm just gonna write that down elsewhere just a second. It's not like the copyright review admins are the same as some stereotypical lefty Reddit safety admins, plus a lot of the copyrighted stuff had been automated for a while. Interesting, I didn't know that. With secondary reviews by humans. Ooh, that's very interesting. So I wonder what happened there. I wonder what your perspective is on all of this, Will. Okay. Discussion centered on actions or statements made on the H3 podcast, including concerns about Ethan's use of offensive language, including racial slurs, sexism, racism, and homophobia. The mod's efforts were guided by a sincere commitment to maintaining constructive dialogue, and they received positive feedback from many community members who appreciated the respectful environment. I don't know how you would legally proceed then if Reddit takes down the links of this copyrighted content. And then if, let's say H3 and their workers and the workers' family members are getting relentlessly harassed by this group. I don't know if there's legal recourse there. Is there? Like, are there any ways that they can like sue, or if they don't have any of these people's information, right? I don't know. Uh, Doe's also took copyright infringement seriously, consistently taking steps to comply with copyright and fair use laws. Mods actively removed infringing content, regularly updated their policies, reached out to Reddit admins for guidance, and even consulted a lawyer to ensure that content shared on the subreddit remained copyright compliant. If the mods actually wrongfully harassed Ethan, he should subpoena Reddit for their PEII for that reason, including possible police reports if these people are actually wasting government resources with things like fake CPS calls. Okay. Yeah. Saving that. Sorry. Let's see. After October 2024, the subreddit banned references and links to alternative viewing websites. Further, mods created an automated copyright disclaimer, which automatically attached to every single post on the subreddit. While mods can set community guidelines, they are not responsible for content posted by subreddit users. Despite this, Ethan has, for some time, accused the subreddit and its mods of defaming him, harassing him, engaging in hate crimes against him, and later, after the subreddit was inactive, sending both child protective services and human skulls to his house. What is the subreddit was inactive, but didn't they switch to a different subreddit? To be clear, does are not responsible in any way for the atrocious behavior described above or any instance of harassing or defaming Ethan or H3. But they did have then they had leftovers H3 that they switched to, and then they went back to H3 Snark. If it is hitting the mods and Reddit for copyright, he should show that previous reports on Reddit failed. Like, I would have logged my reports and then subpoenaed Reddit for the actions taken by the admins and mods for each specific report of copyright infringement. Ooh, interesting, Will. Okay. Very interesting, Will. Thank you. Yet, Ethan and H3 have repeatedly attributed such atrocious conduct to Doze and have repeatedly made threats toward and against Doze on the H3 podcast. Despite Ethan's claims against Doze being false, inaccurate, and or entirely unsubstantiated, Ethan's attacks on Doze are integral to the H3 podcast and prime the H3 audience to believe that any and all actions Ethan takes against the Doze are justified. Ethan explicitly uses his podcast to incite his fans against the mods of H3 Snark. Indeed, H3 fans and supporters themselves, incited and emboldened by Ethan, have launched multiple threats against the H3 Snark mods. In addition to actual threats and incitement, H3 has repeatedly threatened to sue Doze. In 2023, these threats escalated, including warnings that Ethan would involve the FBI and pursue legal action for defamation and hate speech. But Ethan has not brought such lawsuits because 1. Does are immune from liability for the actions of the subreddit users under 47 U.S.C. 230. And 2. Doe's speech is highly protected First Amendment speech, and any legal action against the H3 Snark mods under traditional tort theories is subject to strict scrutiny and free speech protections, such as California's anti-SLAPP statute, CCP 42516. What happened to the mods that got caught gooning too hard or what? So basically what happened, Spider, is so there's like this lawsuit ongoing, right? Because Denim's, very blatantly admitted to stealing views from Ethan, stealing revenue from Ethan, all of that, right? Multiple times across multiple days, all of that. And Ethan is subpoenaing the H3 Snark subreddit because they contributed to elevating Denim's stream and having it serve as a market replacement for Ethan's stream and video. So Ethan has also threatened to uncover the H3 Snark mods' identities using digital forensics investigators. Okay. Ethan's intentions are clear. He has repeatedly expressed his eagerness to expose Does to their friends, family, workplaces, and schools. He even admitted on his podcast to creating his own subreddits to harass Does. No, I mean, there's Snark. I feel like if you were, again, you are an influencer on Reddit, you are open to the same kind of scrutiny as you claim to do to Ethan. I don't know. Like, that's how girl world works, okay? All of those people are open to scrutiny. I haven't even engaged fully with that group, and like, they're insane. And they know it. My goodness. Man. Okay. So, let's see here. B. Okay, now we're on C. Ethan lays a trap. Nuke and countdown. DEI promotes Nuke heavily as a controversial piece and registers copyrights. Okay. According to TEI, Nuke is a tragicomic documentary critiquing Hassan and Twitch, comprised of original footage, highly edited montages, parodic skits, and archival matters. Nuke is largely comprised of informational elements. i.e. facts history. Nuke's copyright registration excludes the pre-existing footage, pre-existing photographs, and pre-existing music the film uses from other publications, and those elements are present in a staggering amount. Indeed, of the 1 hour, 42 minutes, and 5-second running time of Nuke, approximately 5 minutes, 58.5 seconds contains only original or new TEI content, accounting for 5.58% of the total video. And about 1 minute, 1.5 seconds of Nuke consists of only new TEI content. 1% of the video. Okay, this is interesting here. Only original or new TEI content. If Ethan and his lawyers really believe there is coordination between Reddit and Snark mods, subpoena all conversations related to the Optery software. Oh. Interesting. That's interesting. Before its release, Ethan built up public interest in Nuke by discussing it on the H3 podcast. With public interest in Nuke came an equal interest in being able to comment on or criticize it through safe channels. TEI controlled spaces such as the H3 podcast, official YouTube channel's live chat, and comment section, as well as the H3 official subreddit, had grown increasingly hostile towards criticism. This is called marketing. H3 hosts on January 31st, 2025, H3 hosted its regularly scheduled podcast, but the theme was purportedly to promote the release of the nuke. That same day, H3 published Nuke on its YouTube channel, which was publicly viewable. Following publication of Nuke, Ethan himself publicly broadcast Nuke in full on a continuous 24/7 loop on Twitch, starting from March 5th to April 4th, 2025. Denim's live reacts. We're on page 15 out of 34. I think we're doing pretty well here. Haven't taken very much notes at all. I've just highlighted a few things. We go back over them. Denim's live reacts. Those facilitate safe criticism and foster conversation. Hi, Ghost Herder. How's it going? In advance of Nuke's release, several streamers, including Denim's, publicly stated that they plan to live react to the film, i.e., provide reactions and commentary while viewing Nuke. Okay. Well, so the Nuke was available in 2 different places where they could have legally watched it. Okay. The subreddit received, let's see here. In advance of this, several streamers, including Denim's, publicly stated that they plan to live react to the film, i.e., provide reactions and commentary while viewing the Nuke. The subreddit received sharp increases in user submissions about anticipated reactions to the Nuke, with community members expressing hesitation to watch it directly from H3/TEI out of fear of retaliation and a desire to collectively react through alternative streams that aligned with the subreddit's atmosphere. Okay, this is an interesting claim here. How would he have retaliated, Lamau? I mean, I guess they'll probably cite the Instagram thing, right? Where that guy like commented on Gila's tattoo. 9:41 already, huh? The first mega thread, posted January 30th, states Doe's intentions of providing a space to discuss nuke, to react, comment, update on the thread, while instructing users to abide by the subreddit's rules, including those on copyright and fair use. It included links to the channels of creators who had indicated that they planned to stream their reactions or post-reaction videos in the coming days, including a link to Denim's Twitch channel. Second mega thread posted 3 minutes after the nuke was released, offered places to watch reactions to this video. Emphasis added. Included links to live reacting streamers as well as H3's own live broadcast of the nuke. Okay. The third mega thread, posted on January 31st, 3 minutes after the countdown began, hyperlinked to Denim's Twitch channel and included a pinned mod comment providing links to other streamers who would be reacting. The first mega thread was posted before release of Countdown and Nuke. Third was posted before the nuke. The mega threads only linked directly to official Twitch and YouTube user landing pages. Links contained no unauthorized mirrors, VODs, or download links. The sole purpose of these megathread posts was to facilitate lawful real-time commentary and critique, and each contained the AutoMod copyright disclaimer. Does themselves did not watch any of the streamers live reacting, including Denim's. On June 19th, 2025, TEI filed 3 lawsuits. 1, the action. 2, a lawsuit against Morgan. Oh, sorry, I'm not going to read that out loud. TEI filed 3 lawsuits. 1, the action. 2, lawsuit against Frogan and Doze. A lawsuit against Casey and Doze. Frogan and Casey Tron are also streamers who live reacted to the nuke. They try to claim it was unsafe to watch from H3's video directly because he could see who watched it from his analytics / backend. LOL, something weird like that. Yeah, no, I mean, like, what was Ethan gonna do? Like, I understand they're probably gonna use like the Instagram situation as an example of like why they felt threatened by him or whatever. But I don't think that's analogous at all, right? TEI alleges that Denim's directly infringed on TEI's copyrights by her reaction to both during her 10-hour stream on January 31st, 2025. Yeah, but the 10-hour stream doesn't mean much. They really emphasize that 10-hour stream, huh? Yeah, she did a 10-hour stream, but the 10 hours was not her reacting. TEI further alleges that Doze committed contributory infringement by posting links to Denim's Twitch channel. Before a Rule 26F conference, TEI and Denim's agreed to allow TEI to take expedited discovery and serve the subpoenas on Reddit and Discord. Also, millions of people watch the video. How would he know who anonymous Redditors are? Yeah. The Central District of California. That's a good point. I'm going to write these down, actually. Because they feared, what, retribution from Ethan? Community members expressing hesitation to watch it directly from the H3 out of fear of retaliation, yeah. Places to watch reactions to this video. But again, there was emphasis on taking views. There are millions of people who watch the video. How would Ethan know who anonymous Redditors were if they were engaging in critical discussion elsewhere? They could have watched without signing into their YouTube accounts. It's also silly, yeah. Like, I guess they're gonna say, like, oh, they wanted to engage in critical discussion while they were watching, but they could have done that without... Sorry, I got distracted. Okay. Oh, it's 9:50. I have to put my birds to bed soon. Forgot where I was. Right, I was saying they wanted to engage in critical discussion. They're probably going to say they wanted to engage in critical discussion while watching it, but they could have done that while still watching it from the original source, right? They could have made an H3 Snark mega thread in Snark to chat shit and had only the H3 video linked. That way it's not infringement. Good point. I'm gonna copy paste that if you don't mind. Okay. There are a couple of other things I highlighted too. Ethan himself publicly broadcast the nuke in a full-on continuous 24/7 loop on Twitch. Yeah, but I don't know that that means anything. What's the point of... There's this indeed one of the 1 hour, 42 minutes, and 5-second running time of the nuke. Approximately 5 minutes, 58.5 seconds contains only original or new TEI content, accounting for around 5.58% of the total video, and about 1 minute, 1.5 seconds of the nuke only consists of only new TEI content. This one is interesting because for them to claim this, they would have to claim that he is not using the clips of Hassan in fair use, right? This one is interesting. And not being new doesn't mean they get to steal it as well. Ethan himself publicly broadcast the nuke. Oops. Also, this one. Nuke's copyright registration excludes the pre-existing footage. I do think that's interesting. I can't hear her. Is my phone bugging? Can you guys hear me? Okay. So this part's interesting, and I wonder what they're going to reply with here. I can hear. Hello, aristocracy. How's it going? Okay, so I think that's interesting. I think this is interesting. You're quieter than you were? Wait, really? I didn't change anything. Did Am I really quieter than I used to be? I shouldn't be. I didn't do anything. No, it's normal? Okay. Interesting. You're fine now? You were talking very quietly. Wasn't a tech issue. Okay. Right. You scared me for a second. Okay. Let's continue reading, guys. Second mega thread, places to watch reactions to this video. Included links to live reacting streamers as well as H3's own live broadcast of the nuke. Link contains no unauthorized mirrors, VODs, or download links. The sole purpose of these megathreads posts was to facilitate lawful real-time commentary and critique, and each contain the AutoMod copyright disclaimer. Sorry. Sorry, guys, just a second. Okay. Why? Why is this like this? Okay, there. Okay. The links contain no unauthorized mirrors, VODs, or download links. Places to watch reactions of this video. Okay, so maybe I'll put here. Is that kind of seems like an important point for them, at least, right? No, I don't. Wait, what? No, I don't want it. I don't want it there. No, I don't want it there. I want it here. I don't want it there. Okay, fuck it. Okay. All right. One of the threads, the second mega thread. Okay. The second mega thread. Offered places to watch reactions to this video and included links to live reacting streamers as well as H3's own live broadcast of Nuke. Okay. The girl with the mic talked about this in one of her streams. Apparently, the only link to the H3 video on one of their posts was a hyperlink attached to a lowercase I in the post. Ooh, okay, that's interesting. The only link to the H3 video on one of their posts was a hyperlink attached to a lowercase I on the post. Okay, interesting. I made a cameo on the Hasanabi stream. He reacted to the tweet calling out Dan Saltman for not caring about Kaya. Interesting. Do you have a link? That's cool. I think there may be a screenshot of it in this motion. Okay. All right. The first mega thread was posted before release of Countdown and Nuke. The third posted before the nuke. The mega threads only link directly to official Twitch and YouTube landing pages. Links contain no unauthorized mirrors, VODs, or download links. The sole purpose of these mega threads posts was to facilitate lawful real-time commentary and critique, and each contained the AutoMod copyright disclaimer. Hi, aristocracy. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us. Those themselves did not watch any of the streamers live reacting, including Denims. Doe's, they cite the Doe's declaration, which we'll take a look at later. Ooh, okay. Sorry, let me just respond to this text real quick. That's not true. Wando did, I think. Okay. These documents is crazy. Yeah. Okay. Okay, sorry. So, yeah, here it is. Where is it? Denim's directly infringed. Where was I? Fuck. Those themselves did not watch any of the live streamers live reacting, including Denim's. And then there's these declarations. I'm not sure that this really matters if the doe. Why does it matter if the does themselves did not watch any of the streamers live reacting? Why does it matter? Right? If you're still facilitating the abuse of copyright, right? Goes themselves did not watch any of the streamers live reacting, including Denim's. Why does this matter? If contributing to copyright infringement, it doesn't matter. Like, they're facilitating. It's not even contributing. They're facilitating copyright infringement. It doesn't matter if they themselves watch it or not. Right. So like I guess I would think about like LimeWire or like any of those pirating sites, right? Like people still got in trouble even if they facilitated like I don't know if this is a good example, but I'm just thinking of LimeWire. If they facilitated like the exchange of like copyrighted content, whether they themselves consumed it, right? So okay. TEI alleges that Denim's directly infringed on TEI's copyrights in Nuke and Countdown by her reactions to both during her 10-hour stream on January 31st on 2025. Okay, so then they bring up that Denim's stream was 10 hours, right? They obviously include this because they want to emphasize that her stream was 10 hours, as if to say, how could this possibly violate it? Ooh, thank you so much, Kokomof. Leia Rose Vulik Declaration Exhibit H. Okay, thank you. Put that here. The reaction, or not the it's not even a reaction. The stream being 10 hours does not, like, it's not, it doesn't mean anything, right? That the reaction itself was, sufficient, right? The reaction to the copyrighted content itself was sufficient. Okay. Then, did 10 hours to infringe on both of H3's videos, LOL. Before a Rule 26F conference, TEI and Denims agreed to allow TEI to take expedited discovery and serve the subpoenas on Reddit and Discord. The Central District of California judge granted their stipulation on July 31st, 2025, signing the proposed order filed therewith without any modifications. TEI issued the subpoenas to Reddit and Discord. The subpoenas broadly ask for identifying information for does and for all moderators of the subreddit from January 1st through February 28th, 2025. I think Spider, ooh. Oh, I see this. It's a screenshot of Hassan reacting to Spider being mentioned, I guess? Or wait, let me see. Made a cameo on Hassan Abi's stream. He reacted to the tweet calling out Dan Saltman for not caring about Kaya. Okay. Interesting. That's cool, Spider. Very cool. Okay. Oh, I should check on my birds. Just a second. TEI alleges 3 categories of conduct related to the H3 Snark subreddit. 1. Rampant infringement, including posting of links to the H3 content on YouTube. The mega threat, 2. Fraudulent DMCA counter notifications. 3. The mega threads. Of these categories, only the mega thread allegations directly relate to the alleged inducement. TEI's allegations against those are 1. Facially incorrect, 2. Based on conclusory allegations and assumptions, or 3. Not observations about does at all. First, the complaint ignores the text and context of the mega threads. They learned something from Hassan, guys. It's a Hassan line. First, the complaint ignores the text and the context of the mega threads. We love context. The actual text of the mega threads shows their purpose of providing a safe environment to discuss and criticize H3. Again, they could engage in critical discussion of H3 while still watching the original content and not watching somebody who was bragging very blatantly about stealing views. Okay. The links within the mega threads were to each streamer's general channel, not to any specific content alleged to be infringing at the time of the posting. This doesn't fucking matter because when you stream your channel, like when you stream on Twitch, the link to your channel just shows the specific stream. Don't mention the line, watch the nuke without giving H3 views in the mega thread. Ooh, a good point. Out of context, LOL, yeah. Good point, good point. This, leaves out the line of them giving, wanting to watch the nuke without giving H3 views in the mega thread. We love out of context. Okay. Well, I think I got something, guys. We got an exclusive. Oh boy. Breaking news. Do we have is Spider here? Spider. Okay, so breaking news, according to the dockets, H3 has filed their opposition. So we have that now. We have that. Joint declaration of Ethan and Gila Klein in support of TED Entertainment. Opposition to the Doe defendant's motion to quash plaintiffs' subpoenas to Reddit and Discord. Yeah, breaking news, guys. Okay. So this is the Klein declaration, but they also they also filed their opposition. Exciting, yeah. 93. Well, I mean, come on. We're in the middle of this. 17 pages out of 34. Okay, this is not exciting to Spider, I guess. Okay, so all right, should we react to this right now? The complaints, allegations about Doe's knowledge of alleged infringements are false, conclusory, and or would require Doe's to be precognitive. The first mega thread was made before Countdown and Nuke, before Denims reacted to them. Third was posted before Denims reacted to Nuke. But like, again, we've got evidence that they knew what they were doing. TI never notified Doe's that it believed Denim's stream was infringing / not fair use until it filed the action. Okay, well, you should have known. Doe's did not delete the mega threads. Sorry, just a second. Okay. I'm assuming it'll give the mods claims and H3's rebuttal to each in the new doc. You know what? You're right. We should react to it now. We should react to it. So, okay. This is the declaration. Let me link the stream one more time. Since we have so this is the direct response to the Doe's declaration. It's kind of like a witness statement, I guess. Let me just post on Twitter. Reading the Klein declaration in response to the H3 Snark statement, right? The new okay. All right. Joint declaration of Ethan and Gila Klein in support of TEI, of TED Entertainment Incorporated's opposition to the Doe defendant's motion to quash plaintiff subpoenas to Reddit Incorporated and Discord Incorporated. Okay. We, Ethan and Gila Klein, do hereby state and declare as follow. 1. Let me just focus on this fully, actually. Okay, guys, just if you don't mind, go give this a like and a retweet if you don't mind, okay? All right. All right, let's just go through it. Sorry for the delay. All right. We, Ethan and Gila Klein, do hereby state and declare as follows. We are both over the age of 18. We are the sole co-owners of Plaintiff TED Entertainment, and we have personal knowledge of the facts contained in this declaration, and if called and sworn as witnesses, we could and would completely testify thereto. Where matters are within both of our personal knowledge, we shall use the first person, e.g., we, us, our. Where matters pertain to or are within the personal knowledge of one of us, we shall use the third person, i.e., Ethan for Ethan Klein and Gila for Gila Klein. We make this declaration in support of TEI's opposition to the motion to quash plaintiff subpoenas to Reddit Incorporated and Discord Incorporated of the defendants/movements Does, collectively the H3 Snark mods. introduction, and an apology. Make this full screen. We apologize in advance for the length of this declaration. It is not our intention to burden the court with unnecessary information, but the H3 Snark mods make numerous assertions against us that are false and misleading. Our greatest fear is that the court takes these assertions at face value and signs off on this false narrative. Oh, thank you for liking the stream. Guys, please be like Days and like the stream. Our objective with this declaration is to correct the record and provide critical context. To facilitate ease of use, we are providing headings and bookmarks for topics to assist the court in identifying the exact information it requires. We wish to immediately address the most glaring omission from the motion and the H3 Snark's mods declaration. The most frequent form of criticism made on H3 Snark is that we advocate and participate in the genocide of Palestinians. Wow. Both of us are Jewish Israeli Americans, but both before and after October 7th, we have condemned Israel's treatment of the Palestinians. We have also described Israel's war in Gaza as a genocide and donated to Palestinian relief charities. Since October 7th, we have suffered incessant abuse and harassment, fostered in large part by the H3 Snark mods. Merely because we do not support political violence, e.g. Hamas, and we believe in a two-state solution instead of the immediate eradication of Israel. We shall provide further details to support these assertions below. Good faith. Conditions we agree for this court to impose on us. 4. The vast majority of the H3 Snark mods concerns are what we will publicly say about them and what our audience shall do if we publicly disclose their identities. We have made multiple attempts to address the H3 Snark's mods' concerns, which were apparently rejected. Sorry, just a second. Okay. 5, to demonstrate that TEI is pursuant, not pursuant. To demonstrate that TEI is pursuing its claims in good faith, we are repeating what we offer the H3 Snark mods and agree that, if the court deems it appropriate, to incorporate any or all of the following conditions into the court's order. First, on August 19th, 2025, we promised the H3 Snark mods that we shall only use their identities to pursue the claims of contributory infringement alleged against them in the following actions. 1. TED Entertainment Incorporated versus Denims. 2. TED Entertainment Incorporated versus Frogan. I'm using their usernames. And 3, TED Entertainment Incorporated versus Caseytron. At this time, we have no intention of pursuing any other claims against the H3 Snark mods, whether in our personal capacities or for our entities, i.e. TEI and Teddy Fresh Incorporated. If the court denies the motion, we discover we have additional claims against the H3 Snark mods, we are willing to make a prima facie showing that the claims are viable as a condition for such claims proceeding. Second, on August 28th, 2025, we promised to not publicly reveal the H3 Snark mods' personal identifying information or publicly address them in their individual capacity. We made this offer on condition that the H3 Snark mods would reciprocate, as it would avoid a scenario where we would have to defend ourselves. If the court denies the motion, we promise we will not disclose any personal identifying information about the H3 Snark mods or address them in their individual capacities. We are willing to submit to contempt proceedings in the event of an alleged breach, with the prevailing party entitled to its attorney's fees. Ooh. Third, we are willing to publicly state to our audience and the public at large not to contact or harm the H3 Snark mods, their families, their employers, or educational institutions whatsoever. Part 1. Relevant background. The objective of Part 1 of our declaration is to provide the essential background facts and context for TEI's opposition to the motion in the most concise manner possible. Part 2 of our declaration is directed at addressing the assertions made against us by the H3 Snark mods. I should probably update my stream here, or update the name of the stream. New declaration. Give me a second here. Sorry for the interruption. Background of TEI. We are the sole owners of TEI. Let me just read relevant background, actually, one more time. Part 1, relevant background. The objective of Part 1 of our declaration is to provide the essential background facts and context for TEI's opposition to the motion in the most concise manner possible. Part 2 of our declaration is directed at addressing the assertions made against us by the H3 Snark mods. Background of TEI. We are the sole owners of TEI. While we both jointly run TEI, Ethan's official position is Chief Executive Officer of TEI, and Gila's official position is Secretary of TEI. We co-host the H3 show together. Additionally, TEI employs nearly a dozen people. We have a very close relationship with the employees of TEI and consider them family. How does this relate to copyright? Ethan wants to sue the Reddit mods, basically, yeah. TEI is a production company that produces online content primarily on YouTube. TEI owns various YouTube channels, including H3H3 Productions, H3 Podcast, Ethan Klein, Gila Klein, Ethan and Gila, and H3 Podcast Highlights. Currently, TEI is best known for producing the podcast The H3 Show, FKA The H3 Podcast. Full episodes of The H3 Show are uploaded to the H3 Podcast YouTube channel. During the period when the events relevant to this dispute occurred, TEI released 4 live broadcasts of the H3 show a week. 3 of these episodes were available to the general public, but 1 was accessible only to paying members of the H3 Podcast YouTube channel. At that time, each podcast had a duration of approximately 3 hours and 30 minutes. The H3 show provides comedic, frequently bombastic commentary on current events and public figures, primarily as it concerns the online community. The type of content posted on the H3 Productions channel is both similar and different to the type of content posted onto the H3 Podcast channel. Both H3 Podcast and the H3H3 Productions channel discusses current events and public figures, primarily as it concerns the online community in a comedic and bombastic manner. The H3 show, which is broadcast live, is much more freeform in structure, while content uploaded to the H3H3 Productions channel is scripted, highly edited, and usually contains visual effects. Both of us work together on videos for the H3H3 Productions channel. From June 2020 through January 2025, TEI did not upload content onto the H3H3 Productions channel, focusing solely on the H3 show. We are proud to have shaped and protected fair use law as applied to online reaction videos. In 2016, we were sued in our individual capacities for copyright infringement, defamation, and misrepresentation under 17 U.S.C. Section 512 by Matt Hassan Zadeh, PKA Matt Haas / the Bold Guy. The copyright claim concerned a video uploaded to the now Klein YouTube channel called The Big, the Bold, the Beautiful, the Klein video, which was a critical and humorous reaction to Matt Haas's video, Bold Guys versus Parkour Girl, the Haas video. We prevailed on summary judgment, and the district court published its decision as Hassanzadeh versus Klein. Our backgrounds. We are high-profile Jewish, Israeli, American online content creators. Hila was born in Israel, while Ethan was born in the United States. After we met in Israel nearly 20 years ago, Ethan decided to move to Israel to be with Hila. As a result, Ethan became a naturalized citizen of Israel. A large portion of Hila's immediate and extended family live in Israel. Shortly after turning 18, Hila was required to fulfill mandatory service in the Israeli Defense Forces, the IDF. She served in the IDF from 2006 to 2008. Upon enlistment, Hila was assigned a non-combat role. As such, she only received 1 month of basic training. In contrast, combat roles require anywhere from 4 months to a year of basic training. Throughout her mandatory service in the IDF, Hila served as a secretary. Initially, she was assigned to work at an IDF office in Tel Aviv, where she would commute to work while living with her parents. Hila experienced great difficulty connecting with other soldiers in her office and was at the age where she wanted to experience some independence from her family. As a result, she requested to be reassigned. When a request for reassignment is made, the soldier making the request is unable to select or provide any input on where they will be reassigned, except that a non-combat soldier will not be assigned to a combat role. Hila was reassigned to be secretary of the unit commander in the Duchifat Battalion, which was based in Ramallah, located in the West Bank. During the period in which Hila served, Duchifat Battalion worked in coordination with the Palestinian Authority on security issues. Hila's duties included communications, scheduling, and general administrative duties. Review the clip I sent in DMs. Ooh, okay. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I hope this is accurate. Okay. I hope everything I said is accurate, is what I'm saying. Thank you so much, Spider. Thank you. Oh my god, it's so cute. I love it. Thank you. You're amazing, Spider. Thank you. I wonder if I should post that. I should probably put that, maybe on Twitter. I don't know. I mean, Spider, if you want to tweet it out, I'll retweet you, actually. Since it's your work. Okay. Yeah. I'll retweet you, Spider. On one occasion, Hila's unit commander offered her to ride along on a patrol. Since Hila had not received combat training, she would have to do so in secret, as she was not authorized to do so under the IDF's rules and guidelines. Hila thought the experience would help her better understand the on-ground realities for both residents of Ramallah and the Dushafat battalion faced regularly provide insights that would help her perform her duties. Throughout the ride-along, Gila remained in the armored vehicle. This was to ensure she would not get ensnared into a combat situation where she would be incapable of defending herself. On one occasion during the ride-along, Gila was escorted by several troops to view the location of the arrest of militants and their weapons cache. Am I saying that right? Cache. I don't know how to say that word. This survey was extremely brief, and Gila quickly returned to the armored vehicle. Okay. On November 11th, 2017, Ethan interviewed Gila and asked, amongst other things, about her service in the IDF. As a non-native English speaker who had recently moved to the United States, Gila sometimes struggled to convey her thoughts and properly express herself in English. While her proficiency in English has increased tremendously over the past 5 years, she still has moments where she must translate words from Hebrew into English to express herself properly. Despite being repeatedly accused of supporting and participating in the genocide of Palestinians, we have both been very outspoken in our criticism of the State of Israel and our support for Palestinian self-determination even before October 7th. Below are some noteworthy examples. Ooh, I think I remember talking about one of these myself when Snarkers were initially, and not just Snarkers, when the Hassan Sphere was also making these claims that they're like pro-Israel. Because Ethan and Gila, I remember them going onto a podcast in like 2018 and talking about this. So, in the November 11th, 2017 interview between Ethan and Gila, we had a nuanced conversation of the Israel-Palestine conflict, including expressing our strong criticism of the Israeli government and IDF. On December 8th, 2020, Ethan conducted a conversation with his co-host at the time, Trisha Paytas, about the Israel-Palestine conflict. He explained why she should not be dismissive of the Free Palestine movement and helped her understand the Palestinian perspective of conflict, even referring to the situation as a genocide and apartheid. On May 15th, 2021, Ethan made an Instagram post condemning Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu. This occurred during the Unity Intifada that took place from May 10th, 2021 through May 21st, 2021. The post was made specifically in response to the IDF destroying the Al Jalaa building, which housed Al Jazeera and the Associated Press. Below is a true and correct screenshot of Ethan's May 15th, 2021 Instagram post, including Gila liking the post because of her agreement. And here it is, H3H3 Productions. The Israeli government is making me sick. Even if Hamas is operating out of a civilian building, it doesn't justify the total destruction of that building. It's inhumane. Netanyahu is a piece of shit warmonger and needs to go. As a dual citizen, I love Israel and the Israeli people. They deserve a government that actually believes in peace and not force and violence. The ultra-right Jewish settlers are amongst, the ultra-right Jewish settlers are among the greatest provocateurs in the world. They are shameless and hateful, fueled by religious zeal, and enabled by the Israeli government. I wish the settling and repossession of Palestinian land would stop. I wish the bombing in Gaza would stop. Gazans deserve to live a life free of fear. For all of the crimes Hamas has committed, we must always remember that they are not Palestine. The Israeli government holds all of the power, and it is on them to stop the violence and show a true willingness for peace. Wait, Hassan and the Snarkers lied? Oh, yeah. Wonder about that one. Yeah, couldn't. Yeah. I mean, it just either lying or just like purposeful, like misportraying, right? Like, we've seen this before. So. Ooh, thank you. Thank you, Spider. Paste. parentheses. Oh! Thank you, Spider. You're so based. Okay, guys, go like and retweet Spider's. He made like a little graphic, a little short for Twitter. Oh my god, I love you, Spider. You're amazing. Thank you. Okay. All right, 19. After October 7, 2023, we became even more vocal in our support for the Palestinian cause and condemning the actions of Israel. We spoke about the conflict in approximately 70 separate podcast episodes. Below are some notable examples. On October 12, 2023, Ethan conducted a near 4-hour conversation about the conflict where he described Israel's actions against the Palestinians a genocide, openly wept recalling the image of Palestinian father holding his dead infant child, and called Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal, amongst many other statements showing support and empathy for the Palestinian people. I very vividly remember this episode. It's really painful to watch Ethan so Ethan was just like beside himself, really, you know, very, very, and it was touching, you know, it was very touching to see. Yeah, you can just see it. Like, he couldn't help himself. He was so upset by it. And it's upsetting, right? So on November 20th, 2023, Ethan and the crew discussed their hope to see a ceasefire and the atrocities end in Gaza. On November 25th, 2024, Ethan had an hour-and-a-half conversation with the Arab online content creator Lonerbox, our nice Arab boy, about the history of the Israeli-Arab conflict. On May 23rd, 2025, Ethan had an hour-long conversation with Palestinian activist and scholar Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib about pragmatic solutions to the conflict. Also very based person. Snark subreddits and the rise of H3 Snark. Okay. 20. Snark subreddits are a relatively new genre of message boards on Reddit. There are numerous Snark subreddits, but they tend to share common characteristics. First, they're usually focused on a single public figure. Second, people who frequent Snark subreddits are compulsively obsessed with not just critiquing, but hating their target. They have received intense criticism in the media, being described as a form of cyberbullying, invasive of their subject, often getting details wrong and engaging in harassment. The widow of the YouTuber Michaela Rains blamed her Snark subreddit for contributing to her suicide. I kind of want to see this.
Really interesting guest. Let's bring him on. His name is.
Sorry, guys, I'm just pulling this up here. I want to pull this up real quick.
Really interesting.
Oh, whoops. Sorry. I could have just put this in a different Sorry, I should have just put this in a different thing. Okay, let me just pull this here.
Guest. Let's bring him on. His name is, once again, Ahmed.
Oh, okay, this is a different one. 16. Where's 16? This is it. Michaela Rain suicide. Okay. Bro. Give me the link. Okay. Blamed her Snark subreddit for contributing to her suicide. Petition aims to take down Reddit Snark page about Save a Fox YouTuber after she died by suicide. Oh yeah, I remember this. I remember this. This woman committed suicide after suffering from intense bullying, online bullying. Her husband claims she died by suicide amid online bullying. The founder of the Fox sanctuary, Save a Fox, recently committed suicide due in large part to horrendous cyberbullying by the subreddit Save a Fox Snark and many other wildlife subs. The Change.org petition read, "This tragedy could have been prevented so easily. In the year of 2025, we should know by now how devastating and cruel cyberbullying is. It's even a crime in many civilized countries." On Monday, June 23rd, Rain's husband, Ethan Frankamp, broke the news that she died. In a video shared via the Save a Fox Rescues channel, Frankamp alleged that Rains had been dealing with ridiculous claims and rumors being spread about her online for a few years, including from rival animal sanctuaries. And being the sensitive human that she was, Michaela took it all to heart. Frankamp said, alleging that Rains ended her life a couple of days prior amid rude words, accusations, and name-calling shared by people whom she considers close friends. That's very painful. Frankamp shared that his wife, with whom he shared a daughter, Freya, suffered from depression, borderline personality disorder, and autism. He noted that the recent criticism made her feel as if the entire world had turned against her. She couldn't bear what she was feeling any longer, and she ended her life, Frankamp said. It breaks my heart that someone who is selfless and devoted her life to animals could have so much negativity pointed to her. Okay, yeah. Oh, by the way, guys, Spider made this awesome graphic here. Has filed their opposition. So we have that now. We have that. Joint declaration of Ethan and Gila Klein in support of TED Entertainment. Opposition to the Doe defendant's motion to quash plaintiffs' subpoenas to Reddit and Discord. Okay, I'll just link it one more time. I still don't get it. All these arguments seem to be aimed at proving a true Snark is bad. So no, that's not what it is, John April. So basically what we have here in our timeline, just so you guys have an idea here, okay? Hold it up here. So, this is part of the H3H3 Denims, H3H3 Productions versus Denims lawsuit, essentially. So, basically, as part of the lawsuit against Denims for infringing on their copyright. Who's the person that died? Just a person that they're citing in here. Michaela Rains. She was like somebody who also had a Snark subreddit dedicated to her. Anyways, back to this. So as part of the lawsuit, basically, TEI filed a subpoena. Denham's and her lawyers agreed to the subpoena of Reddit and Discord for the information of these moderators of this subreddit who they are alleging facilitated copyright, like basically facilitated the violation of their copyrighted material, right? And they allege that these moderators basically shared Denham's link and were very blatant about not wanting to give Ethan any views for his content. So basically, the moderators responded, right? The H3 Snark mods responded because they don't want to give their personal information. They don't want to be involved with this, even though they spent several years dedicating their lives to this. They sent a response, a motion to quash the subpoena. And we've looked at it. One's 548 pages, the other one's 158. One is 34 pages. So basically what this is just to recap, it is Ethan and Gila's declaration in opposition to this motion to quash. Okay. Sorry. So they're kind of building, explaining a motive. They're basically, no, they're giving background to this entire situation. Then I think they're going to basically provide a rebuttal to the arguments made by the H3 Snark moderators, lawyers, and them as well. So this is why the motion to quash should not be granted by the court, basically. That's what this is. This is Ethan and Gila's declaration, all the information, basically in opposition to this motion to quash. And, you know, basically they're giving the background and the reasons for why they should not grant that motion to quash. Okay, so back to this. Users of Snark subreddits, known as Snarkers, are fallen fans of the online content creator. Snarkers have a voracious appetite for hate-watching the content of the creator they target. However, Snarkers seek to consume pirated versions of said content to avoid supporting the creator with views to deprive them of advertising revenue and visibility of the content in the algorithm. Snarkers frequently refer to this as ethical consumption. Prior to October 7th, Ethan hosted a political comedy podcast with the prominent leftist streamer Hassan Piker. After October 7th, friction grew between us and Hassan. While Ethan publicly stated Israel was committing a genocide in Gaza and condemned how Israel was conducting the war, we still advocated for a two-state solution and condemned political violence and terrorism. In contrast, Hassan justified political violence and terrorism and advocated for the immediate dismantling of the state of Israel, which we believed would also lead to the genocide. Or lead to genocide, not the genocide. In the wake of the public schism with Hassan, supporters of Hassan and his perspective began to attack both of us, calling us genocide supporters and even participants. As individuals who are deeply committed to Palestinian dignity and self-determination, this accusation disturbed us to our core. And I think this is really interesting. Like the plus of this also is for a long time people wanted to use Gila's service against her, right? And earlier in this, they got the opportunity to clarify what she did in her service. And this people often use this visit into Ramallah, or not, yeah, this visit to one of these raids, basically, against Hela. And now they get to clarify that she, like her unit, I believe. Let's see here. Yes. So she was the secretary for the unit commander in the Dushafat Battalion, which was based in Ramallah, located in the West Bank. During the period in which Hila served, the Dushafat Battalion worked in coordination with the Palestinian Authority on security issues. So it's not like they were operating on their own. They were working with the Palestinian Authority. So people used to use this against her. And I think it's pretty significant that they get the opportunity to clarify this. I'm glad I found you again, Stardust. I thought you had retired from streaming. No, I just had I moved to a different channel and I had a little bit of an identity crisis. So we'll see if I am resolved now, but we'll see. I don't know if I am, but we might be resolved. Okay. So yeah, I think that's pretty significant that that she got to clarify this, right? Highlight this actually. I mean, that just itself, like, yeah. Okay. Back to this. Prior to October, yes, we already read this part. In contrast, Hassan justified political violence and terrorism and advocated for the immediate dismantling of the state of Israel, which we believed would also lead to genocide. In the wake of the public schism with Hassan, supporters of Hassan and his perspective began to attack both of us, calling us genocide supporters and even participants. As individuals who are deeply committed to Palestinian dignity and self-determination, this accusation disturbed us to our core. H3 Snark is a message board for our fallen fans. While H3 Snark was established before October 7th, it grew tremendously in prominence after the public schism between us and Hassan became the central location. Between us and Hassan, and became the central location to attack us. The most frequently levied criticism we received on H3 Snark was that we advocated the genocide of Palestinians and supported Israel's actions in Gaza. The posts were also used to target sponsors of TEI content by using misleading and edited clips to fuel fear and hatred. Okay, creation of content nuke Hassan Piker. So we're about to get into this section, creation of content nuke Hassan Piker. We are on page 10 of 93. I have to go put my birds to bed though. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to step away for a few minutes to put my birds to bed, because they are my babies and I have to take care of them and I love them. And they're so cute. So I will be back. Okay. Don't go anywhere. I'll put on some like happy generic jazz music for you. Okay. Some elevator jazz. Birds sleep? Yes, birds sleep. I need to get them into bed. I'm back. Sorry about that. Why are you guys lying about me, huh? Mr. John O'Prill. She's just been talking about birds for 2 hours and their sleep habits. Okay. Not accurate at all. Okay. So. Sorry. Just joined us. Well, I assume there are H3 fans here setting the record straight. So we're going through the, yeah. I posted the clip on Reddit and they said pet entertainment. Isn't it pet entertainment? Okay. I didn't look too close at the subtitles, but honestly, I appreciate it. You know what? The subtitles, they are what they are. They should be able to understand me, okay? I think the clip is really good, even if it says pet entertainment instead of entertainment. Or I think it's TEI. Pet Entertainment Incorporated. Okay, anyways. We are at page 10. The creation of the content nuke, Hassan Piker. Just a second. Okay. All right. I'll just get started here in a second. I need water. Sorry. You have to wait for me to get water. Okay. The creation of content nuke, Hassan Piker. Beginning in mid-October 2024, we reached a breaking point. We repeatedly witnessed Hassan radicalizing people to not be pro-Palestinian, but pro-terrorism. We were fed up with how H3 Snark was repeatedly branded, was repeatedly branded us as genocide supporters and participants, despite all evidence to the contrary. As such, we decided to create a documentary that exposed how Hassan radicalizes individuals online to supporting terrorism against Jews and Israelis. Content nuke Hassan Piker was created over the course of several months. It utilized a combination of comedy, commentary, archival materials, visual effects, audio effects, montage, and editing to lampoon and criticize Hassan and the platform that enables him, Twitch. The duration of the nuke was that of a feature-length film, totaling 1 hour and 42 minutes. Yeah, it was a long one. It was good though. It was always our intention for TEI to register the nuke with the United States Copyright Office. It is our understanding that videos solely streamed over the internet must be registered as unpublished works. To properly protect the nuke, we knew we had to register it before its release. We strongly suspected that various streamers, particularly those on Twitch, would attempt to stream the entirety of the nuke shortly or immediately after its release, with insufficient commentary to justify such use. Indeed, the period of time immediately and shortly after a YouTube video is released is when it receives the greatest number of views. This is also very true. Sometimes you'll experience bumps in like views of certain videos if like something relevant happens. But yes, this is very true that the period of time immediately and shortly after a YouTube video is released is when it receives the greatest number of views. Yes. The deposit copy of the nuke submitted to United States Copyright Office was a nearly identical to the version broadcast to the public. The only differences were, one, we had to blur footage of Ansar Allah, aka the Houthis, hijacking the Galaxy Leader and its crew, which I got into a fight over on Twitter recently. Two, we had to black out footage of Hamas releasing Israeli hostages from November 2023. And three, the inclusion of the conclusion and four various minor visual changes. We marketed the release of the nuke frequently before its release on January 31st, 2025. We, particularly Ethan, discussed it frequently on the H3 show and released many Instagram stories about its development. As a result, the public interest in the videos was immense, including on H3 Snark, for which we were grateful. Okay. I do want to highlight this, so we have that. The release of the nuke and the H3 show 104 countdown to doomsday. Originally, the nuke was set to be released on January 30th, 2025. Due to a few frames from Hamas's release of Israeli hostages in November 2023 still being visible, TEI did not release the nuke on January 30th, 2025, as it would result in the video being age restricted, which would limit the visibility and profitability of the video. On January 31st, 2025, or at around 12:24 p.m. PST, TEI began its live broadcast of the H3 show, number 104, Countdown to Doomsday, the countdown episode, on the H3 podcast YouTube channel. The countdown episode not only served to drum up interest, the release of the nuke, it covered various other current events and public controversies. The nuke would be released immediately upon the completion of the countdown episode at 1:30 p.m. PST. At 1:30 p.m. PST, TEI released the nuke on the H3H3 Productions channel. Fucking Houthis, they got an Iranian ship a couple of days ago by accident. Oh boy, I'm sure that wasn't their intention. That's actually kind of funny. Did Iran get mad? Prior to their release, TEI did not authorize anyone to use the countdown episode or the nuke, collectively the works, in any manner except for YouTube itself. Further, TEI never received a request from anyone to use the works in any manner. YouTube videos are monetized through advertising revenue. Every few minutes, YouTube plays advertisements over the video, and the creator receives a share of the advertising revenue. The more views a YouTube video receives, the more advertising revenue it receives. Further, the more views a YouTube video receives, the more it gains traction in YouTube's algorithm, which increases the visibility of video and resulting views. Additionally, searches for a particular video on YouTube increases its traction in the algorithm as well. Finally, the greatest demand for a YouTube video is immediately and shortly after its release. The works were no different. I just want to highlight parts of this. More views a Video. Fuck. I feel like this is going to be a huge part of their argument here, right? The more views a YouTube video receives, the more advertising revenue it receives. Further, the more views a YouTube video receives, the more it gains traction in YouTube's algorithm, which increases the visibility of the video and resulting views. Yeah. Okay, I'll just highlight this whole part here. Okay. The defendant, Denims, hosted a watch party of 1. The countdown episode concurrently with its broadcast, and nearly in its entirety, and 2. The nuke immediately after its release and its entirety. And I think this is important here, like concurrently with the countdown episode concurrently with its broadcast and nearly in its entirety, and 2, the nuke immediately after its release and in its entirety. And this is important because, as we've seen up here, talk about how immediately after the release of a video is when it's the most important for it to gain traction in the algorithm and gain traction in the algorithm and you know, through searches and through views and all of that, right? So Denims was not the only person to host a watch party of the nuke in its entirety immediately or minutes after its release. TEI is pursuing claims against Krogan and Caseytron for hosting watch parties of the nuke similar to Denims. The watch parties of Denims, Krogan, and Caseytron were promoted by the H3 Snark mods in various posts made on January 30th, 2025 through January 31st, 2025. Denim's watch party, along with the watch parties of Frogan and Caseytron, resulted in lost advertising revenue for the works. As such, TEI has sued. Okay, let's see here. Denim's resulted in lost advertising revenue for the works. As such, TEI has sued 1. Denims for direct infringement and the H3 Snark mods for contributory infringement in an action entitled TED Entertainment Incorporated versus, I'm just going to say Denims et al. 2. Brogan for direct infringement and the H3 Snark mods for contributory infringement in an action entitled TED Entertainment Incorporated versus Brogan. I'm not going to name their actual names as much as I can, okay? And 3, Caseytron for direct infringement and the H3 Snark mods for contributory infringement in an action titled TED Entertainment Incorporated versus Havaness et al. Okay. Oh, fuck, I said the name. I said it. I'll have to go back in the VOD and try to mute it or something. Sorry about that. Versus Caseytron. I got distracted, sorry. Okay. I've been mostly good. Okay. Check the Discord, please. I posted something important in ideas for stream. Okay. Wow, nice one. Thank you. Just came here to say Testy smells like... Wow, okay, Kamikaze. Bye, have a good one. Hi, Testy, how's it going? Okay. Okay. 34. After discovering Denham's watch party of the Countdown episode, I requested that the Countdown episode be registered with the United States Copyright Office. Yeah, and I think that's, that's... After I promoted you, he does me like that. Sorry, Testy. After discovering Denham's watch party of the Countdown episode, I requested that the Countdown episode be registered with the United States Copyright Office. So I think that's also it's a smart move, right? They probably did not anticipate Denham's pulling views from their live stream right before as well. So. Part 2. Facts relevant to the H3 Snark mods' claims against us. The H3 Snark mods make countless claims in their declarations in their motion against us. We recognize that, at first blush, they paint a grotesque and horrifying picture of us. Further, the sheer quantity of citations provides the impression that these claims are well sourced. Okay. And again, they're saying H3 Snark mods make countless claims in their declarations and in their motion against us. So, let me remind you. Their declaration was 34 pages long. We only got through 18 pages so far of it before we were able to acquire this document. The declaration of the lawyer is 548 pages long. And the declaration of the Doe defendants is 158 pages long. It's like 700 pages here, guys. 700 pages. Actually insane. So, yeah. So, yes. The H3 Snark mods make countless claims in their declarations and in their motion against us. We recognize that, at first blush, they paint a grotesque and horrifying picture of us. Further, the sheer quantity of citations provides the impression that these claims are well sourced. Okay. Upon closer examination, however, the H3 Snark mods' assertions are comprised of falsehood, gross misrepresentations, and material omissions, much like the posts on H3 Snark. Legal gooning? That's a good way to put it. 700 pages? Legal gooning. They engaged in legal gooning, okay? I don't know if that's okay for me to say. Well, okay. Legal gooning, guys. They engaged in legal gooning. Okay. Upon closer examination, however, the H3 Snark mods' assertions of us are comprised of falsehood, gross misrepresentation, and material omissions, much like the posts on H3 Snark. For example, they will frequently cite their own posts by other subreddits, or other content creators that frame and clip TEI's content in a misleading manner. Shocking someone of this tribe would sue. Oh, you know what? I don't know that I like that comment, actually. Actually, that seems a little anti-Semitic. Okay, I think I'm going to delete this message. And if there are any mods in the chat, please handle that. Thank you. Anyways. The apparent reason is that when viewed on its own and in context, TEI's content does not support their assertions or character. Yeah, no, they're already at it. Okay, all right. Let me just get rid of them myself, actually. Sorry, I didn't realize that before I read it out loud. Okay, hide them on this channel. I apologize for not realizing that before I read it. Okay. Anyways. The apparent reason is that when viewed on its own and in context, TEI's content does not support their assertions or characterizations. When they do directly cite TEI's content, timestamps provided are surgically made to omit material context that changes the entire meaning of the content. I missed it myself. No, but I'm the streamer. I should be paying better attention to that. I read everything on chat. Everything that chat posts, I literally read. We have done our utmost to address as many of the H3 Snark mod's assertions as possible, but we could not address all. We have attempted to correct some of the most glaring, incendiary, or egregious assertions, which are addressed below. Have you read this? Yes, I have read that. What does H3 Snark mods mean by criticism of us? Okay. I think this will be an interesting section here. So you'll recall that in what we were reading, their declaration, I believe it's called a declaration. Yes. Oh, no, not declaration. Their motion. Okay. Motion to quash, or move in stow defendant's notice of motion and motion to quash. They mention that their purpose of their subreddit is to provide critical discussion of H3H3, and that users of their subreddit don't view the H3H3 community as a safe place to engage in critical discussion. That would be fine if it were true, right? But yes, there is some critical discussion, but there's a lot of just incendiary, a lot of just demeaning, inflammatory, and even there are calls to actions from what I've seen, at least, or at least from what I recall. They make light of people calling CPS wasting public resources, So, yeah, there's a difference between like engaging in critical discussion and purposely or trying to ruin people's lives, trying to remove ad revenue, all of that, right? Okay. The H3 Snark mod's testimony gives the impression that H3 Snark was a place to make playful and lighthearted jokes about us and the H3 show. Nothing could be further from the truth. The H3 Snark became ground zero for accusing us and TEI employees of advocating and participating in Israel's genocide. That's a pretty heavy accusation if you think about it, right? And one thing that I said at the beginning of all this is like, I think that people should not be able to get away with accusing people of supporting genocide. That's a very heavy accusation. You're basically saying that, you are literally saying the worst thing about somebody, right? Like, that's, I see people throw this accusation around. That is not an accusation that should just be thrown around. You are literally reducing the meaning of that sentence. Support is wild, participating is beyond nuts. Yeah, it's, you are literally watering down what that means. Just in a longer way. If you just throw it, that shouldn't be something that you can just accuse people of. Just like you can't just randomly accuse people of being pedophiles or being, animal abusers, right? That is not accusing somebody of being a supporter of genocide or a participant of genocide. It's a pretty heavy accusation. So, anyways, H3 Snark became ground zero for accusing us and TEI employees of advocating and participating in Israel's genocide of the Palestinian people. As the great Noah Samson said, it's not about what they say, it's about what they don't say. Good point. If you search terms like Palestine, Israel, genocide, and Zionist on H3 Snark, there are countless posts and comments. As can be noted, Only archival versions of some posts exist because many of the users who authored these posts deleted their accounts, including moderators. A. Ethan's legacy will be remembered as a supporter of genocide. A post with 695 upvotes and 9 comments. B. The truth behind Ethan's fears. A post with 202 upvotes and 8 comments. In the post, the author makes statements such as 1. Ethan seeks to appease his airhead wife, Gila Klein, who broke the Geneva Conventions by willingly participating in a raid in the West Bank she had no business being a part of while she was in the IDF. And 2, what isn't valid or legit, however, is his propensity to use these fears of anti-Semitism as a shield to absolve the state of Israel and Israeli citizens from the genocide they are currently committing against the Palestinian people. So they're just fears? And what? You're accusing him of using these fears as a shield? Like, okay. C. Zionism Megathread, H3 podcast / H3 show with Ethan and Gila Klein. A post with over 1,400 upvotes and 121 comments that was authored by an H3 Snark mod that deleted their account. In the post, the H3 Snark mod falsely states that Gila elected to have a more combat-focused role. Yeah, it's just a straight-up lie. And she volunteered to attend a raid of a Palestinian home and the kidnapping of terrorists in Palestine's city of Ramallah, which violated international peace treaties at the time, amongst other false statements. And as we saw, again, Ethan and Gila got a chance to give us details that we didn't have before, right? Like that the battalion that she was a secretary for worked with the Palestinian Authority for, security concerns or whatever. In the post, the H3 Snark mods compiled a series of links to other H3 Snark posts that provide out-of-context clips that are framed with misleading titles instead of direct links to TEI content so that users could view things in context and form their own opinion. D. I'm so sick of them pushing the narrative that Gila is just a shy person. The post had over 1,800 upvotes and 74 comments before being deleted. The archival version contains a picture of Gila with a caption that is depicted below. POV, you are usually shy, but not shy enough to be a genocide denier and partake in terrorist raids. Wow. Really, that is pretty slanderous, yeah? And they really included Israeli civilians, yeah. E. Proof of Ethan being a Zionist megathread. A post with 110 upvotes and 8 comments. In the post, the author falsely stated Ethan was defending Israel and the IDF, ignoring the Palestinian genocide and acting so callously towards Palestinians, targeting Muslims online in unhinged Islamophobic rants, and still having the audacity to cry anti-Semitism when people call him out. I don't think I've ever seen Ethan, I don't know, I personally have never seen Ethan be Islamophobic. I don't know. Wow, OMG. Very true. One of my most based quotes, actually. It's not about it. Okay, we've got I see what's happening here. We've got a certain audience in here. So it's not about her participating in, like, here, willingly participating in a raid in the West Bank she had no business being a part of while she was in the IDF. I think this is specifically about breaking the Geneva Conventions as well, right? Like, I feel like you're accusing somebody of breaking the Geneva Conventions. Like, bro. Okay. Anyways, E. Proof of Ethan being a Zionist megathread. Post of 110 upvotes. Take pardon is, oh, where'd that comment go? Okay, never mind. I'll ignore until it comes back up. Proof of Ethan being a Zionist megathread. A post with 110 upvotes and 8 comments. In the post, the author falsely stated Ethan was defending Israel and the IDF, ignoring the Palestinian genocide. Yeah, I already read this. My bad. And acting so callously towards Palestinians, targeting Muslims online in unhinged Islamophobic rants, and still having the audacity to cry anti-Semitism when people call him out. I personally have not seen him be Islamophobic. As somebody with a Muslim background myself, I've never seen him be Islamophobic. So. Ethan and Gila are Zionists. A post with 203 upvotes and 2 comments. The title is followed by the false statement because they believe in a Jewish state in Israel, which means Palestine should not exist. Yeah, and then this is a blatantly false post, right? Because they do believe in a two-state solution. They've talked about it. And, you know, the two-state solution specifically means that Palestine should exist. So here's the second part of it. It has everything to do with their political stance on Israel, which in turn signals their support of the genocide. Wow. Weird. Considering that even if you grant that Ethan did Islamophobic rants, that doesn't make anti-Semitism okay or less important, sure. And it doesn't make the rest of these, like, things true either, right? But I don't think I have ever witnessed him engage in Islamophobia, ever, so. Stardust, thoughts on Black people. I think Black people are amazing. I love them. Yeah, that's all I really have to say. Interesting question during this. G. He is never beating the genocide apologist allegations. A post with over 1,400 upvotes and 204 comments with the following screenshot. The Geneva Convention's part is wild. Part of my job was advising combatant commanders on their responsibilities around the Geneva Conventions. Interesting. These people have no idea how flexible and gray they are. Oh, wow. Okay, well, I'm not sure that's really helping the argument here, Abe, but I appreciate it. Thoughts on Tyler, the Creator. I love Tyler, the Creator. You know I do. Okay. So, yeah, back to this. I gotta stop getting distracted by chat. He's never beating the genocide apologist allegations. A post with over 1,400 upvotes and 204 comments with the following screenshot. This quote is from October 8th and is a direct response to October 7th terror attacks. I think it's a reasonable assumption that he was talking about Hamas militants that killed civilians the day before. Either way, this is the guy in Bibi's war cabinet that wanted to end the war, and he was just fired. If you care about war ending, then you agree with Gila. Okay, I mean, I don't think this is a crazy thing for Ethan to say. Sounds, like this is not genocide apologia. This is him clarifying a quote from a public official. Okay, H. What has been happening for the past year every single day as Ethan defends Zionism and the genocidal ethno-state committing these massacres? And again, he's been speaking out against what's been happening to Palestinians since 2017. A post with 158 upvotes and 6 comments. I It's honestly so hypocritical of Ethan to talk about whitewashing when he is doing that for genocide. I don't know how he was doing, just accusing people of being pro-genocide. Like, that in itself is insane, right? Jay, Ethan does not support Palestine and is lying that he does. Wow. Okay, a guy with history going back to 2017 again of advocating for Palestinian sovereignty. Hey, while Hila, I deny that Klein is donating to Israeli artists and denying genocide. Here's her brother Moses talking about the genocide. Their globe is so heartwarming. A post with 679 upvotes and 23 comments. L, imagine not apologizing profusely after denying a genocide. A post with 203 upvotes and 8 comments and is specifically about Hila. Bro, when did Hila deny a genocide? When did she deny a genocide? M. Ethan is weaponizing anti-communist misinformation and a genocide to own tankies because they've been calling him out for his defense of Israel's genocide in Gaza. A post with 210 upvotes and 4 comments. The post states, Ethan Klein is trying to hide his own complicity in genocide by weaponizing another genocide and anti-communist misinformation to own tankies who are calling him out for his genocide apology and complicity. I apologize for the redundancy. And when my Zionist bosses deny genocide, a post with 517 upvotes and 43 comments. Oh, why Ethan and Hila Klein are not pro-Palestine, a post with 663 upvotes and 49 comments. 39. The H3 Snark mods claim that live chats were innocuous and they deleted them to protect user privacy. Docket number 8. 114, 194, 291. This is misleading in the extreme. It is far more accurate to state that they were concealing vicious attacks against us and our employees. As the screenshots of live chat demonstrate, both H3 Snark mods and users would attack 1. Hila as a participant in genocide because of her mandatory service in the IDF 20 years ago. 2. Ethan for his Tourette's tics and other immutable characteristics, which they regularly characterized as drug addiction or mental illness. 3. Our Arab employees as being race traitors. And 4. Our sponsors. A compilation of true and correct screenshots of the H3 Snark live chat from early to mid-September 2024 is attached here too and incorporated herein as Exhibit 70. Some of the statements made in the r/H3 Snark live chat are set forth below. A. Hila is a literal war criminal. Oh, a literal war criminal is not accurate. Mandatory service. I swear I read stories of people dodging. Okay. Ethan is acting like he did something special by picking up his mailed order terrorist bride. C. He's a big fat pig. E. All they taught Hila in school was how to throw trash at brown people. Don't forget that I'm pretty sure they did like an ancestry thing, and Hila has Middle Eastern ancestry, right? Am I incorrect in that? F. She served her duty to her illegal colony. G. Hila doesn't believe Palestinians are human. Wow, that's... I doubt Ethan does also. H. I want her to say she was just following orders so bad. I. Ethan has a locked box full of crew spines. That's the only reason I can think of to excuse the wormy, spineless shit I am hearing. Almost all Jews do, unless they're descended from converts. Okay, well, I'm not going to claim to know a whole lot about Jewish ancestry. But I do know that's typical also, like, with Israeli people, right? So. Jay, that, yeah, they are literally war criminals. Hey, she was born hating Palestinians, so there's no way she can change. Gila is basically all North African and Syrian from her DNA sponsorship. Oh, okay, that's interesting. L. Gila might just be the most vile human in history. M. AB needs to get off his knees. AB is a reference to TEI's Lebanese American employee, Abdullah Ayad. And AB is unfixable. It's crazy how much they target AB, by the way. Oh, AB has brain damage, I swear to God. If I were AB's Lebanese family, I would be so disappointed in him. Q, Zach is smelly like a wee dog. Zach is reference to TEI's Jewish American employee, Zach Lewis. R, Prue is so annoying and gross, fuck them. S, Hila is a terrorist. T, oh fuck Zach's annoying ass. 41. This is the type of criticism the H3 Snark mods claim requires a safe space. Just the way that they really went in on AB as well. One thing I have to say is like, dude, I respect so much how hard, like, I mean, I know this is the way it should be, right? Like Hila and Ethan, they are literally the definition of ride or die for each other. And it's nice to see. It's really nice to see. You know, I feel like that's just the way it should be. That it should be ride or die. I mean, like, I've said it before, like, it looks like Ethan is willing to, like, burn down the entire world for his wife and his kids, and I just respect it so much. The critics, the H3 Snark mods claim we targeted, and the nature of their criticism. Ooh, okay, this is gonna be, so remember, one of the main claims, that is part of the motion to quash the subpoena is that they are afraid of, let me see here. Let me look at my notes. Sorry. Yes, so one of the things that they're afraid of in the motion to quash, they claim to be, is that they are afraid of, I guess, retaliation from Ethan. That we target our critics, yeah. One of the claims in the motion to quash is that also the posting of these links to Denim's stream was because users on the Snark subreddit wanted a safe place to go and watch this video and engage in critical discussion without fear of being, like, retaliated against. And you know, it doesn't make any sense. That claim, that fear doesn't make any sense because, again, there are millions of people who watched that video. I don't understand how Ethan and Hila would have been able to tell who watched the video and then coordinate that with who's chatting shit on the subreddit. Like, they could have watched the video and chat, you know, do their shit talk on the subreddit, right? It makes no sense. Like, how would they know who these anonymous Redditors are? Okay, sorry. They're just little innocent babies, sure. Motion to squash, according to Ethan. Really? Okay. The critics. The H3 Snark mods claim we targeted and the nature of their criticism. And the H3 Snark mods make numerous assertions that we target our critics. Rarely do they specify the nature of the criticism. Unsurprisingly, these critics also accuse us of advocating and participating in the genocide of Palestinians or other false claims. You can pull usernames and demographics from the YouTube API, but they don't give out emails on Reddit's API. Yeah, there's still no way to coordinate these things. Like, anyways. Okay. 43. Noah Samson. Yeah, Noah Samson. The H3 Snark mods claim Ethan threatened to sue Samson for defamation for critiquing his political views, and that both of us called critics terrorists and terrorist supporters. Samson made a video entitled The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide with the following screenshot prominently displaying Ethan, as well as other people. And it's just fucking defamatory. It just is. By the way, I've never seen an online personality as insufferable as Noah Samson, right? I might dislike Noah Samson more than a lot of the people involved in this. I've never seen such he's just so dislikable. He is like the epitome of like a privileged white kid who like is performatively adopting political views to get the most likes, you know? Like it is and his voice is so fucking whiny. I fucking hate him. He's a sniveling little fuck. Yeah, he is. You're manlier than he is, and you're not manly at all. Well, thank you for that. I don't know if I agree with that. I'm sure he's, you know, I'm sure he's manly in his own way. It's not about his manliness. It is just that he is performative. He is literally a jock. Okay? Like literally the high school jock who like just like probably bullied whoever in high school, but bullied everybody, okay? And then fucking performatively adopted like these hyper leftist positions and then acted holier than thou with them. I hate that shit, you know? Don't act like you're better than the rest of this. We all got dirty at some point. Don't act like you're holier than thou about any of this when you're criticizing people who provide nuance, right? First off, why the fuck is Turkey Tom even involved in this? You just put him there for fucking views. So you're just doing the fucking high school bully shtick to whoever is acceptable to you. Stardust get a do-rag? I don't think I can wear one of those, Loner. Unboxed. Or Spider, sorry. The Loner Unboxed is Spider, guys. He is like a clipper for a Loner box. Star get a do-rag. No, stop it. Stop telling me to get a do-rag. Okay, Curtis Connor, I don't know who that is. He's the worm who would go to poetry slams in college and pretend to be sensitive to get laid. Okay, I don't know about that, but look. Lest we forget how detrimental this was to Mutahar. Yeah, Mutahar fucking dealt with real life fucking consequences. So like, this guy who is so fucking performatively hyper leftist woke is just bullying a guy, and this resulted in Mutahar like really facing real life consequences, like family members potentially getting harassed. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You are just a bully, all the same. You didn't change. You're the exact same person, and you just want to feel good about who you're bullying. So don't act like you're above everybody. Don't act like you're so good for who you bully. If you bully something, or sorry, not something, if you bully someone, you're just a bully. Don't try to run away from that. Don't act like you're holier than thou than everybody else. Picking on fucking Mutahar. And even Lonerbox, who I guarantee will like school everybody on this conflict. So it's just fucking disgusting, you know? I swear to God, there is not a face on the internet that is more insufferable for me to look at than Noah Samson's face. It's so fucking insufferable. Like, oh my God. You don't give a fuck. Don't act like you're holier than thou. Anyways. In the video, Samson expressly misrepresents his sources or relies on highly biased sources to claim various YouTubers support the genocide of Palestinian people. By the way, Noah Samson is a huge fucking fan of Bad Empanada, who bullied, like, who was attempting to bully a sex worker into drinking and into substance abuse. Has bullied multiple small trans creators. Has told like a veteran, tried to get a veteran to basically commit suicide. Like Bad Empanada is nasty. Just a fucking nasty person. And you're a fan of that? You're a fan of somebody, basically the same thing that you are, right? Fucking, person, like, just somebody who has no sense of self, and you only get your value from picking on people and giving people reasons why you're doing it. The reason you're doing it is so much better than everybody else, and that this is okay. Anyways. In the video, Samson expressly misrepresents his sources or relies on highly biased sources to claim various YouTubers support the genocide of the Palestinian people. In one instance, Samson cited a video where the YouTuber expressly stated he was against the genocide occurring in Gaza. Our lawyer sent Samson a highly detailed letter explaining how the video was defamatory, which Ethan read on the podcast. A true and correct copy of the letter is attached to the declaration of Rambar Nassim as Exhibit 68 and incorporated herein. Noah believes the ends justify the means. Their concept of net output means nothing. They say or do is out of bounds so long as it ostensibly shifts the Overton window in their favor. Welcome back, Gilded. I don't know. I'm sure somewhere deep down, Noah Samson genuinely cares about, like, the women and the children in Gaza. Somewhere deep down. Right, because it makes him feel like he's more of a person and has more of a soul. Because if you look into his eyes, you can tell that he's having a lot of trouble finding his soul. So. Ooh, Jay Scapelli says there's a lot more to the Snark network. I've been following them for 2 years. There's a terrifying reason why they hired a lawyer in an attempt to squash discovery. Okay, interesting. I'm not going to, I don't know. I don't want to read claims about these people that I don't have the backing to support or the knowledge to, meaningfully combat. Okay, so. I don't know if that's if any of those claims are true, so I don't want to read those out loud. Okay. See, Samson openly admits to supporting terrorism and terrorist organizations like Ansar Allah, aka the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah, frequently calling them resistance fighters and attacking anyone who calls them terrorists. Interesting. Jay Scapelli, if you want to join the Discord, I mean, you can drop links and stuff, but like, I'm not gonna pull them up right now because I have to go through this. So the sleep meds are slapping me hard. LOL. Okay, Anthony Milhouse Sargon, another person who, oh my god, this guy is just so dumb. Out of all of the people in that space, actually, no, they mentioned North Star. Comrade Casey. I can't tell which one's stupider. Anthony Milhouse Sargon or North Star Radio, aka Comrade Casey. Which one is stupider, guys? You'll never be able to know. Okay, Anthony Milhouse Sargon. The H3 Snark mods cite Sargon's Do Not Worry podcast as an example of us instructing our fans to comment on or report content from his enemies. In a now deleted podcast episode, Sargon watched footage of Israeli civilians screaming while fleeing from rocket attacks and stated, "The screams, they are music to my ears." Yeah, that's kind of gross, right? Imagine if Ethan said similar about Palestinians. That's pretty gross. On February 7th, 2025, we criticized Sargon for this reaction. But yeah, this is not criticizing somebody like, oh, you want freedom of speech, but what? Ethan can't have freedom of speech? Okay. North Star Radio, aka Comrade Casey, aka the guy who fetishizes Muslim girls on Twitter very publicly in a very cringe way. The H3 Snark mod cite North Star Radio as an example of us doxing, i.e. releasing non-public personal identifying information. Our enemies, on our enemies and vilifying individuals who participated in H3 Snark. In the video cited by the H3 Snark mods, Ethan reads a post connecting a Reddit user account with North Star Radio. Ethan then critiques North Star Radio for making posts attacking Ethan and his parents. For example, one was entitled, "Ethan is a scumbag genocide denier IDF simp Israel defender, and don't try to tell me I only think that because he's Jewish. I think that because he's a genocide denier IDF simp Israel defender." Yeah, I feel, okay. I've said this before, like, and I'll say it again, and I will repeat it to the end of time, that these are influencers. These are influencers. Like, what? Oh, you can't be critiqued for what you say? Which is worse, fetishizing an ethnicity or being racist against them? You know, I don't really mind the fetishization so much if this guy kept it fucking private, okay? You know, the I can't even say that word. The fetishization? Yeah, that's how you say it. The fetishization it wouldn't be so bad if this guy weren't so public about it. It's like, keep your thoughts to yourself, bro. You know? Like, no, I don't think it's necessarily entirely a bad thing. Just keep it to your fucking self. Like, why do you need to post on Twitter about it? That you're waiting at a fucking park bench for your, what did he say? Hijabi Habibi? That feels weird, you know? Am I wrong? In the video cited by the H3 Snark mods, Ethan reads a post connecting a Reddit user account with North Star Radio. Ethan then critiques North Star Radio for making posts attacking Ethan and his parents. For example, one was titled, yeah, we already read that. Sorry, I got distracted. Okay, next one. Pause animated, FKA Ethan's basement. The H3 Snark mods use Ethan's basement as an example of threatening and doxing a critic over a thumbnail critical of Ethan. A. Ethan's basement used to re-upload TEI's members-only content, i.e. content accessible only to paying members of the H3 podcast channel. Ethan's basement contribution to the re-uploaded TEI members-only content was simple. Primarily static animation with no commentary laid over the audio of the podcast. Yeah, no, you're uploading members-only content. That shouldn't be allowed. Sorry. B. After receiving backlash from our paying members, we requested that Ethan's basement stop re-uploading this content, as it upsets our paying members. Ethan's basement did not take the loss of revenue well and soon started attacking us. Bro. C. The thumbnail in question was from June 7th, 2025, and falsely depicted a doctored screenshot of Ethan stating, Palestine doesn't have a right to exist. Yeah, not something that he's ever said. Below is a true and correct screenshot of the thumbnail. Yeah, this is definitely a lie. Dang, I also didn't know that the basement kid got mad about the money. It was all about the money. Yeah. Sorry, just a second. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry, one more thing. Okay, I think we're good. All right. Okay, back to this. D. Ethan emailed Ethan's basement after seeing the thumbnail and requested the caption be changed. In the email, Ethan expressly stated, you can criticize me, but don't lie. A true and correct screenshot of Ethan's emails below. We both know the part you highlighted is intentionally misleading. You can criticize me, but don't lie. I want to be polite and give you the chance to fix it. But you should know that lying about someone being pro-genocide is defamation, and besides that, it's fucked up. It's like calling somebody a Nazi or calling somebody a pedophile, not having the evidence to back that up, right? Change it or remove the highlighted section, and do not do that shit again, please. Oh, wow. Queen in yellow. The person that I've been going back and forth on with Twitter. This person is actually insane. Queen in Yellow is an account on X. H3 Snark mods cite Queen in Yellow as an example of us threatening to dox critics. Queen in Yellow regularly supports the fraudulent call made to the Los Angeles County Department of Child and Family Services and DCFS taking our children. He basically claims that we lied about skulls sent to our office in the wake of the DCFS investigation. He also issued death threats to Ethan and even our lawyer, calling him a valid military target. Below are true and correct screenshots of both posts. Bedtime Grandpa. Yeah, this Queen in Yellow person also. Wow. Queen and Y'all also just recently, like, it basically said similar about Loner Box, so. Now I'm, like, in a Twitter spat with them. Okay. Friends detractors. The H3 Snark mods claim Ethan posted the wedding photos of the family and friends of one of his friends' detractors. Harley Morenstein is our good friend and a well-known Jewish Canadian online content creator, best known for the online show Epic Mealtime. While at a music festival, 2 individuals approached him to say, "Dirty fucking Jew." Wow, I don't like saying that out loud. And then they also said to him, "All Jews are evil people." I don't like saying that out loud either. And then they also said, yeah, I don't want to even read this one out loud, okay? Historical figure was right and a good guy. Morenstein made a tweet identifying these individuals and what they said to him. Yeah, these seem like very fucking vile things to say to somebody. To support Morenstein, Ethan identified these individuals online and brought attention to the matter, much like what happened, the individuals chanting, "Jews will not replace us" in Charlottesville in 2017. Oh boy, Matt Lieb is also a fucking trip. Snark defending Nazis. Am I reading this right? Yes. Matt Lieb. H3 Snark mods claim Lieb is an example of a Jewish creator who disagrees with Ethan politically, and we attacked for contributing to H3 Snark. Lieb platformed George Ganitis, aka Bad Empanada, and praised his attacks on us. Ganitis made countless videos attacking us and labeling us supporters and participants in the genocide of Palestinians. He streamed himself playing the video game Fursan al-Aqsa, a third-person shooter where the player plays as a Hamas terrorist and is banned in most gaming stores, while he pretended to hunt down Gila. Ganitis was instrumental in disseminating the false assertion that our children were eating dog feces, which also, by the way, you have to be a fucking pervert to come up with a fucking lie like that, okay? Who does that? Who does that? Who spreads something like that, right? You have to, like, that is just disgusting. Amongst many other falsehoods, which led to the fraudulent call to the DCFS investigating us for child abuse and neglect. Ganitis has even taken credit for making the fraudulent phone call to DCFS and engaged in other acts of intimidation against us. We criticize Lieb for platforming and praising Ganitis in the wake of DCFS investigations. Taylor Lorenz. The H3 Snark mod site Lorenz to assert we knowingly allowed her stalker to make comments on the H3 Productions subreddit. Prior to Lorenz's post, we had no idea that she even had a stalker, let alone the stalker was on the H3 Productions subreddit. It was the H3H3 Productions subreddit that came together to identify Lorenz's stalker to ban him. Upon discovering the user's identity, we immediately banned the user. Lorenz has a reputation for making false statements, the most notable of which led to the Washington Post terminating her. In that instance, she posted a selfie at a White House press conference with President Joe Biden in the background with the caption, "War criminal." As reported by NPR, she was terminated for willfully misleading editors by claiming she was not responsible for the post. Lorenz has also advocated political violence after Luigi Mangione killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Lorenz made a series of posts on X endorsing the assassination and advocating the murder of other executives. After receiving backlash, she walked back her statements by claiming for the first time she was encouraging a letter-writing campaign. 51. Cat 10 Barge. The H3 Snark mods cite 10 Barge's article on copyright lawsuits PEI filed as evidence we incite harassment. Docket number 8, Citing footnote 66, prior to being terminated by NBC News, Tenbarge was a journalist. After her termination, she transitioned to become an opinion blogger. The blog post cited by H3 Snark Mods is clearly not intended as objective journalism. Rather, it is intended to advance Tenbarge's narrative that TEI's lawsuits are misogynistic merely because it named 3 women as defendants. In response, we provided our opinion critiquing Tenbarge's blog post. Like Lorenz, Tenbarge has a reputation for sacrificing honesty for ideology. She is currently being sued for defamation due to falsely stating an advocate of sexual assault survivors disclosed sealed court and police records on a victim when the documents were public. Yikes. See Nicholas v. Tenbarge. We might go into that later. Sam Cedar. The H3 Snark Mods cite Cedar as an example of Ethan spinning the criticism he receives or criticism of Zionism and Israel. The H3 Snark Mods citation is to a comment by Cedar during a discussion Ethan had with Cedar and does not support this assertion whatsoever. Frequently, Cedar appeared surprised at how often he and Ethan agreed with each other, including Ethan describing Israel's conduct in Gaza as a genocide and condemning Benjamin Netanyahu. The H3 Snark Mods omit what precipitated the comments they cite from Cedar. Ethan showed Cedar a clip of Hassan stating, "Any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi, and you shouldn't even let someone be the local dog catcher," as Felix was posting, if they exhibited any sort of positive feeling on the state of Israel. In response, Cedar attempted to reframe the discussion as conflating Zionism and Judaism. Despite this, Ethan calmly and respectfully engaged directly with Cedar's perspective, who frequently interrupted Ethan. This demonstrates Ethan's openness and willingness to directly engage in perspective differences to his own, which contradicts the H3 Snark Mods characterization. Joe Cooper. The H3 Snark Mods cite Cooper as an example of targeting someone who criticized Gila's tattoo on Instagram. Below is a true and correct screenshot of the Instagram post. Yeah, it's just the Star of David. Star of David has been a widely recognized symbol of Judaism since the 14th century. After posting a picture of the Jewish tattoo on Instagram, she received hateful and bizarre comments. Cooper left the comment, "Man, I remember being obsessed with you guys when you only had 15K subs on YouTube. Glad that's behind me. Enjoy hell." For a Jewish tattoo? Okay. Ethan clicked on Cooper's Instagram profile and viewed his public pictures while critiquing Cooper. See, none of the evidence cited by the H3 Snark Mod supports the assertion that our fans made a bomb threat, sent a minor threats of sexual assault, or leaked intimate photos. To the contrary, one of H3 Snark Mod's own citations indicates that it was likely a publicity stunt. Later, in the same thread, a screenshot from another Snark page showed the claims of threats were a joke. Aubrey Smalls. The H3 Snark Mods cite Aubrey as an example of how the majority of the H3 podcast is devoted to the harassment of others. Aubrey is a little person who created a documentary advocating for little people. On July 22nd, 2022, Aubrey posted on the H3H3 Productions subreddit requesting to appear on the show to confront someone with phobia of little people and discuss dwarfism representation. On August 1st, 2022, we broadcasted a pre-recorded episode that fulfilled Aubrey's request. After his appearance, he sent us an email speaking very positively about the experience. Aubrey even made a post on the H3H3 Productions subreddit that said, "Thank you to Ethan, the crew, and everyone in chat for being so welcoming and respectful." In late December 2024, when it became fashionable to attack us, Aubrey claimed his appearance on the podcast was a horrible experience. claimed he was used as a bit and that we made fun of him. On January 6th, 2025, we addressed and debunked Aubrey's claims by sharing his correspondence and H3H3 Productions subreddit post stating that it was a wonderful experience to correct the public record. Imagine going through 700 pages of slop arguments and having to respond. Yeah. Mika's rhetoric. The H3 Snark mods cite Mika's rhetoric as an example of our fans attempting to get a critic of ours to quit YouTube for being critical of us and for citing H3 Snark. On December 11th, 2024, Mika's rhetoric made a video about us and TEI's employees. Prior to this video, we were unaware of Mika's rhetoric and never engaged with her content. On January 6, 2025, Ethan and the podcast crew critiqued Mika Rhetoric's video. And again, like, what's wrong with critiquing, right? It isn't like one of their arguments. Isn't one of H3 Snark's arguments one of the reasons why they think that they shouldn't be subpoenaed and shouldn't have to provide personal information is that critical discussion shouldn't be punished, right? Critical discussion is not necessarily harassment, right? But they're saying that like this is evidence of harassment. This is critical discussion, what you were just using as part of your argument. Does that make sense? Am I making sense in what I'm saying? The examples cited by the H3 Snark mods are from Mika's Rhetoric original video from December 2024, i.e. before a reaction on January 6, 2025. It solely compromises of Mika's Rhetoric speculating on the response to her video, not anything that actually happened. C. The H3 Snark mods fail to provide a single example of our fans responding to Mika's Rhetoric video by trying to get her to quit YouTube. Snark argues against their own case, basically. I don't know. FOMA. H3 Snark mods cite the subreddit FOMA as an example of another subreddit receiving similar threats from us. FOMA describes itself as Cultural Zeitgeist Archivist. Originally a gossip subreddit, it mutated into a snark community with a far-left bent that is repeatedly accused of bullying, group harassment, and rewarding cruelty and derision. A recent digital forensic investigation by the publication Pirate Wires revealed that FOMA is now controlled by anti-Israel, anti-Western, Marxist group of moderators. On February 17th, 2025, Ethan reviewed several very recent posts from FOMA, YouTube drama, and there was an attempt in the wake of us criticizing Hassan in the nuke. All of the posts were from the preceding days, February 7th through 15th, 2025. The posts from FOMA that Ethan discussed are described below. Second. Let's see. We are 30 pages in, guys. We're doing pretty good. A comprehensive list of all of Ethan Klein's most controversial, outrageous, and vile moments. This post was from February 15th, 2025, and received over 6,000 upvotes and 228 comments. Contained a list attributing incendiary statements about us and solely cited H3 Snark, another Snark subreddit, r/H3H3_productions, or clips uploaded by third parties. None of the links were to TEI content. This was intentional, as viewing any of the statements in context and without being framed beforehand would lead to materially different impressions. This post was also reposted by r/H3 Snark. 2. Resurfaced video of Ethan Klein joking about a little girl being R-worded by Big Black Man / Blackzilla. This post has now been deleted. Ooh, that's a crazy title. It concerned a series of our reaction videos from 10 years ago criticizing the music producer Patrice Wilson, who made music videos featuring highly sexualized preteen girls. 3. Hila and Ethan Klein practicing anti-Semitism in Israel. This post was from February 12th, 2025, and received over 5,800 upvotes and 349 comments. It took a clip from a 10-year-old video of one of our visits to Israel. As Jewish individuals, we were offering an internal critique of the strict attire required by some ultra-Orthodox sects, a view shared by many secular feminists and modern Orthodox communities. Poking fun at ourselves does not compare to the clear Jew hatred we identified in the nuke. The post on FOMA attempted to minimize us pointing out this anti-Semitism by painting us as anti-Semitic. This is a tactic often used by non-Jews to dismiss criticism and police our speech. Yeah, it's similarly done. This tactic is also similarly done to like people of color who are like criticizing racism or whatever, right? People will be like, oh, well, how come you say this or say that? There is a difference between poking fun at yourself and your race being used or your identity being used like as a pejorative against you, I guess. I mean, like you guys saw, like just earlier in this stream, when I started streaming, we had like 2 racists came in already. I don't know what's going on here. And they tried to like gaslight me about like what's a slur and what isn't a slur. Anyways. Hila Klein, who is a big fan of Yoav Gallant and whose husband liberally uses the N-word, is stunned to learn an artist doesn't want to be associated with her company. This post is from February 11th, 2025, and has over 4,900 upvotes and 426 comments. Contains numerous falsehoods and misleading statements. First, Hila never said she was a big fan of Yoav Gallant. Rather, after Benjamin Netanyahu fired him, Hila commented that he was a good guy because he wanted to end the war. We tried to explain what she said, and Hila publicly apologized for her word choice. Second, Ethan does not use the N-word at all and has not done so for years. Rather, this is a common tactic used by Snark to use an isolated clip from 2017 to make it appear recent. In the clip, Ethan repeats that the interviewee's fans call themselves N-word F-words, and Ethan has since publicly apologized for using the word. Further, the artist, who no longer wanted to work with Hila, was a longtime friend whose art was in her home. Finally, the post misleadingly claims Hila's statement about Yoav Gallant was the cause of the disassociation. Hila's statement about Gallant was made 3 months prior. If that statement was the cause, the disassociation would have happened when Hila made the statement. Cope in the Snark subreddit right now is legendary. Have they reviewed this yet? H3H3's Ethan and Hila Klein's nanny filed a lawsuit against them, alleging she was fired 2 days after she asked for time off to get and recover from hernia surgery. This post is from February 7th, 2025, and has over 4,600 upvotes and 279 comments. First, we first learned that our former housekeeper sued us because of this post, not because we were served or otherwise informed of the lawsuit. This highlights the obsessive nature of Snark subreddits, as they wanted to know facts about our personal lives before we knew it ourselves. Second, the allegation is completely false. We terminated our former housekeeper because she regularly body shamed our nanny, calling her fat. We made multiple attempts to get her to stop, even bringing in human resources, but she persisted in creating a hostile work environment for our nanny. Wow. Yeah, no, imagine having to call human resources for a housekeeper because the housekeeper can't, like, be nice. Wow. That's wild. They're armchair lawyering bits and pieces. Okay. FOMA is an exponentially larger subreddit than H3 Snark. While there was an occasional post about us on FOMA before February 2025, the number increased tremendously in February 2025. We realized that the increase in posts was because two moderators of Hassan's subreddit, Hassan Piker, were moderators of FOMA. Since the nuke was released on January 31st, 2025, the increase in posts on FOMA attacking us was likely in retaliation for the nuke. Addressing what the H3 Snark mods claim we said and did to them. Man, I'm tired. Give me a second here. Only 40 pages to go. Yeah, I can't believe we're on 32. Okay. Addressing what the H3 Snark mods claim we said and did to them. Important definitions. To begin, it may be helpful to provide our definitions for Snark and Snarkbrained. Oh, interesting, Jay Scapelli. Yeah, sure, yes. Send them in the Discord. I mean, I'm interested. I might not pull it up on stream, but I will take a look at it. So. Can't tell if this is you. Yeah, it just has. Okay. Oh, never mind. Okay. Probably in ideas for stream, I think. Okay. Important definitions. To begin, it may be helpful to provide our definitions for Snark and Snarkbrained, particularly in examples cited by the H3 Snark mods. Snark. To us, Snark is a philosophy that believes in demonizing us. Advances. Wait, what? Snark is a philosophy. Blah. Man, if I could speak. Snark is a philosophy that believes demonizing us advances Palestinian liberation from Israel. It adopts the approach of no bad means, only bad targets. Since we are viewed as good targets, any and all means can be used to attack us. We do not use the term solely to refer to H3 Snark. We also use the term to refer to H3 Snark's successor, Leftovers H3, and other individuals who adopt this mentality, as it is not just confined to those subreddits. Snarkbrained. The term snarkbrained is equivalent to saying someone has drunk the Kool-Aid regarding Snark. It is to express the lack of critical thinking and cultish behavior that snarkers exhibit. 58. We threatened them since 2023. As evidence that we threatened the H3 Snark mods since 2023, they cite a podcast episode from October 31st, 2023, 3 weeks from October 7th. In the episode, which is entitled Responding to Gila Conspiracy Theories, see you next Tuesday, number 50. Damn. What a fucking king, by the way, defending his wife like this. We go line by line dissecting a post on H3 Snark post entitled Gila lied about her role and position in the IDF. The now deleted post falsely claims that Gila served a combat role in the IDF. The post contained numerous hyperlinks, but they were irrelevant or did not support the assertions made, which we demonstrated in the video. B. In the episode, we also addressed several of the other posts on H3 Snark, claiming we advocated and participated in the genocide of Palestinian people. Not only does this demonstrate that we were willing to directly engage with criticism, it proves that when H3 Snark promotes falsehoods about us, they call it criticism. But when we respond and debunk their criticism, it is a threat, harassment, or abuse. A true and correct copy of Responding to Gila Conspiracy Theories, see you next Tuesday, number 50, is located on the flash drive, submitted concurrently with TEI's Notice of Lodging, and incorporated herein as Exhibit 71. We created subreddits to harass them, okay? The H3 Snark mods claim we created subreddits to harass or troll them is false. The only subreddit we created was H3 Snark and acquired the subreddit Hassan Piker. Both were intended to be experiments. We wanted to know whether the Reddit admins would show preferential treatment to H3 Snark and Hassan's subreddit r/Hassan_Piker. We were proven correct. Reddit banned H3 Snark, not for harassment, but for impersonating H3 Snark. Interesting. Ownership of H3 Snark was transferred to a moderator of H3 Snark named Shredder Cheese. A cruel reference to the false conspiracy theory that we killed our beloved dog Shredder by feeding him cheese. The same thing happened to r/Hassan Piker, i.e., its ownership was transferred to someone involved in r/Hassan_Piker under the claim of impersonation. In the video cited by the H3 Snark mods, Ethan only discussed r/H3 Snark and that we used it for the experiment described above. A true and correct copy of Ethan Needs a Dentist, see you next Tuesday, 88, is located on the flash drive, submitted concurrently with TEI's Notice of Lodging, and incorporated herein as Exhibit 72. Snark engaged in coordinated harassment. The H3 Snark mods claim we falsely stated that they coordinated harassment. The example they provide is from April 21st, 2025. Podcast episode, They Sent Two Human Skulls to My House, H3 Show 138. A. First, this episode came out after H3 Snark locked the subreddit on February 17th, 2025, i.e., we were not referring to H3 Snark mods. B. Second, in the episode, Ethan discusses a video by Elise Tran titled Two H3 Snarkers Harassing Me. In the video, Tran explains she is a teacher in France and a leftist who was harassed by snarkers, even going so far as to contact her employer because she publicly expressed support for us. Sorry. In the podcast episode, Ethan discusses how snarkers attacked Tran. Is the same way they attacked us. The H3 Snark mods citation completely omits the discussion on Tran to make it appear as an unfounded and unhinged statement. 61. We conflated a moderator from r/leftovers H3 with them. Man. H3 Snark mods claim we conflated Genitis, i.e. Bad Empanada, who is discussed in paragraph 45, becoming a moderator for r/leftovers H3 with being a moderator for H3 Snark. Again, they cite the April 21st, 2025 podcast episode. They sent 2 human skulls to my house, H3 show 138. A, as previously stated, this episode came out after the H3 Snark mods locked H3 Snark. The timing makes it clear we were referring to H3 Snark's successor, r/leftovers H3. Further, when viewed in context, it is apparent that we are critiquing the outlandish conspiracy theories Genitis disseminated about us, shipping skulls to ourselves, a vicious theory advanced in the H3 Snark mods declarations. Some of this is apparent from the portions cited by the H3 Snark mods, but most of the context is omitted to make it appear we were talking about the H3 Snark mods. 62. We publicly threatened to use litigation as a means to discover them so that they would lose everything. To support this assertion, the H3 Snark mods do not cite anything we said. Rather, they cite Hassan's description of the letter our lawyer sent you O'Brien potatoes during his debate with Ethan, which further demonstrates we are open to engage with criticism. While Hassan characterized the claim against you O'Brien potatoes as frivolous, he also admitted he knew nothing about the claim. Further, his only citation was from O'Brien potatoes' post on X, which omitted significant portions of the letter, including its legal and factual analysis. In other words, we never made this admission or statement. Rather, it was a statement Hassan made about us. Oh shit, Diorio raid. Hey guys, welcome. Thank you for coming. Is it real? I can't see. Are you guys trolling me? Thank you for the raid. Dario blocked me on Twitter and I never recovered, by the way. You have to pay him $5 to get unblocked. Hello, Stardust. Hi, Toby. Okay, I don't know if that was real. If the raid is real. But if it's real, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, did you end up changing my name? Damn. My name did get changed. Okay. Okay. Sorry. I got a little distracted. Okay. Yeah, I think that was a troll. Pinch and twist. Nice troll, though. 63. We claim everyone who criticizes us of visiting H3 Snark. H3 Snark mod's citation does not support this assertion. First, they cite a video broadcast on May 3rd, 2025, after H3 Snark was locked, but when its successor, Leftovers H3, was active. Second, in the excerpt, Ethan accuses Hassan and not anyone else of relying on Leftovers H3 to prepare for the debate. Instead of admitting or denying, Hassan deflects by accusing Ethan of placing responsibility for fraudulent calls, for the fraudulent call to DCFS on Snark. In sum, the only person accused of relying on Snark was Hassan, and when given the opportunity to address the issue, he elected to evade and not answer. Interesting. We hired someone to stalk them and other targets. Wild. The H3 Snark mod's citation does not support this assertion whatsoever. In the podcast episode, we respond to a claim our former friend made against our researcher and colleague, Galia. As explained in portions omitted by H3 Snark mods, Galia is a refugee from the war in Ukraine and an incredibly talented researcher. Her investigations are solely confined to publicly available information. It is a prime example of being snark-brained to describe following a public digital footprint as a form of stalking. Ethan has claimed that if not for H3 Snark, he would not be suing the 3 main creators named in these complaints. The H3 Snark mod citation does not support this statement whatsoever. The actual statement made by Ethan is, Snark brain is such a dangerous disease. We're seeing it time and time again. And frankly, it's landed these 3 I'm suing in really troubled waters. You guys gotta get out of that. And this is just from person to person. A care for your humanity. It makes you think that what you're doing is normal. I knew Hassan has zero shame when he ran to Snark after the debate. Yeah, he did. He did as well. I'd be stalking Wikipedia, let me tell you. Okay. We, claim 66. We threatened to call the FBI on H3 Snark mods, okay? The H3 Snark mod citation does not support this assertion. Rather, the citation involves a discussion about how IP address information is obtained. The conversation distinguishes between civil cases, which requires a subpoena, and criminal investigations, which the FBI would pursue. The conversation mainly focuses on subpoenaing an IP address in the context of a sexual predator on Kick. The only mention of Snark is the fake post on r/H3 Snark claiming that we were taking down Happy Ramadan posts in H3H3 Productions, known as the Ramadan post. There was no mention of calling the FBI on H3 Snark mods. Okay, yeah, that is very much misleading. Just like a blatant stretching of the truth there, right? We claim that Snark is dangerous. This citation is a prime example of H3 Snark mods deliberately omitting material context. A, the video is cited from June 9th, 2025. After H3 Snark prevented further posts, when viewed in context, it is clear we are referring to Leftovers H3. Second, Ethan discusses how Leftovers H3 targeted the online creator Willie Mack's show because they did not like his criticism and that he received a $600 donation. Two, when Willie Mack's show sought to engage with Leftovers H3, he was banned and sent the message by a moderator, keep yourself safe, a phrase used as code for KYS or kill yourself in online circles. And Willie Mack's show was subsequently banned from all Reddit. Due to these facts, Ethan speculates that there must be a collusion between Reddit and Snark subreddits in general because it is inexplicable why they continue to exist while critics of Snark subreddits like Willie Mack's show are banned. We called them snark-brained freaks about concerns of violence that made the threat feel imminent. This is another example of snark-brain thinking, as explained below. Man. A. First, the excerpt cited is from February 5th, 2025. This was a threat of imminent violence. It would have already occurred. The fact that no violence has materialized for months emphasizes that we were correct. Their perception of an actual and imminent threat was snark-brained. Second, in the excerpt, Hassan tries to brush off concerns about the violence of Frogan's statement, where she wished to build a cake recreating September 11th if her community reached a donation goal. Instead, Hassan deflects by focusing on Ethan's prior controversial statements about the NRA and Ben Shapiro. Ironically, Ethan made fun of himself for making both of the statements in The Nuke, which was released just a few days prior. Further, immediately after making the NRA comment, Ethan immediately took it back and apologized for going too far. To take responsibility and to avoid incidents like this happening in the future, TEI invested in The Button, a $20,000 device that would erase the prior 20 seconds of a live broadcast to avoid issues happening again. And I wish I had a button. I guess I don't really need it that much, but... We expressed a desire to know what they look like. Simply put, we don't know why the H3 Snark mods provided this citation because nowhere do we state anything about their appearance or wanting to know what they look like. We accuse them of doxing. This citation is an example of H3 Snark mods intentionally omitting context. In the episode cited, Ethan discussed an H3H3 Productions mod got banned from Reddit for reporting 2 posts, one for doxing and the other for harassment. 2, the first post was to organize people to attend and disrupt one of our live events, which was a major threat to the physical safety of TEI's employees and ourselves. And 3, the other directed harassment towards Hila's mom. Wow. That's pretty important context, right? B. Further, in December 2024, the H3 Snark mods did dox us and our employees. We obtained screenshots from the H3 Snarks mods Discord server that disclosed the addresses for TEI's studio and for clothing company Teddy Fresh Incorporated. We have not publicly disclosed these addresses to protect ourselves and our employees. From the screenshots, we also discovered that the user who disclosed the address Choco Banana was banned from our Discord server in July 2021 for spamming Gore and using sock puppet accounts to threaten his way back onto the server. That's actually crazy. Like, that's actually psycho behavior. Villain origin story for the guy? Yeah. I don't know what's wrong with people. Okay. 71, we accuse them of crimes, covering up crimes, and pinning actions of past mods on them. The excerpt cited by the H3 Snark mods does not discuss crimes or covering up crimes whatsoever, nor do the H3 Snark mods specify who was a past mod that we confused as being a current mod. Rather, when viewed in context, the excerpt discusses an H3 Snark mod faking a post claiming we were removing Happy Ramadan posts from H3H3 Productions, which was false, 2 messages from December 2024 demonstrating that the H3 Snark mods knew the post was fake, and 3, the incident with Choco Banana discussed above. Sorry. Everyone is shitty. Everyone is shitty, yeah. Ethan wore a fishing hat in the video discussing the subpoena to signal the subpoenas were a fishing expedition. This is like actual, like a schizophrenic theory crafting now. Or story building or whatever. I don't know. What do you call it? This is another prime example of the snark brain thinking. At QAnon, yeah. In the video, our subpoena was approved for Reddit and Discord mods identity, H3 Show 174. Ethan wore a Teddy Fresh bucket hat. Ethan almost always wears Teddy Fresh merchandise on the podcast to promote our clothing company. He has worn... Oh shit, it was real. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Thank you for the raid. Hello, bees. Hello, gay bees. How's it going? Thank you for the raid. Hello, Nick. Thank you for the raid. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Is real? Yes, this is real. Nick sends his regards. Thank you. I send my regards back to Nick. Okay. Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Very much appreciated. So we are going over, as you guys know, the response. So there was a motion to quash the subpoena for information from... Okay, so in the Denims lawsuit, there was a subpoena of information from Reddit and from Discord, as you guys know. Then, in response to that subpoena, the Reddit moderators, they went and received legal counsel, and they submitted a motion to quash the subpoena. So this is now the declaration from Ethan and Gila Klein to oppose the motion to quash. So we're currently on page 40 of 93. And yes, this is their declaration to, I hope I'm saying this right, oppose the motion to quash the subpoena. Thank you for the $2. Alex Jones voice, Ethan Klein's fishing hat is turning the friggin' bees gay. I like that. Thank you. Yes. We are gay bees. Bees. Storytime with Stardust. Legit Star just broke this. It just came out tonight and Ethan hasn't talked about it. Yeah. So, man, I'm so tired. Yes. So this just came out. This document literally just came out tonight. So yes, it is the declaration. It is opposing their motion to quash. So. Our journalism queen. Oh boy, aristocracy. What am I gonna do? Okay. He has worn a variety of Teddy Fresh hats. Yeah, we're just going through like basically they gave a bunch of background information so far. And now we're going through claim by claim of the Reddit moderators because just so you guys have some background, they submitted 3 filings. Movement Doe defendants notice of motion and motion to quash plaintiff's subpoenas to Reddit and Discord. That was 34 pages. And then along with that, they submitted this declaration from the lawyer. That is 548 pages. And then a declaration from the Doe defendants. That is 158 pages. So it's like over 700 pages total that Ethan and Gila Klein have to respond to. So 93 pages is pretty good. Worst goal setter ever, Star. My apologies. I'll set a new goal. We have movement. What will it look like when this all wraps up? What lawsuit will I be interested in next? That's longer than the 9/11 Commission report. Is it really? I guess it is, yeah. Okay, let me set a goal. I apologize. Start another goal. Okay. I'll make this one longer. Okay, there. New goal. More complex than 9/11, didn't you know? So yeah, I hope I've provided a decent explanation so far. If you have any questions, please let me know, okay? All right. Thank you for coming here. Very much appreciated. Okay, so claim 72. Ethan wore a fishing hat in the video discussing the subpoena to signal the subpoenas were a fishing expedition, which is, again, another schizophrenic theory. This is another prime example of snark brain thinking. In the video, our subpoena was approved for Reddit and Discord mods identity, H3 show 174. Ethan wore a Teddy Fresh bucket hat. Ethan almost always wears Teddy Fresh merchandise on the podcast to promote our clothing company. He has worn a variety of Teddy Fresh hats, including beanies, baseball caps, and bucket hats. Further, the H3 Snark mods knew we were not on a fishing expedition. As discussed in greater detail in the Declaration of Ram Bar Nassim in paragraphs 61, 69 through 70, 73 through 74, we agreed to several substantial changes to the subpoenas to narrow their scope to focus solely on obtaining their personal identifying information, to name them in the 3 copyright actions and serve them. 73, we plan on killing them. Oh boy, now these are getting much more psycho. Okay, so now the H3 Snark mods are, again, we're going through their claims as to why the subpoena should be quashed. And these are the rebuttals that Ethan and Gila are providing. Oh, thank you, Random Lurker. Very much appreciated. The H3 Snark mods continue their demonization of us by claiming we plan on killing them. I'll just, like, screenshot that. Okay. Group psychosis. Sometimes I wonder, right? Like, some of these, I do wonder, because I log on to Twitter and I see a couple of Twitter accounts now every time I log in. One of them is like this neon white account, neon white cat. Okay, and you have to go look at them. This neon white white cat account. It really makes me think. It makes me believe that maybe, like, this psychosis is actually contagious, right? If you're around, like, certain people who have, like, some sort of, like, psychosis going on, maybe you can catch it. I don't know. Because that guy is sounding the alarms every day about the invasion of Indians into America. It is wild. Thanks for covering this update. Justice for Klein / H3H3 agreed. 646 people, only 60 likes. Come on, folks. Yeah. So, like, then now I see this, and, like, the H3 Snark people genuinely believe the first Ethan wore a fishing hat in the video discussing the subpoena to signal the subpoenas were a fishing expedition. Okay. That's a little bit Looney Tunes, right? Some of these are like, okay, maybe they just misinterpreted things. But then I got to the fucking fishing hat one, and I'm like, bro, that now we're getting a little bit schizophrenic, right? And then they're like, the next one immediately is like, we plan on killing them. Like, whoa. Like, what? How? How did you go? Okay. The previous one was we accuse them of crimes, covering up crimes, pinning actions of past mods on them. Okay, whatever. And maybe there's some misinterpretation here. Then you get to fishing hat was a signal that it's a fishing expedition. And you're like, oh boy. And then they go, we plan. Oh, sorry. Am I back? I'm back, right? Okay, sorry. Did you catch what I was saying? I think we need more in our drinking water. We need a low-level dose of antipsychotics in our drinking water because there are way too many crazy people on Twitter who are getting crazy just by association with each other, and then way too many crazy people on Reddit who are getting crazy just by association with each other. And I swear to God, there's something there. So yeah. I just think we need a low level dose of antipsychotics in our drinking water. There is an epidemic of crazy people. So they're trying to shut you down, LOL. Maybe. I was so worried. You think Ethan's gonna win this? Yeah, probably. I think so. That's my hot take. My hot take, we don't need less drugs in our drinking water. We need more, okay? Don't they already add fluoride? Yes, and I don't want them to take it away. Do not take away my fluoride. I want to keep my fluoride. And on top of that, I'm down with consuming low levels of antipsychotics if it means we have other people who really need that taking it and being less crazy in society. Okay? Okay. Anyway, yeah, what happened, man? What happened here? So, 73. We plan on killing them. This is just next level, okay? I will never get used to this. Was just such a huge step. The H3 Snark mods continued their demonization of us by claiming we plan on killing them. One even uses Ethan making a joke by quoting the film Taken as evidence of his intent. Really? Not only is this false, it highlights... Oh, should I type refresh in the chat? Remember to refresh. Okay, I type that. Okay. Yeah, Pi, thank you for the 5 pounds. Are they really saying you're wearing a fishing hat, so you're clearly fishing for ways to kill me? I don't know. Star 2020, we're gonna turn the freaking frogs sane. Yeah, please. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna stop getting distracted by chat now. Not only is this false, it highlights how the H3 Snark mods turn us into grotesque caricatures to strip us of our humanity. In one of the videos most frequently cited by the H3 Snark mods from February 19th, 2025, Ethan and TEI's producer Dan make clear, 1, only legal means shall be employed against H3 Snark mods. 2, fans should not contact, dox, or threaten the H3 Snark mods. And 3, not to physically harm them. To be clear, we genuinely do not wish any physical harm to the H3 Snark mods. '74. We are responsible for threatening messages to them by third parties. The H3 Snark mods attribute threatening messages they receive to us. This is false. A. First, we have not and do not condone any contact with the H3 Snark mods and have expressly stated no one should contact them. We take responsibility of having a large audience seriously. Despite how they have treated us, we do not wish them to suffer in the same way. B. Second, none of the messages provided can be attributed to our community whatsoever. 1. Some of the messages the H3 Snark mods received are from deleted users, rendering it impossible to determine if they were involved in the H3H3 production subreddit or were some random troll. 2. When looking up the Reddit user I am the conspiracy, there are no results, which also makes it impossible to determine whether they were involved in the H3H3 production subreddit or some random troll. 3. The user Janix Official has not participated in the H3H3 production subreddit whatsoever. 4. The user RichAd9837 has also not participated in the H3H3 production subreddit whatsoever, and his message was from 10 months ago. Moreover, the language in these messages do not provide any indication that they were from our community, as opposed to some anonymous online troll. Finally, H3 Snark mods give no indication when these screenshots were taken, and most are anywhere from 3 to 10 months from an unknown date. Like the streamer, you're a bad person, true. 75. Treating rhetorical hyperbole as literal threats. The H3 Snark mods cites 2 instances where Ethan and the crew utilized comedic rhetorical hyperbole as if they were literal threats. The nature of the H3 show has always been comedically bombastic, and using colorful language is part of that. We do recognize that for some, the word choice may appear in bad taste. Under no circumstances, however, are they intended to be taken literally. Each of these comments are discussed below. A. Standing anthrax. Okay. Okay. I'm here for it. I do like the bombastic stuff, but only snarkers wouldn't like this stream. That is true. You should like the stream. There are 600 plus of you here. I would greatly appreciate it if you do. Okay. Ow. Oh my god, the way I was sitting. Okay. A. Sending anthrax. That is a pretty intense... It's a pretty intense joke. I don't think I could get away with that. Though I did once, as a joke, tell Alex Stein that I was gonna fly a plane into his Christmas tree. Sorry. A. Sending anthrax. Okay. This statement was not about the H3 Snark mods at all. It was a joke Ethan made on another podcast where the co-hosts were discussing how they, not Ethan, deal with the internet hate. Everyone on the show interpreted it as a joke by laughing afterwards. Ironically, immediately after the discussion on internet hate, the co-host and Ethan discussed how to address criticism. B. Spraying Nair on their faces. So they're attributing these jokes to being directed towards them when they're clearly not. That's wild. Spider, you're too lazy to like the stream. Okay. Guys, oh right, you should go like the tweet that Spider made. Spider made a fucking banger tweet with a banger video. You guys should go like that. Here, I'll link it to you. Fuck. Give me a second. Here we go. That's Spider. Thank you so much, Spider. Spraying Nair on their faces. Okay. This was a joke made by TEI's employee Tom Ward in the episode where Ward made his statement. There was a previous discussion about how Brandi Glanville of The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills sprayed Nair on her face in an attempt to kill a facial parasite. Ward's statement was a joke, referring to that prior discussion, and was made in reference to Ethan's satisfaction at the H3 Snark mods proverbially delivering themselves to him. Given the surrounding hyperbolic language used by Ethan and the crew about how the H3 Snark mods were delivering themselves on a silver, gold, or platinum platter, was clearly intended as a joke. To dispel all doubt, we have no intention to physically harm the H3 Snark mods whatsoever, let alone spray Nair on their faces. This is why we are this is why we are willing to not address them in their individual capacities and instruct our audience and the public at large not to contact or harm the H3 Snark mods whatsoever. C. Feasting on ashes. This was immediately before Ward's joke about Nair and also intended as a hyperbolic joke. He subsequently changes the statement to, "I will feast on this juicy morsel of a meal you've laid out for me," further emphasizing it was intended as comedic hyperbole. Do they think that Ethan's actually going to try and eat them? Like, literally eat them? Like, this is just having to explain podcast jokes to a judge. It's a weird kind of funny. Yeah, it's gonna be 76. Collaboration with Reddit admins. The H3 Snark mods frequently raise our claims that the H3 Snark mods and Reddit admins were working together. We drew this conclusion in part from statements the H3 Snark mods themselves have made as demonstrated below. Oh yes, I remember these. You guys remember these? When the H3 Snark mods were like, "Oh, we spoke with admins. We're totally fine." A. Our suspicions first arose in late fall, early winter of 2023. We created a subreddit entitled r/H3SnarkSnark, i.e. a subreddit dedicated to criticizing and mocking H3 Snark. Shortly after creating the subreddit, it was suspended under the false claim we were impersonating H3 Snark. Further ownership of H3SnarkSnark was transferred to a user of H3 Snark called Shredder Cheese, which is a reference to a heartless rumor spread on H3 Snark that we killed our dog Shredder by feeding him cheese. B. We grew more suspicious when individuals were banned or threatened with bans when reporting some of the most incendiary posts on H3 Snark under the pretense of abusing Reddit's reporting function. I mean, just Willie Mac Show getting his entire account getting banned from Reddit is crazy. In November 2024, PLS Management Company reached out to Reddit about H3 Snark. Shortly thereafter, H3 Snark was taken down. Within a few days, it went live again. The H3 Snark mods made a pinned community post announcing the subreddit's return and stated, "Our relationship with Reddit is currently better than ever, and we're in good communication with the admins." The H3 Snark mods' November 2024 announcement led us to believe that Reddit and the admins were actively protecting and enabling H3 Snark. A true and correct screenshot of the November 2024 announcement is depicted below. Okay. H3 Snark mod announcement. We're back after a much needed break. We're just a group of volunteers and we appreciated your patience while we took some time to recharge. Yeah, it says in March he contacted Reddit, threatening to sue them and their CEO live on air, which led to Reddit admins instructing us to adjust rules 3 and 4. I don't know how the fuck you're not supposed to take that as them like coordinating, right? How the fuck are you not supposed to take that as them coordinating together? Right? Like clearly. Going forward, follow the rules. We've noticed a lot of new users not following the rules. Please take a moment to review them. Oh, now there's the, yeah, wow, interesting, okay. Why we're doing this, we're focused on protecting our community's future. Our relationship with Reddit is currently better than ever, and we're in good communication with the admin. So they are claiming it themselves. So are they saying that they lied during this post? Have a good night, Testy. D. Further leading us to the conclusion Reddit was actively protecting H3 Snark. is that Reddit's admins never reached out or contacted us, despite the H3H3 production subreddit being one of the top 5 largest and most active subreddits for podcasts. It was inexplicable the Reddit admins would reach out and provide guidance to H3 Snark, but not us. That is very, very fucking suspicious. The poor 70-year-old judge that has to read over all this. I mean, I'm sure they have judges who like have dealt with similar stuff, but I'm sure also the lawyers themselves are uniquely prepared to deal with this in case the judge is a little bit confused on things. So, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure they'll be fine. Our suspicions grew after the issues we encountered with TEI's DMCA takedowns against H3 Snark. We found it deeply concerning that the Reddit admins would forward to TEI a facially fraudulent DMCA counter notification. That's wild. So Reddit admins would forward to TEI a facially fraudulent DMCA counter notification. That's crazy. While the Reddit admins ultimately agreed this counter notification was invalid, they responded by claiming one of our DMCA takedowns was invalid because it was for a link to a video on our YouTube channel. The DMCA takedown, however, specified that it was for a comment posted by user Sarah Horn-Jewetts, who is one of the H3 Snark mods, that contained a YouTube link, not the post itself. So either the Reddit admins are grossly incompetent, or they're doing it on purpose, right? Because they're very purposely, they're saying, oh, it's invalid because it's for a link to a video on the YouTube channel, but it's the DMC takedown is not for a post, it's for a comment. Both. Why not both? Yeah, true. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Very much appreciated. Furthering our suspicions was that one of the H3 Snark mods claimed to be a Reddit employee. Yeah, I mean, what did they expect? If you claim to be a Reddit employee, like, like what do you expect, right? Oh, so he's the crazy one for thinking that admins and the H3 Snark mods are coordinating. But you literally said that you were. That is wild. After the complaints were filed, user Roman P admitted... Oh, sorry. I missed a part. I'm so sorry. Okay, F. Furthering our suspicions was that one of the H3 Snark mods claimed to be a Reddit employee. One of the H3 Snark mods identified in the complaint TEI filed is user Roman P. After the complaints were filed, Roman P admitted that the complaints accurately identified the user's alt accounts and also claimed to be a Reddit employee. This emphasized our belief that the H3 Snark mods were working directly with Reddit admins. G, the declaration of the H3 Snark mods reinforced our belief that they had a close relationship with Reddit's admins, stating themselves that the Reddit admins offered us free subscriptions to privacy software that would help remove our PII from the internet. Pretty wild. Other falsehoods contained in the H3 Snark mods declarations. 77! Man. Oh, dude, over 700 pages. That's crazy. 77. We sent human skulls to ourselves to elicit sympathy. One of the most disturbing claims asserted by the H3 Snark mods against us is that we were responsible for sending 2 real human skulls to ourselves shortly after being investigated by DCFS based on a fraudulent phone call. A. When the social worker visited our home for the first time on March 7th, 2025, he informed us that DCFS received a call from someone claiming to work inside our home who witnessed our child eating dog feces. This is what commenced the investigation. Again, I just want to say, right, if you spread rumors that somebody's child is eating literal dog feces, you are a pervert. You are a fucking pervert. What is wrong with you? Like, what goes through your head to come up with something like that? You have to be a pervert. It's disgusting. Am I wrong? Like only a pervert would think of something like that. The call made to DCFS was fraudulent. Our children have never eaten dog feces. We are extremely selective of who works in our home because we persistently receive threats to our safety and threats to our children's safety. During the months preceding the fraudulent call to DCFS, the only people who worked in our home were our nanny and housekeeper. Both were horrified by the DCFS visit and, without being asked, denied making this report to DCFS. Do you have any personal theories on who made the call? I do not. I don't think it really matters at this point. We all know who spread the rumors, right? We all know that, like, certain people spread these rumors and certain people continue to spread them. And I think it's fair to say that if you start and spread rumors about children eating literal dog feces, you are a pervert. Sorry. Doesn't matter who made the call. You spread that. You knew what would happen. You're a fucking pervert. That's what you are. And I'm tired of pretending otherwise. C. The DCFS investigation terrified us as we were concerned that we would lose custody of our children. We firmly believe that H3 Snark contributed to this incident by fostering a culture on H3 Snark that would regularly dehumanize us. By painting us as monstrous supporters of the genocide of Palestinians, it gave individuals implicit permission to employ any and all means to target us and our children. D. On March 11th, 2025, we received 2 human skulls at TEI's studio, an address that is not public, but was shared on the H3 Snark Mods Discord server. The skulls were shipped by a company called Skulls Unlimited International Incorporated. As stated on their website, the company is committed to providing legally and ethically obtained natural bone osteological specimens, as well as the finest replica specimens, to the educational, medical, and research communities. E. We later discovered that someone pretending to be Ethan put in the order. The order was placed with a VPN using an IP address from Malmö, Skane County, Sweden. 3. The email address provided was h3h3@hotmail.com, which is not Ethan's email address or an email address we or our employees use or have access to. 4. The order was placed under a business purchase order for next day morning delivery. And 5. Due to the urgent nature of this order, the individual was unable to buy past payment and various safeguards Skulls Unlimited had in place. A true and correct copy of email correspondence between TEI and the managing director of the website is attached hereto and incorporated herein as Exhibit 73. F. On April 19th, 2025, we received a letter from DCFS that absolved us of any wrongdoing and found the allegations were deemed unfounded with no case opening. A true and correct copy of DCFS's April 19th, 2025 letter is attached hereto and incorporated herein as Exhibit 74. That's so weird. Yeah, they went through a lot of steps to make sure that it wasn't traceable. G. If the court is if the court is interested in learning about the DCFS incident, we strongly recommend watching 1. The video I Can't Believe This Happened, and 2. Our stream from the day of the incident called Snark called Child Protective Services on Us H3 Show 119. Anybody who participated in the CPS, just in the lies alone about their children eating literal feces, anybody who participated in the perpetuating of those lies is a pervert. Like a sick pervert. Okay? Like, I'm tired. I'm tired of pretending otherwise. You have to be sick in the head to even imagine something like that. Like, they can claim all they want. Oh, Ethan was saying this and saying that. Nowhere did he ever say that his children did that. And it just takes an incredibly sick and perverted brain to think of children, and then to perpetuate that based on whatever, flimsy excuse that they had. Star, with the extra viewers, you should mention that sugar daddy listing for no reason at all. That's a good point. Thank you for your donation. Thank you for your donation, Edgelord McBanhammer. That's a good point. I mean, yeah, what kind of person, right? Good point. Let me see. If I can find it on my profile. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, LOL, it defaults to that message if you don't add anything. That's funny. Where is it? Give me a second, guys. I'm pulling it up. Oh, here it is. Just so you guys know, there's this set of tweets from somebody who's like definitely not George Gonitis, right? Just want you guys to see this. This is from around it's from 2021, so it's about 4 years ago. But it's from a person who happens to be the same age as Bad Empanada was at that time. And they just happen to be in Argentina as well. But they're totally not. They're totally not George Gonitis, okay? But just figured I would let you guys know. I mean, just look at this. Like, whoever this person is, they are obsessed. They are looking for a sugar baby. They are obsessively looking for a sugar baby. They are desperately looking for a sugar baby. And Don't know if they ever found it. So, yeah, this person is definitely not George Gonitis. Couldn't possibly be George Gonitis. So, oh my God. Yeah, I know. It's totally not George Gonitis, if you know what I mean. So, it's not George Gonitis. I'm totally not reposting this, by the way. Even money can't cure. Well, yeah, I mean, I wonder why. Yeah, yeah, you know. I mean, there's more here, right? There's just more. I am a sugar daddy, 34 years old. I am looking for a sugar baby in Argentina, Buenos Aires. I am kind and gentle. Send me a DM. I am 100% real. I am a sugar daddy, 34 years old. I am looking for a sugar baby in Argentina, Buenos Aires. Send me a DM. I am 100% real. Hashtag sugar daddy legit. Hashtag sugar baby Twitter. Kind and gentle. No, dude. I'm a sugar daddy from Buenos Aires, Argentina, and I am looking for a sugar baby who is also from Buenos Aires. Send me a DM. Hello, I am looking for a sugar baby. If you are interested, send me a DM and let's talk. I'm from Buenos Aires. So I don't even know how old he is now. Wait, he was 34 then. I think he's like 38 now. Yeah. Yeah, this guy is desperately looking for a sugar baby. Maybe if you guys retweet it, he'll be able to find his sugar baby. So need to clip Star reading this. Good God, guys. And cut out of context? Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. Can't believe he tried to come at me on Twitter and then I did that. Yeah, he tried to look, he tried to come at me on Twitter. He tried to come at me. Okay? So, I mean, I'm just saying, these are some tweets that are definitely not from someone named George Gonitis. So. Like, wow, thirsty as fuck, bro. Okay. The Joe Rebbins Medium article. The H3 Snark mods place great reliance on a transparently fabricated article on Medium entitled Change of H3H3. The article, in quotation marks, purports to be authored by someone claiming to be Joe Rebbins. In the article, the author claims to have been part of a reputation management company we supposedly retain to attack our critics with false accusations of anti-Semitism and issue fraudulent DMCA takedowns to silence criticism. This article is complete fiction as explained below. Hey, we have never retained a reputation management company, a public relations agency, or anything of the sort. We have never created a network of sock puppet accounts. We never requested that DMCA takedowns be issued to silence criticism. Further, if we wish to issue a DMCA takedown, we would have done so personally or requested our lawyer to do so, as we have in the past. B. The apparent author, Joe Rebbins, has no digital footprint whatsoever. He has no LinkedIn page to confirm his identity, nor has he written any other article. The fact that the author claimed to change details to protect anonymity fails to withstand scrutiny. If the claim we retained a reputation management company was true, it would have been incredibly easy for us to identify the author. Indeed, it also makes little sense that someone in reputation management would so publicly attack a former client, which would be career suicide in the industry. Further, the image the author used is a stock photo. A reverse image search of the photo reveals that it has been used in connection with dubious testimonials. True and correct screenshots are provided below. Joe Rebbins, picture from Medium article. Eamon M. Bobbiker, Sudanese. Picture from testimonial of admissions office at GE. Matt. Wow, this guy is all over the place, huh? D. The H3 Snark mod's reliance on this clearly fraudulent article is an attempt to minimize our criticism of them and paint a false narrative that we accuse people who criticize us of anti-Semitism. 79. We left Twitter to avoid criticism. The H3 Snark mods claim we left Twitter, now X, to avoid criticism. This is false. We left Twitter because after October 7th, 2023, each post we made received a torrent of hateful and anti-Semitic comments, which was allowed when Elon Musk took over the company. This is true. Contrary to the H3 Snark mod's assertions, the problem was not that we were avoiding criticism. It was that we became too tempted to engage with people who were merely trying to antagonize and goad us. For our own well-being, we made the decision to leave Twitter, as have many other public figures, to prevent our accounts from being a breeding ground for hateful and anti-Semitic comments. We deleted every post we made, as the volume of these comments was unmanageable. And it's true. I remember I made a joke after Elon took over on Twitter about, like, how can anybody dislike Jewish people? They made, you know, like Polish Jewish people, like, made bagels or something. I don't know. It was about how much I love bagels, basically. And, like, for such an innocent, like, joke post, it got flooded with anti-Semitism. Just absolutely flooded. And I was like, guys, like, chill the fuck out. I'm talking about fucking bagels. Like, wow. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, it was just like, it was just filled with people who search up Jewish people on Twitter, or just search the word Jews on Twitter, and, you know, yeah, mass psychosis, right? Mass schizophrenia, I don't know. I think it was Polish Jews, right, who created bagels? I don't know. I hope I'm right on that. Right. We automatically banned criticism of us on H3H3 Productions. The H3 Snark mods claim that we banned anyone from providing criticism on the H3H3 Productions subreddit. This is false for several reasons. A. None of the examples cited by H3 Snark mods provide the exact post that resulted in a ban. You are correct about bagels. Thank you. Man, that was crazy. It was like a joke post, and, like, it got flooded with Nazis. It's just insane. It's like, and they were mad too. They were, like, mad. Very fucking mad. They were mad at me. I was like, wow. You know, honestly, I was actually more expecting, like, maybe some Jewish people to get mad at me for that, right? Like, oh, maybe I'm being insensitive about the bagels. I don't know. Like, I got the approval from some friends before I posted it, but, like, still, I was expecting, like, somebody to get offended. But no, it was just, like, filled with very angry Nazis who were very angry that I would ever say anything like that, so. Anyways. The vast majority, however, indicate that criticism was that we were not sufficiently condemning Israel and or supporting the Palestinian cause to their satisfaction. The remaining examples give no indication whatsoever why they were banned or what they posted that resulted in a ban. B, we welcome criticism of us on H3H3 Productions and expressly say so in the description and rule of the subreddit. This subreddit is for fans of the show to discuss recent episodes, share memes, suggest segments or interesting topics, and whatever else is related to the show. This being a sub for fans of the show, I'm warning you with peace and love that weirdo hate watchers will be tossed. Reasonable criticism is encouraged, but if you despise Ethan Klein or think the show sucks, you're going to be tossed. Yeah, I think this is perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. TEI's DMCA takedowns, well, let me just say, like, I had an experience with one of these snarkers on Twitter recently. This snarker was like, there's a snarker account that started like sucking my ass in the past week, right? Just doing everything to cozy up to me. Just trying to be like super, super nice and try to cozy up to me and try to, I don't know, maybe win me over or something. It was very strange. And I don't know if they know that I like edited that I edit for Lunarbox. Like I don't know, but then they started like arguing with me and Spider in the Lunarbox like Twitter community. And it was just like insane things that this person was saying. And yeah, and I was just like, okay, it's like getting deranged now. You clearly are not a fan. You are clearly like a weirdo who despises him and will never like him. This community, this Twitter community is like not for you, right? So I just banned them from the Twitter community and they got so mad at me for that. And it's just like, what did you expect? The community is not for you. You don't like the content. Like, go somewhere else, bro, you know? 81. TEI's DMCA takedowns were intended to silence criticism and to get H3 Snark banned. H3 Snark mods claim that we admitted TEI issued DMCA takedowns to silence criticism and get H3 Snark banned. This is false. A more detailed discussion of the DMCA takedowns are contained in the Declaration of Ram Bar Nassim, paragraphs 3 through 19. Further, the H3 Snark mod's citations do not support their assertion as explained below. A. We almost canceled today's episode, H3 Show number 156. Weird people just love to bitch to anyone. Yeah, it's true. They're just insane, man. Like, it's like a level of derangement I was not prepared for. The H3 Snark mod's description of this video is misleading. This video was from June 9th, 2025, 10 days before the complaints in the Denims action, Brogan action, and Caseytron action were filed on June 19th, 2025. Immediately preceding the timestamped links reveals the discussion concerned not H3 Snark, but its successor, Leftovers H3. Further, the discussion concerned how Leftovers H3 intentionally misrepresented information and banned a prominent YouTuber along with threatening his life. Yes, this is Willie Mack, right? There's the discussion about the DMCA takedowns, the H3 Snark, was to highlight its protected status on Reddit. While other Snark subreddits were purportedly taken down for copyright infringement, H3 Snark was not, and Reddit even refused to honor TEI's August 30th, 2024 takedown of an H3 Snark comment directing users to the unauthorized YouTube version of TEI's work. And threatened his wife, if I remember right, yeah. B. Adam McIntyre's Snark scandal proves Ethan was right about Reddit. The H3 Snark mod's description of this video is also highly misleading. This video is from July 11th, 2025. i.e., nearly a month after the complaints were filed. When Ethan reads the article of McIntyre's video, Ethan's trying to silence people who don't agree with him. He'll immediately respond with an emphatic no. As Ethan further explained, the DMCA takedowns were removing posts on the Snark subreddit that were explicitly reposted without any kind of commentary, with the explicit goal of stealing views from us. The very reasons that I'm now suing 3 people. And your dumb bitch ass at the same time was saying I was silencing people, which makes no fucking sense because there's like 1,000 posts up there and we DMCA'd like 5 of them. So you want to explain how I'm silencing them? Ethan further stated, me and my lawyer were extremely conservative about which post qualified. The ones I DMCA'd were egregious, right? Like I said, there's hundreds of posts and we removed maybe 5 at most. We admitted that filing DMCA takedowns is easy. The H3 Snark mods claim Ethan admitted on his podcast that filing a DMCA strike is incredibly easy. This is false. Nowhere in the videos cited by the H3 Snark mods does Ethan make this statement. To the contrary, Ethan explained in the video the exacting standard TEI employed when deciding to issue a DMCA takedown. Barabas says, God damn, I hate Adam McIntyre so much. Adam McIntyre is pretty also insufferable, but to me, not as much as Noah Samson, honestly. Like, I find Noah Samson so just like peak spoiled white boy. 83. The nuke was a trap to target critics. The H3 Snark mods claim that TEI set a trap to target critics. This is false and unsupported. TEI registered the nuke because we knew there was a high likelihood that individuals would watch it in its entirety immediately upon release and without sufficient commentary to justify such use. Noah's smugness is unbearable. Yeah, and also, hello, Stalin called, not even Stalin, fucking Hitler called. He wants his mustache back, okay? Like, do you think you're cool? Like, what the fuck is that mustache, bro? It looks fucking fake. Oh man, those beady fucking eyes, dude. It's just so fucking... It's just fucking, unnerving, really. H3 Snark mods even acknowledged this in their declaration. It's not that I wanted these people to steal my video. It's that I knew they would. I knew they would watch the entire video and add little to no commentary, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion. So yeah, this is not a trap. As explained in the I'm Suing These 3 Creators, TEI sued Denims, Frogan, and Caseytron because all 3 expressly stated their intent was to siphon views away from the nuke to themselves. And they did, especially Denims. Denims is probably the most egregious offender of this. Clips of those statements are included in the video itself. We strongly urge the court to watch the I'm Suing These 3 Creators in its entirety to understand why TEI initiated these lawsuits for copyright infringement. It's not a trap by any means. Like, it is not a trap to have a security system. It is not a trap for a bank to have a security system or have a thing that immediately, alarms the police, right? Still no Frogan response, right? So from what I've heard, I think Lus was saying this today, that no Frogan response might mean that they're settling. So we'll see. We'll just have to wait and see, really. Putting cameras on your house because you think you're going to get robbed is totally a trap. What do you mean? Yeah, nice one. 84. Our fans were responsible for contacting ICE to get Adam McIntyre deported. Jesus. The H3 Snark mods claim our fans contacted ICE to get McIntyre deported. We have never stated McIntyre should be deported, let alone encouraged our fans to contact ICE to do so. The evidence cited by the H3 Snark mods does not support this assertion. Rather, it is a screenshot from McIntyre's Instagram showing 2 Reddit posts. McIntyre redacted the poster's username in the subreddit on which the posts were made. Ooh. Making it impossible to substantiate his claim the individual was a main member of the H3 Reddit in an archived post. Man, if you're going to make a claim like that, you better have the evidence to back it up, you know? In an archived post, a user named Popular Cabinet 6996 claimed to have reported McIntyre to ICE on the r/Adam McIntyre Snark subreddit. While the user is currently suspended from Reddit, an archive of the user's posts from that period does not demonstrate involvement with the H3H3 Productions subreddit. 85. We called Hassan's mom an undocumented housekeeper. The H3 Snark mods claim we called Hassan's mother an undocumented housekeeper. This is false. To begin, nowhere in the video cited do we make this claim. Rather, it was Hassan who claimed Ethan confused his mother for his housekeeper. This is also false. When we were still on good terms, Hassan would frequently invite Ethan to his house. On one occasion, when Ethan visited Hassan, Ethan saw a woman cooking and cleaning in Hassan's home. When Ethan attempted to introduce himself to her, she responded in Spanish, saying she did not speak English. Hassan took Ethan aside and said, "Don't mention her for obvious reasons," i.e., hiring a housekeeper who was likely undocumented was not good for his public image. When Ethan returned home, he shared the incident with Hila and how the encounter disturbed him. I don't understand what the obvious reasons are. '86. We body shamed our former housekeeper. The H3 Snark mods reference our former housekeeper and claim we body shamed her. This is a gross distortion of the truth. On February 7th, 2025, our former housekeeper sued us and our entity, Teddy Fresh, Incorporated, for various employment-related claims in an action entitled Gorda v. Teddy Fresh, Incorporated. Before we were aware or served with the lawsuit, BOMA and H3 Snark published the complaint. Due to the controversy and people treating the allegations as uncontroverted truth, we felt it necessary to defend ourselves and correct the public record. On February 10th, 2025, Ethan discussed the lawsuit on the podcast and explained, amongst other things, that our former housekeeper was terminated for repeatedly body shaming our nanny by calling her fat. Dude, it's crazy that they had to bring HR into their own home, you know? We further explained that we addressed it with her on several occasions and even with human resources. Both clips cited by the H3 Snark mods intentionally omit this portion of the discussion. When viewed in context, it is clear that Ethan's comment on our former housekeeper's appearance was solely to highlight the irony of her statements against our nanny. 87, we have a reputation for being litigious. The H3 Snark mods claim we have a reputation for being litigious. This is false. We have never sued anyone in our personal capacities. We have not caused our entities to sue anyone until these 3 copyright lawsuits. Rather, we have defended ourselves and our entities against numerous lawsuits and asserted a counterclaim in one of them, which led to settlement. It's a bad look for socialist Hassan Piker to illegally employ someone, likely underpaying them. Ooh. Ugh. Sorry, my throat. Ethan's pedo troll Reddit account. The H3 Snark mods raised the discovery of Ethan's pedo troll account as an example that the internet will continue to criticize us. To begin, this account was from 15 years ago. As the username indicates, the account was intended to troll pedophiles. The claim that Ethan made pedophilic statements about being attracted to his nephew illustrates the nature of the troll because Ethan did not have nephews at the time. Further, Ethan publicly addressed this criticism, demonstrating we do not shy away criticism and directly address its substance. Champagne socialist with yacht characteristics, yeah. Yes, it is true. My 15-year-old Reddit account was identified by using a doxing website that lists a history of all emails and passwords that have been leaked in illegal data breaches. A post last night was made on the Snark subreddit by the person who obtained this information. With Reddit's help, this person was able to disseminate this illegally and maliciously obtained information to a community whose sole purpose is to harass me, my family, and my employees. In doing so, some terrible revelations were made. Yes, my account username PedoTroll made a few bizarre and edgy attempts at being funny. It was common on Reddit 15 years ago to create a thematically named troll account to post silly things from. The method was to have Redditors read something crazy, then check the username and realize it was a goof. You can see the evidence of this on most of the posts made in character. These troll stories include anecdotes that clearly never happened, including a story that references my children who were born 10 years later. Further evidence of this is simply that I was self-promoting my YouTube channel while doing these parody posts. I knew I was personally identifiable the entire time. I was trying to be funny so people would look at my account and discover my YouTube channel. I was not ashamed of it then, and I am not ashamed of it now. Embarrassed? Yes. On par with cringing at my old YouTube videos. 2. Yes, there are a few posts of me being a Zionist Jewish supremacist, which includes me mostly arguing with someone calling Israel Nazi Germany. In totality, about 95% of the posts were about StarCraft 2 or self-promoting my YouTube channel. I have nothing to hide and nothing to apologize for. And remember, folks, joking about PDF philia is not the same as having it on your computer. Pat, how are we doing? 89 claims the H3 Snark mods made about Ethan's mental health. Old H3 was wild as fuck. I mean, most of the stuff online like 15 years ago was pretty wild, right? Old Reddit in general was only slightly better than 4chan. Once upon a time, people would call you crazy. Now that's ableist, so they diagnose you with BPD. Progress is being made. I'm not sure what that means, but yeah, sure. Cool. One of the top trolls on Reddit was worst answer possible. The name is self-explanatory. I think I do remember that briefly. I was never a hardcore Reddit user. Though I will say I was when I was a hardcore Reddit user, It was only for one subreddit, and it was for r/bikini bottom Twitter. And basically all r/bikini bottom Twitter is like people posting like SpongeBob memes. Oh, you know what? There's also like there's another meme one that I think I looked at, but bikini bottom Twitter was like one of my favorite ones. So yeah. I also do really like Uwer, but the new Reddit site kind of like messed up that subreddit. So Uwer was also a classic. And also I think it's like the gang or something. I don't know. The pack. That's what it was. The pack. Oh man, the pack was a good subreddit as well. I think I remember that too. There was also a guy that linked every comment they made to how their dad beat them with jumper cables. It's like the trauma dump that you really didn't want. He just trauma dumps in every fucking post. That's so fucking funny. Okay. Oh man, I feel like my makeup is wearing off. I feel like I'm starting to like look so old as the night goes on. Okay. Claims the H3 Snark mods made about Ethan's mental health. The H3 Snark mods continuously try to claim Ethan is mentally unwell, even creating a mega thread on the topic. In online circles, this is called concern trolling, i.e. undermining criticisms under the guise of concern. The H3 Snark mods mega thread on Ethan's mental health is replete with links, not to TEI content that exhibits such behavior, but content created by individuals clearly hostile and antagonistic to Ethan, and/or posts on H3 Snark. Further, the megathread traffics in more false conspiracy theories, such as 1. That Ethan presented manipulated evidence to support that the call to DCFS was fraudulent, and 2. That Ethan is self-medicating as a way to attribute his tics from Tourette's to cocaine abuse. Far from demonstrating genuine concern, the H3 Snark mods further antagonized us by dismissing our public criticism of their conduct as mental illness. This tactic is called crazy making, where victims are portrayed as irrational or unstable for speaking out about abuse, effectively silencing them. 90. We would read the H3 Snark mods' declarations to humiliate them. The H3 Snark mods claim that we would read their declarations to publicly humiliate them. This is false. Even before we read the H3 Snark mods' declarations, we have made the decision to not publicly discuss the contents of their declarations or the motion and have not done so. My lips are so dry. Final thoughts we wish to share with the court. Man. I don't know if I can make it through the rest of this tonight. We might have to do a part 2 tomorrow. Because I have other work to do, you know? Okay, final thoughts we wish to share with the court. 91. We sincerely hope that we demonstrated to this court that the H3 Snark mods' motion and declarations should not be taken at face value. Rather, we hope we have shown that they have treated their motion and declarations like H3 Snark, by forcing us to play whack-a-mole to address and refute countless assertions against us. They have now used the judicial process and to continue their abuse and harassment of us. 92. We believe that the H3 Snark mods hold us to a double standard. When they speak about us, it is innocent criticism. When we respond to and address their criticism, it is harassment, abuse, and threats, or that we are mentally unwell. The H3 Snark mods' counterfactual narrative is to paint themselves as victims when they are victimizers. Due to the repeated abuse, harassment, and falsehoods the H3 Snark mods have directed at us, our lives are forever changed. We are no longer comfortable appearing in public. Not just for our safety, but we have been repeatedly confronted by complete strangers claiming we advocate and participate in the genocide of Palestinians. It's just such a crazy claim to make about another human being, you know? I don't know what it is with my hair, man. Bothering me now. Due to the constant threats we have received, we are both seeking concealed carry permits to defend ourselves and our children. We no longer do live events out of fear for our safety and the safety of our employees. Our employees have also suffered significantly, being constantly accused of working for advocates and participants in genocide, and one being falsely reported to ICE. We have lost many relationships, both personal and professional, due to the false assertions that they have spread about us. Our 3 children have suffered as well, and not just from the DCFS investigation. We are no longer comfortable taking them on play dates, as our presence would threaten the safety of innocent children and their parents. The H3 Snark mods' imaginary fears are our daily reality. And that's like another thing, right? Like the people who spread that rumor about them, also about the children, like, do you think that the children are never going to hear about that rumor that you spread? This falsehood that you spread about them? You think that they're never going to hear about this? That one day they're not going to be old enough and they're going to overhear about it? That their parents, like, won't have to sit down with them and explain to them one day why strangers on the internet perpetuated this blatantly false story about them? Like full-grown adults, right? Yeah, and like just, you know, not being able to go on play dates, like something that's normal to so many children. You know, that like that is something that should be normal and should be like they should be able to take part in. And because of this harassment that they receive, they can't. It has affected their children. Very sad. We believe Jean-Paul Sartre's words best articulate the situation. Never believe that oh, this is a fucking banger quote, okay. Never believe that anti-Semites are completely unaware of the absurdity of their replies. They know that their remarks are frivolous, open to challenge, but they are amusing themselves, for it is their adversary who is obligated to use words responsibly, since he believes in words. The anti-Semites have the right to play. They even like to play with discourse, for by giving ridiculous reasons, they discredit the seriousness of their interlocutors. They delight in acting in bad faith, since they seek not to persuade by sound argument, but to intimidate and disconcert. If you press them closely, they will abruptly fall silent, loftily indicating by some phrase that the time for argument is past. We declare under penalty of perjury that the contents of this declaration are true and correct. Executed this 20th day of October 2025 in Los Angeles, California. Wait, what happened here? Why is this, here? I'm confused. Okay, well, anyways, I don't think that this is the end of the document, because there's clearly... Wait, that was 94. This is 93. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, we already read this, yep. Okay, and then these are the exhibits. Wow. Okay, so the other pages, we actually did get through this entire thing tonight. Same page just signed, okay. You did it, you read the whole thing. I know, crazy. I think it's pretty compelling. Maybe one of these days we will go through the exhibits. That's crazy. I wasn't expecting to get through it. I was like, there's 30 more pages left. Okay. So maybe one of these days coming up, we can go through all of the exhibits here. Yeah. Because we'll want to have, we'll want to have one open with just the exhibits and then one side open with just the claims. So I don't know, maybe it might not be worth it for us to go through every single one here, but wow. Oh, this guy's everywhere. Wow. That's crazy. I can't believe we got through it. Grand Mufti Hassan. That's insane. I can't believe we got through. That's crazy. Okay, chat, how are we doing? Are you guys still awake? Man, I still have work to do. Yeah, I just feel like I remember like the very beginning of this, like it became so normalized. Answer is no from Jonathan. Jonathan says no, we are not still awake. Okay. I don't blame you. I remember when all of this like started, I was just amazed how brazenly and openly people were just willing to call people genocide participants, right? People who were perpetuating genocide. Oh my God. Sorry, I'm just looking at something here. What is this? What is going on here? What am I looking at? We can be bees and hit the goal. Thank you for the $2. Great work, Star. Thank you. Love the reading. Thank you. I hope it was satisfactory, the reading. I know I made some mistakes here and there, but I think I got through it pretty solidly. So I'm a decent reader. Okay. I did like how in-depth the stream was going through the actual legal documents. Thank you. That accusation directed at someone who has no influence over what's happening one way or the other is vile. Yeah, no, okay, sorry. I got distracted by looking at something, at one of these legal documents. I got to close out of things before I start talking. Close this. You know what? No, I won't close it. I'll just minimize it. No, I'm not. Okay, now it's just asking me for all of it. Okay, well, no, okay. Go bald? I'm not going bald. Are you saying that I should shave my head? That's terrible. Okay. Remember to subscribe. Okay, anyways. Bro, why am I getting distracted by everything? Right. I remember when all of this, like, first came out. Not even came out. When all of this, like, was first happening on social media, I was like, I was just watching people call people genocide deniers, and then even the claim alone that somebody is a genocide denier or a genocide supporter, right? Like Noah Samson calling people genocide supporters, people who back genocide, is such a fucking gross accusation to make of somebody. You were literally calling somebody the worst thing in the world. I don't know when it became acceptable to accuse people of something like that. To accuse people of supporting genocide. Okay, let's take, like, what you think is the worst case scenario, right? That maybe one of these people doesn't believe that there is a genocide happening, okay? Even if that were the case, that's very different from them being a genocide supporter. Okay? Like, there has to be, like, words have to have meaning. Bald talk with Star? What are you saying, bro? I'm not gonna shave my head. Okay. You can't just make these really gross accusations and then just, like, expect it, like, people to be okay with that. It's just such a perversion of, like, you're just watering down the meanings of things. What happens when an actual genocide supporter comes around? When somebody actually comes around and says, oh, we should nuke all these people, right? What are you gonna say? And nobody's gonna fucking believe you. Because you're literally, you just, like, I don't know, you're just crying wolf. I space out too much when, like, I don't know. I feel like I just space out too much to be, like, a good orator. Bald dust, bald talk with Star. No, I'm not going bald. I will not shave my head. I don't know where we got this idea that that's going to happen. By the way, Spider, I now have a nickname in the Discord, okay? They have changed my nickname to Spydust. So, you left, and I got the curse, okay? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right. You're tired, go to bed. Now, you don't tell me what to do, bro, okay? I still have other work to do tonight. What the fuck? Good? Okay, all right. Did you just reach 2K subs? Did I? Let me see. Dude, I look so old. What the fuck? Spider has right of return. Oh, I did get to 2K. Thank you for the subscribes. I need to post on my old channel that I have a new channel. I thought I did, but apparently I didn't. So, yeah, this is the new channel, guys. Switched over. This is where everything's happening now at the Stardust IRL channel. So yeah, please subscribe over here, okay? Congrats on 2K. Thank you. Thank you. Man, where are we gonna go, guys? What are we gonna do? I was working on a video essay and I have to start grinding again. I kind of like wasn't feeling my best and then I kind of like took a break. But now I'm feeling much better. So yeah. And I was having obviously my own little like identity crisis, but I think for the most part it's subsided now, so we'll see what happens. Maybe I'll still be having it. Hopefully not though. So yeah. Okay, guys. Thank you for joining me. I hope you enjoyed. I'm not super experienced in doing like court document streams, you know? I'm going to bed. Thank the algorithm for recommending your channel to me. Well, Jay Scapelli, I appreciated you being in the chat and you were very helpful with your contribution. So I appreciate you. Thank you for joining. But yeah. Guys, thank you. Thank you. This is part of being an adult star. Who am I? True. Can we hit the goal? We're 4 out of 10. I don't think we're hitting the goal tonight, guys, but I do appreciate you guys. Thanks for a great stream. Oh, thank you. Oh, there's an option on YouTube to stream like vertical and horizontal now. That's crazy. Okay, who are we gonna raid into, guys? Who are we gonna raid into? You know what? We're gonna go to Keldosh. We're gonna go to Keldosh, okay? All right, I'll see you guys soon. Please, been meaning to watch for a while. So glad I made it. Have a good one. Thank you for coming. Glad you stopped by. Thanks for a great stream. Thank you. Narda says great job, Star. Thank you so much. Send us to some burbs, please. I don't think there are any burbs right now. There are no burbs awake right now, okay? So I'm gonna send you to Keldosh. My homie Keldosh. Please be nice to him. I believe he's covering people crashing out in the debate scene. Which I kind of miss being in the debate scene. I kind of want to debate again. So yeah. We're growing. We're having fun. Okay. Bye. GG. Remember to subscribe. Subscribe to the channel. Bye.